κάνουν σαλούτ. Βάλ' το κομμάτι στο φουλ. Στρίψε να πιούμε ένα φουλ. Δαίμονες μένουνε μες στο κεφάλι μου και μου μιλάνε παντού. Είμαι στο hood, λένε πως κάθηκα φου. Πήρα το χρόνο για να πετύχω να κάνω τα πλάνα μου. Θέλω στο πλάι μου και με τα φράγκα μου. Βάζω στα μάξι, τρέχω σαν ράλι, βγάζω την κάβλα μου.
Τσερβουμένο! What's up, chat? Καλησπέρα σε όλους, τι κάνουμε, πώς είμαστε, κυρίες και κύριοι? Welcome to the fucking stream, you already know what's up!
Πλάκα τα καίω. Αν είσαι εδώ μόνο για τα λεφτά, για να το σ' αρέσω πραγματικά. Στη γειτονιά έχουν ψηλά. Όλα τα φίλια μου ξαφνικά. Πλάκα στη τσέπη, δεν θα πεθάνω. Θα έχουν να τρώνε, είσαι γονά μου. Τρέχω στα μάξι, μα δεν θα πεθάνω. Το μέλλον μου ξέρω γιατί έχω το πλάνο.
Περιμένετε, έχω member chat μόνο. Δώστε μου ένα λεπτό, να restart το fucking song. Και πάμε. Έλα μαγκές όλοι και οι γκρι. Καλησπέρα σε όλους κυρίες και κύριοι, πάμε όλοι like.
You fucking brainiac.
Που είναι ολόκληρο θηρίο αυτό το σκυλί, έχει
1500 likes today.
Όπως και δεν είναι τυχαίο ότι σας έχω γαμίσει. Κατάλαβες. Δεν είναι τυχαίο. Έτσι.
Μην ξέχουμε στο hood, λένε πως κάθηκα φου. Πήρα το χρόνο για να πετύχω να κάνω τα πλάνα μου. Θέλω στο πλάι μου και με τα φράγκα μου. Βάζω στα μάξι,
τρέχω σαν ράλι, έχω την κάβλα μου.
εκεί μου σου δίνουνε τρόγια, σαν μαγί σου κάνουνε κόλπα. Οι εχθροί μου με έχουν στα όπα, τους μείνουμε κάτω σαν κόπα. Σπίτι με κάπα τα λέγω, Pokemon Go τα μαζεύω.
Καλησπέρα chat, τι κάνουμε, πως είμαστε? Σήμερα έχουμε μια πολύ μεγάλη μέρα. Είναι τα Grand Finals, θα δούμε ποιος θα κερδίσει τα 4 εκατομμύρια προς τον Πούτσο, πόσα θα πάρουνε. Ναι, σήμερα θα δούμε τρελά ματσάκια. Ευτυχώς Παναγιά μου, Βίνο, Κουίζιδες, Mr. Σάβατζες, Πούτσες, Μπούγκαδες, Έικορνες, Κανάδαδες, Πούτσες, όλους. Πούτσε ρε Skips, τι κάνουμε brother, what's up? Δώστε μου ένα λεπτάκι chat. Μαλάκα το μεταξύ δεν μου χωράει, εδώ πέρα πρέπει να σκιστεί, δεν κάνω πλάκα. Αν κάνω έτσι σκίζεται. Πώς λέγεται, πώς λέγεται ρε μαλάκα. Έλα, αντίκλεις, τι κάνουμε? Όχι κλικς όμως, μαλάκες, ναι, όντως, ο κλικς δεν πέρασε βγήκε το 27, Σας το είπα, μαλάκες, σας είπα ότι ο κλικς δεν είναι άνθρωπος ο οποίος παίζει καλά στα FNCS και στα μεγάλα event, chat. Το έχει από παλιά αυτό το πράγμα, αλλά δεν ξέρω γιατί. Καθόλου καλά. Ρε chat, πώς λέγεται αυτή η μουσική που βάζουμε ρε πούστη? Όχι adrenaline music, Chill της μάζεψα Dylan. Καλά, μαλάκα, ο χθεσινός Dylan, bro, είναι fucking rat, ποντικός, bro. Μην ξαναπαίξει ποτέ box στη ζωή του, ρε. Είναι ό,τι χειρότερο. Big mouth. Πολύ big mouth. Πολύ κακός fighter. Πάρα πολύ κακός fighter. Μαλάκα για τον Μπούτσο. KSI και αυτό για τον Μπούτσο δεν μ' άρεσε καθόλου. Tommy Fury μακράν καλύτερος boxer από KSI. Ο KSI δεν έχει ιδέα να ρίχνει μπουγγιές. Αλλά ο Tommy δεν μ' άρεσε χθες. Διότι, μαλάκα, είσαι boxer, έπρεπε να τον κάνεις knockout. Αυτό που κατάλαβα, μαλάκες, εχθές, κατάλαβα ότι ο Jake Paul είναι ο καλύτερος από όλους, όσο και να το μισούνε. Ο καλύτερος boxer από όλους τους YouTubers. Μαλάκα, ψαροτοφικά στο αρχίζομαι, μπρο, δεν έριξε ούτε μία μπουνιά, ρε, ούτε μία μπουνιά. Και απλά πήγε να κάνει κάτι μαλακίες σε Clone Fiesta Fight, ρε. Clone Fiesta. Το συχάθηκα μαλάκα τον άνθρωπο αυτόν, εντάξει. If you have big mouth, ρε μαλάκα, Talk the talk, you walk the walk, λένε κάποιοι. Ωραία ρούχα. Σ' αρέσει? By the way, chat, ξαναπείτε μου λίγο ρε μαλάκες. Adrenaline music, πω τι άλλο. Πώς λέγεται αυτό ρε μαλάκα, το suspense ρε μαλάκα. Ας στο διάλο. Να το μπλε. Σκάσε τσιτό, μας έπαιξες. Πάμε. Βάλε sound, yep.
The thing that I love the most about the format, right, throughout the entire year is that every duo story is different.
Βρήκες δουλειά security στο πριν.
Right, certain teams have had it easy, breezy.
Ηρέμησε, relax.
Started the year hot, were able to cruise through the rest. Some of the other teams, it was only in last chance major they were able to make it through. Even then, even from where they've qualified, right, how those teams have performed, the battles they've had at their.
Τσάτ, ποιος πιστεύει θα νικήσει ρε φίλε σήμερα?
Everybody.
Εγώ νομίζω Βίνο.
To tell coming into this one.
Γεια σου Ντάπη.
Top after 6 games.
So wild. I'm already getting hyped.
Εγώ Βίνο quiz, μάγκες. Winners mentality.
They got a victory royale yesterday. Eoms
Και ο Acorn πολύ καλό. Savage.
a duel that we just all had expectations.
Μαλάκα δεν ξέρω, τσάτ, δεν ξέρω.
They deliver.
What it would mean to me to win the global championship would be my first like FNCS win and feel nice.
Oh, what it would mean for you to win the FNCS global
Ναι, γεια σας, είμαι ένα NPC και θα μ' άρεσε πάρα πολύ να νικήσω το FNCS. Θα ήταν. Δεν δω πώς κάνετε. Εδώ. Η έννοια του NPC μαλάκα. Ο Χριστός. Ισχύει ακόμα το 60.500 για ένα 24ωρο. Ναι. 60.500 subs και 24ωρο. Ακίνητα, μαλάκα, ακινότητα full ρε. Full. Δεν δω άτομο ρε.
Mesmerizing, right? It doesn't matter what layer you put them in the
Πώς βλέπω αυτούς μπρο. Μαλάκα.
Exactly. And honestly, listen, to me, it comes down to the strategies that they implement, right? We saw them; they were playing around the.
Κρίτζερ ο κόλλος του.
They got some of those slurp juices throughout the majors.
24 λεπτά είναι το πρώτο μάτς. Ναι, εντάξει, κλαίει μάι, περιμένουμε. Περιμένουμε. Κάτσε να βάζω την ιστορία Πασκάλ.
Are comfortable. They'll look up for height when it's available, but even if they don't get it, they'll play those mid-ground layers to perfection. Iomzo, one of the best fraggers in the world, he's been unbelievable, mastered everything you can master in this game, and Rise as an IGL, so comfortable, so cool, so calm, so collected.
FNCS.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about strategy, right? And
Pαγκοσμιου.
usually they kind of have something that they like to play into. But for Iomzo and Rise, I feel like they're
Τελικος.
just good at every single one, right? High ground,
Doing.
mid ground, and low ground. You talk about high ground, let's talk about a duo contesting that high ground. It's your FNCS
Buga dominate.
Invitational winners, Cammy and Seti.
What would it mean to me to win the global championship? I think
αυτή είναι πιο normal.
because we both work so hard for this, it would be a back-to-back winning.
Ο Σέτ είναι πολύ normal άνθρωπος.
What would it mean for me winning the global championship? It would mean
Βασικά ο Σέτ είναι. Όχι, ο Σέτ είναι κομπλέ, μπρο. Ο Κάμι.
like 4 times higher than it was the last time, and we would win back-to-back, so it would be really nice to win it again.
The team with all the pressure on them, right?
Ο Moneymaker τι έκανε, νομίζω πέρασε, μπρο.
Have we got some Cammy and Seti fans in here? Anyone in here supporting Cammy and Seti?
There it is.
They're here. They're here.
Me as well. You know, I should start cheering because.
Μαλάκες, το ακούω πάρα πολύ εγώ. What?
Going
Γιατί?
for the back-to-back at international events. I guess the biggest question.
Πέρασε ο Moneymaker, Μαλάκα, ακραίος.
I think the answer is a resounding yes, as long as they are uncontested, right? I think coming into this competition, people who thought they'd be uncontested consider them probably the favorites, right? Their form coming into this has been unbelievable.
Moneymaker είναι σαν το Σούλι. Ούτε καν ρε, ο Σούλις είναι πιο μικρός.
In game one of the upper bracket qualifiers.
Και το αστείο ξέρεις ποιο είναι όλο το trash talk που είχε κάνει ο Dylan στο Twitter για την κόμενα του Logan, έλεγε μαλακίες. Ναι ρε, το ξέρω ξαναδευτικά, ο Dylan χθες μπρο ήταν σιχαμερός ρε, σου λέω. If you talk the talk, you must walk the walk. Αυτό. Fuck Regmon, fuck this guy.
A lot of you been paying attention to EU Fortnite. It's been different. I think everybody is so.
Ναι, ο Μπούκα πέρασε μαγκές.
Low ground team that's going to play mid ground layers, slow down the game. but they've been looking at height. They've been playing for height, and they've been pretty effective. There were a couple games where they were flanking, squeezing.
Fresh βλέπω σήμερα. You know me, baby. You already know me.
These guys are ready. They've improved their game since last year, and I think they're going to be a threat when given the chance.
Αλλά δεν μπορεί να υποστηρίζει Logan. Για ποιο λόγο να μην υποστηρίζει Logan?
What does it mean to them to walk
Τι
away
ακούω ρε
as
μαλάκα.
global
Εννοείται Logan Paul.
championship winners? Take a look.
Ξεκάθαρα.
What it means to me to win the FNCS Global Championship, it would mean everything.
To win the Global Championship, it would mean the end of the story that we started last year. And yeah, I truly hope it's going to happen.
The reason the global championship win will mean so much for Queasy and Veno was of course second place at Invitational, and it came on the back foot of one of the bravest things we have ever seen in Fortnite.
Yeah, it takes courage to do this. It goes to show that these guys are truly
winners
at heart, even though it
Λοιπόν,
didn't pay
θα
off
τα
them.
πάρω λίγο περιληπτικά πρωτού μπούμε στο FNCS. Χθες είχε το fight KSI, Tommy Fury, Logan Paul, Dylan Dennis. Το main event ήταν του KSI και του Tommy Fury, αλλά του κόσμου το main event ήταν του Logan Paul και του Dylan Dennis. Λόγω του ότι υπήρχε πάρα πολύ beef στο Twitter, τσακωνόντουσαν και ο άλλος έδειχνε την κόμενά του που ήταν με άλλους. Του Logan Paul, ο Dylan Dennis έδειχνε την κοπέλα του Logan Paul και έκανε ξεφτύλα τέλος πάντων. Και ρε φίλε, όταν κάνεις όλο αυτό το beef, όλο αυτό το θα σου σπάσω τα μούτρα όταν σε δω από κοντά για το ένα και το άλλο, χθες μαλάκες, το fight ήταν πραγματικά μπουκέτα που έδινε ο Logan Paul και ο Dylan Dennis καθόταν έτσι. Έτσι. Αυτό. Και απλά έπεφτε και έκανε καραγκιουζιλίκια, τον τραβούσε, το πήγε να τον πιάσει σαν να παίζουν MMA, σαν τη ζιουζίτσου στο μπούτσο είναι αυτό. Δεν ήταν καν box αυτό το συγκεκριμένο πράγμα. Και στην τελική ρε μαλάκα, αφού δεν είσαι boxer, δεν ξέρεις να παίζεις box, είσαι άσχετος, σκουπίδι, δεν έχεις ιδέα. Για ποιο λόγο να υπογράψεις ένα συμβόλαιο για να παίξεις box? Ενώ κάνεις αυτά τα καραγκιουζιλίκια ρε μαλάκα. Respect το άθλημα τουλάχιστον, όχι τα αυτά που λες. Δεν έκανε καν respect το άθλημα. Ούτε respect τον κόσμο που έδωσε λεφτά για το event, για να δουν ένα show. Μαλάκα για τον Butcher. Πραγματικά, ο Dylan Dennis είναι ένας ξεφτύλας και μισός, δεν κάνω πλάκα. Θα ήθελα και εγώ να πω σε ring μαζί του. Σε box. Αν έκανα προπόνηση 1-2 χρονάκια. Μαλάκα, ότι πας δεν μπορεί ρε, δεν μπορεί. Έφαγε τη σκόλο κλόουν, μαλάκα, τι είναι αυτός ο άνθρωπος, μαλάκα, το συχάθηκε η ψυχή μου ρε μαλάκα. Αλήθεια. Μετά στο τέλος μαλάκες μπήκανε όλα τα security μαζί ρε. Όλα τα security, όλοι οι security μπήκανε μέσα. Γιατί πήγε να χώσει και μπουνιάκια στον security και σε όλους δηλαδή εκεί πέρα. Τελείωσε το fight και ξεκίνησε ξυλίκι πάλι. Για τον KSI επίσης, λένε ότι και καλά, ο KSI, ξέρω εγώ, έφαγε robbery, τον έκλεψαν, νίκησε ο KSI, πούτσες μπλε μαλάκες, δεν νίκησε ο KSI. Απλά έχασε ένα point επειδή τον πάρωσε στο κεφάλι ο Tommy Fury. Ο KSI δεν ξέρει να παίζει ξύλο. Πραγματικά συχάθηκε η ψυχή μου χθες να βλέπω τον KSI. Συχαμερό playstyle, ξεφτύλα playstyle. Ο Tommy Fury απέδειξε ότι είναι κανονικός boxer. Και όντως καλύτερα να μην ξαναπαίξει ξύλο με YouTubers γιατί δεν. Και επίσης αυτό που σας είπα, αυτό που είπα πριν και θέλω να το ξαναπώ, ο καλύτερος YouTuber boxer είναι ο Jake Paul. By far. Όσο και να τον μισούνε. By far ο καλύτερος boxer. Ο Slim, δεν υπάρχει ο Slim μπροστά στον Jake Paul, bro. Ο Jake Paul έριξε κάτω τον Tommy Fury, ρε. Ποιος Slim, ρε μαλάκα. Και ο Slim έπαιζε με τον Καραγκιόζη το Salt Puppy, που γελούσε ο μαλάκας ο Salt Puppy. Και ο Salt Puppy τον έδερνε στην αρχή και από το overconfidence του έφαγε 3 μπουκέτα και έπεσε. Ξάπλα. Δεν το είδα το Dean the Great, μαγκές. Δεν το είδα αυτό. Αλλά πιστεύω πως ο Jake Paul, φίλε, από τους μεγάλους που δεν ξέρω ποιος είναι ο Dean the Great, είναι ο καλύτερος. Ο Σλίδης είναι μπρο, ποιος Σλίδης ρε μάλακες, τι ακούω ρε μάλακες. Ο Σλίδης είναι σε δύναμη, πιο box. Τι box. Πες να μην έχει πάει και box. Ο Σλίδης. Τι λένε αυτοί ρε μάλακα. Ο καλύτερος boxer λέω είναι ο Jake Paul από YouTubers και λέει είναι ο Σλίδης. Ποιος Σλίδης ρε μάλακα. Θα με τρελάνετε ρε μαλάκες. Δεν παίζει καν box αυτό, μαλάκες. Τι λέτε ρε μαλάκα, θα με μαλάκα, I'm tripping now. What? Πώς ήρθε η συζήτηση στο Σλίδης.
You gotta be able to reset and compose yourself.
For me, it doesn't feel like a difference anymore. Playing at a lot of lands now, and I think I'm one of the most experienced players.
I think for most pros, everybody plays this game to win.
Καλά τρολάρετε, εντάξει κομπλέ. Όλα κατάλαβα.
When I won in Saudi, it felt surreal. The feeling, it just felt like a dream, I'll be honest.
Definitely winning a LAN gives me a confidence, because I know I can do it.
Ο Pink έπαιζε με Steph, το έχουμε πει 150 φορές chat. Δεν ήταν ο Pink, ήταν ο Pinks. Pinks.
They came and said they could definitely win, but I feel like they have a lot more pressure than everyone else.
We feel really comfortable, and we think that we have a really big chance of winning.
I don't think there's any pressure on us of winning this global championship because we don't need to pressure ourselves. It's either we win or we don't.
No mercy, bastard. Deluxe. Κάνεις FF, πουτάνα ζιέ.
I think everyone can talk, but
Ξεφτύλα. Με την ευρέας πάρα πολύ. Παίρνω από πάνω θέλω να σε κάνω τώρα. Να μην σε βλέπω.
No matter what tournament you play in Fortnite, people are always going to have expectations.
When you get a taste of winning at LAN, you always want to chase it again.
I want to make sure I just go out there, be confident.
I think everybody would want to win this event.
It would mean a lot to me.
Let's see. Chat.
Missing piece I need for my.
Όντως τώρα. Γράψτε τώρα το ντουο που θέλετε να τον νικήσει. Το ντουο που θέλετε να τον νικήσει, chat. Και πάμε να κάνουμε και like, έτσι. Like και subscribe, μάγκες. Είμαστε κοντά στα 60.300. Και subscribe και like όλοι. 1500 like σήμερα. Χόλας and chillis. Booga, Savage, Booga. Bad Karma Monster GR.
5 games each day. Now, gentlemen, the key factor here is twofold. One, we have 6
Jason Mestach, Moneymaker, Booga, Vandeal, Tyson, Pink, Booga, Setikami, Tyson, Vico.
And we just heard Vico talk about it. 6 games, quote unquote, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. I don't know how many times I've commentated 6 games events, right? And it's you go into the last game.
Μαλάκες, επειδή κέρδισε χθες ο Σάμπατς, πιστεύετε ότι θα το κάνει αυτό? Λέτε. Λέτε, κυρίες και κύριοι. Εγώ γιατί πιστεύω Βίνο, ρε φίλε. Τσάτ, εγώ πιστεύω Βίνο, ρε φίλε. Νταγκωτό. Του αξίζει ένα του Savage, νομίζω 5 χρόνια παίζει 0 FNCS στο τελείωμα. Γάμισε τα φίλε. Δεν έχει νικήσει ένα FNCS ρε μαλάκα. Αλλά εγώ ρε φίλε θέλω να το πάρει Vino Quizy. Οπωσδήποτε μπρο. Πέρμα μπαν, πουτανάζιε. Έλα. Σιχάμα. Και Κανάντα ίσως αν δεν κοιτάει γκόμενες πάλι. Σιγά τον Κανάντα ρε μαλάκα. Ο Κανάντα εντωμεταξύ θα πεθάνει επειδή τον είδα τώρα λίγο το playstyle του. Πήγε καλά στο lower bracket. Στο high bracket έχει τον Thomas HG και τον Malibuka που έφαγε ψωλή από αυτούς τους δύο. Οπότε κρίμα ο Clicks, καθόλου κρίμα ο Clicks, bro. Πραγματικά καθόλου κρίμα ο Clicks. Απλά δεν το έχει με τα FNCS τα μεγάλα. Είναι για duo cash-up, solo cash-up, cash-up. FNCS αυτά τα τέτοια, τα πιο χαμηλά. Δεν είναι για το μεγάλο stage. Κρίμα ο Όκης. Όντως, κρίμα ο Όκης, όντως.
I think it was, and that's unfortunate for the birthday boy Canada. But I do think what we saw from that Friday games is that Thomas HD and Malibuka are comfortable, or at least more comfortable than the NA boys when being contested. Thomas said it on Friday.
Αλλά είναι επειδή έχω καιρό να παρακολουθήσω. Ο Μόγκραλ το παίζει ακόμα το άθλημα, όχι θανασάρα. Ο Μόγκραλ είναι millionaire τώρα, bro.
And so if you're Thomas HD, you're just thinking, okay, cool.
Σκάσε laser.
Be spectacular for Canada and ages though. I don't know what there has been for them to learn almost, right? Because they're going right back into the ring.
Στα 10 λεπτά chat και έχουμε πρώτο game νομίζω, να ξέρετε. Πρώτο game των finals. Είναι 6 games στα finals, οπότε ψιλοκατάλαβες. Για να δούμε, για να δούμε. Γιατί λες τον Βίνο άσχετο? Είπα εγώ τον Βίνο άσχετο. Εγώ είπα ότι ο Βίνο θα νικήσει το FNCS ρε μαλάκα. Τι... What are you waffling? Έλα μπιλάρα.
Well, we had this interview lined up on day number 1 of the upper bracket, so let's relive this moment again. Frankie is standing by with the duo. Over to you.
You say I'm standing by, I feel like I'm standing in the middle because the two of these guys...
Για να θα πούνε.
I think they might be cheering for you out there, but maybe some are cheering for Canada. Copenhagen, are you cheering for Thomas? Can I also hear if you'd like to give a cheer for birthday boy Canada, please? It's interesting because I can hear a few boos. Are you enjoying the idea of being the villain today?
I mean, like, I can't do anything. Thomas is playing home court advantage. You know what I'm saying? I mean, hopefully I got the French guys on my back today. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I feel like what you're also saying is Racetrack's his home. So why are you dropping there?
Listen, like, I got nowhere else to land. But, you know, that's just how the game is. Like, I'm just going to have fun today. I've already accepted not winning. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just going to see what happens.
You came second, though, in the lower bracket. 40th on day number 1. Thomas, you came 14th. And we need to clarify something here. When you guys had your off-spawn battles, what was the score?
I would say it's 3-2, but Canada is arguing that it's 2-2 because he died out of the air. But, yeah.
So I feel like you still won them because he got eliminated in the air. I think he technically gets the victory there. Canada, you're saying the game's easy when it's uncontested like yesterday. So why on earth would you want to go back to Racetrack today?
I mean, like, to be honest, I don't have the respect that Thomas does in like an international land, so I can't like just go somewhere else and be uncontested, right? And I've already been landing here, and I really believe that I have the best drops at this spot. And I mean, if Thomas really could land, Thomas could land anywhere, I think, on the map. Like, unless it's not like the best teams, he would get uncontested 100%.
So you're actually backing him for the win today?
I mean, he's not backing anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm just gonna try my best, right? But I'm just here to have fun.
All right, and Thomas, what about you? Because I know you've said second place isn't good enough after you missed out on winning major number 1 this year by 1 point. So what are you gonna give this competition today?
I mean, we'll just try our best, like, try to get as many late games as possible and try not to get elimed off spawn. So, yeah, we'll do our best.
Copenhagen, would you like to see Thomas and Canada do their best today? Boys, I know you're going to give them a show. Shake hands as we head back to the desk.
Canada.
Ο Thomas HD μαλάκης είναι down on earth, έτσι. Είναι πολύ humble guy. Δεν ξέρω πώς είναι in-game και τα λοιπά, πώς μιλάει. Αλλά έτσι τώρα IRL, πολύ humble, ωραίος. Μ' αρέσει. Μ' αρέσει. Unmute, πάρ' τον μπούτσο μου ρε. Θα μου πεις εμένα unmute. Έχω άσε εδώ μαλάκα 3 μέρες πάλι. Συχαμένε. Μαλάκα νιώθω λες και βλέπω κοντές στο Stark με μόγκρα και γερμανάκια. Ισχύει μπρο. Πόσο μου της πάει αυτή η τύπισσα, για ποιο λόγο σου της πάει? Μαλάκα, εγώ ξέρετε τι δεν μ' αρέσει καθόλου. Δεν μ' αρέσει bro η προφορά αυτή η αγγλική. Chat, καθόλου ρε. Γυναικεία αγγλική London προφορά. Καθόλου.
Yeah, and listen, me and Levin were talking about who we think's gonna win the global championship, and I was like, gosh, I really want to say Acorn and Cold, but they're contested, and
Ο Acorn, πολύ δυνατός και ο Acorn.
it's such a disadvantage in a lot of these scenarios for the teams, but then Levin was like, well, I mean, upper bracket.
Ο Acorn από τους καλύτερους παίχτες εν τω μεταξύ.
Oh my gosh, wait. They won the upper bracket by 70 points, and it was the same situation.
And Pink was in disbelief almost by how impressive.
Καβιάρα είναι, εντάξει. Εμένα ρε μαλάκης δεν μ' αρέσει ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω.
So many different strats to try and nullify Acorn and Cold. Pink and Vico.
Oh yeah, Moitz, I like it. Bro, όχι, δεν μπορώ. Να. I'm good. I'm good.
But even coming into it, using the strats he had cooked up, it still didn't phase Acorn and Cold. And after the tournament, Pink was like, I guess he's just a goat.
Πώς είναι έτσι ο Acorn, φούλα σχημάντρας. Εντάξει, αλλά είναι από τους καλύτερους παίχτες στο Fortnite, μαλάκα, το μπούτσο μας.
To give to somebody that you are contesting, but I mean, like Acorn and Cold deserve it, right? Cold always talks about Acorn being the best IGL in the world, and then I think everybody knows.
Δεν θα το παίξει ο Χόλας, χρόνο.
One of the best fraggers. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, can you go find me an Elim? It's done in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, easily. If you were gonna.
Ποιος είναι ο καλύτερος παίχτης στο τουρνουά? Υπάρχουν πολύ καλοί ρε φίλε. Για μένα είναι ο Μπούγκα, ο Βίνο, ο Queasy, ο Acorn, ο Cold.
Well, I'd love to get the perspective of Pink, and who better to get that perspective than Frankie, who is standing by with him now.
It's been amazing to watch Pink and Vico over the past couple of days because on day number 1 they came in 33rd position, but day number 2 after an epic victory royale in game number 4, they managed to race up the leaderboard to 12th, and now they find themselves in Championship Sunday. Pink, tell me about the momentum you found to take that victory royale yesterday.
It all started with the kills of Spawn. So we had kills of Spawn and we were feeling confident. We knew we needed a change in, I guess, confidence. So we just kept getting kills, and then it just, once we have confidence, it's kind of like over.
What happened to your confidence on day 1? I remember you telling me that Acorn and Cold were griefing you. Did you think that maybe once that was out the way, you could just focus on your game?
I mean, day 1 and day 2, it didn't really change. Day 2, we had a team landing north of us and a team landing south. So I'd say day 2 was even worse than day 1.
Και έχουν περάσει περίπου όλοι. Αυτοί που μας αρέσουν να γίνουν οι GOATs.
In fact, the community in Europe calls it Pink Split. Why do you think that teams are contesting you on it at the moment?
Μάνι Μέγε το σηκώνει.
It's just they land there on NA, we land there on EU. It's just a LAN. Sometimes you're con, sometimes you get.
Μαλάκα τόσοι πολλοί, σε τόσους πολλούς αρέσει ο Μάνι Μέγερ. Για ποιο λόγο ρε μαλάκες? Δεν ήξερε ότι ήταν τόσο διάσημος. Φάση είναι να τον ξέρετε και να τον κάνετε, ξέρω εγώ, τόσο πολύ praise. Εμένα εγώ το συχαίνω με τον Μάνι Μέγερ, δεν μου αρέσει καθόλου σαν παίχτης. Και είναι και σκατό. Επειδή είναι controller.
Well, hopefully you are going to have a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for talking to me, Pink. Now we need to head over to the Creator Lounge because I know Kelly Link is there with a very special friend of the FNCS.
Συλλεύεις απλά τσίλι, ναι, ξεκάθαρα. Απλά σου λέω, για μένα ο αγαπημένος που βλέπω, για να τον βλέπω είναι ο Βίνο ρε φίλε. Ο Βίνο, ο Μπούγκα, ο King. Να τον βλέπω να παίζει.
Hey, listen, it is great to be here in Copenhagen. Give it up, people!
It's already been an incredible 2 days of competition. What has been your favorite moment so far?
Ooh, listen, beside hanging out with you, Kelly.
Ο King Πούτσα, ναι, το ξέρω, δεν πέρασε ο King.
Beautifully done.
Ζηλεύεις που δεν είσαι όσο όμορφος όσο είναι ο Money Maker. Facts. Facts.
So many great moments going on. I can't wait to see what's about to happen today.
Well, speaking about what's going to happen today, we're going to be crowning a champion, and I'm going to ask you the difficult question. Who do you think is going to
be
in first place?
Αλλά ρε, έλα Χριστάρα με το πριν, σώπα ρε. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ αδερφακό, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome.
Panda, any last words that you have to say before we send it back to the desk?
Well, one massive shout out to my wife. It is our 3-year wedding anniversary, and we are here in Copenhagen. So shout out to her for letting me be here.
Panda, thank you so much. Thank you all to the audience as well. Let's head on back to
Ο άλλος έχει 3 χρόνια anniversary με τη γυναίκα του και είναι στην Κοπενχάγη και βλέπει FNCS Global Championship. W man.
Queasy and Veno, that is a bold claim.
Is it? Is it really bold? I think a lot of people probably expect Queasy and Veno to come out strong, right? You know, when they've been as good as they've been all year long.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα από κουστό που το γάμισες.
Is it finally the point where we put in our official predictions? Oh gosh, listen, I have to go Acorn and Cold. I really cannot doubt them after that day one upper bracket performance. I think they got it.
Okay, well, you hear what their thoughts are. Why don't we introduce your casters, get their thoughts on up to them.
Well, listen, first off, thank you, Zeke. And yeah, absolutely. I'm standing with my NA boys as well. I'm a big Acorn, Cold supporter and fan. I do think I'm leaning their way as well. Jacob, you have any hot picks?
I mean, I was on the Acorn and Cold train, but there's so many people are shouting them out. I'm going to go
Όλοι Acorn και Cold λένε ρε μαλάκα.
Rise. They've been so consistent throughout the entire
Χάβο Γιώργος με το μονόπαλο. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ φίλε μου. Thank you so much.
in Fortnite right now, and I think they're going to show that today.
Well, listen, enough of our picks. Let's go meet these players down on the stage.
Ξεκινάμε κυρίες και κύριοι. Τελικος FNCS Global. Εμένα μου φαίνεται περίεργο ότι αυτό το event ουσιαστικά είναι αυτό που περιμένουν τόσο πολύ από τη ζωή τους και πάνε εκεί ακούρες σαν γύφτη. Χαλαρά ρε μαλάκα, έτσι θέλουν να είναι. Έχεις καλεσμένους. Α, καλά κυρίες και κύριοι. Κάτσε να αρχίσει να δείτε το casting. Σήμερα chat δεν θα μιλάω με εσάς. Θα έχει casting. Το εισιτήριο εκεί θα έχει πάνω από 1 εκατομμύριο λέει η Μαρία Σωτηροπούλου. Αμέ. 3 εκατομμύρια είναι. Γιατί έτσι γουστάριξα, μάλλον το αγόρασα ψαρτοφεκά. Nothing wrong with that.
For the past year, hundreds of Fortnite duos have been competing for the chance to stand here on this stage in Copenhagen. And now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the Axe of Champions and call themselves the best Fortnite players in the world. Copenhagen, are you ready to see history made? You have been the most incredible audience all weekend, and I know you can't wait to give these players your all. So, for the final time this year, please, Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
Okay, πάμε. Let's see, let's see, let's see.
Stagey and Podesai are here. With help from their supporters, they are ready to take on the competition. Viva la France!
Let's give Grolls and Klowski a warm welcome. This duo has worked hard to get this far. It is time for them to begin aiming for nothing but the
Okay, Stroke and Grolls.
This duo have shown they belong on the big stage. Will they be able to break through and hoist?
Ο Miro είναι ready. Let's go, Miro.
Yumi, Source, they're here. These two mean business with great performances.
The fuck are these guys?
Their spot here at the grand finals, but it is time to lock in.
Giannis και Reason, let's go, let's go.
Janice and Reason, the German powerhouse team is here to show what they got. This is time to prove it to the world.
Ακούς, γνώρισα μια κοπέλα η οποία σε έβλεπε παλιά.
Let's hear it for the Brazilian duo.
You already know what's up.
With their great performance and the
Brasileiro, brasileiro.
ready to represent Brazil. It's go time.
Datus and Stain, ladies and gentlemen. These guys got the skill to perform on the big stage. It's time to bring the Brazilian flair to the finals.
Let's welcome Bryce and Chubbs.
Αυτού του είχαν βγει τα μάτια έξω, μαγκές. Γεια σου, φίλε.
What a day yesterday.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid have arrived. These two have shown that they belong with a great performance yesterday. But
Πώς γίνεται ο Batman Booga να πέρασε, μαλάκα, αλήθεια.
And now, Steno and Lucy. The Danish Dynamite is here. They're at the home turf. Let's hear what you got for them, Copenhagen.
Εντάξει, η υπερπαραγωγή είναι, bro. Είναι πάρα πολύ ωραίο, φίλε. Έλα.
That was just the first 10 duels we've seen compete here today. And I gotta call them out right away. Janice and Reason, a duo that you heard Copenhagen go absolutely wild for. I want to talk about the expectations we have for the duo on the day.
Yeah, if you ain't familiar, if you ain't been round here before,
for
Janice and Reason. These guys
have
been here, they've been at the top, they've been to the mountaintop, they've seen it all, they've done it all, they've won it all, and they're going to look to try to do that again. They came so close in
Μάλακα, αυτό είναι το μέτα του μαλλιού. Chat. This is the meta of the Mali. Το 2023 για τους Bombers, φάση under 17. Όλοι αυτό το μαλλί έχουν εδώ πέρα μπροστά, ξέρω εγώ, να είναι έτσι. Τι? Όλοι έτσι είναι, bro. Under 17 κούρεμα είναι αυτό.
As we showed that little drop map earlier, right, where we were expecting a lot of the early game action to show, and there was a red area. That means there are 3 teams up there, and unfortunately for Janice and Reason, they are one of them.
That's right. That's just the first 10. I want to meet the next 10, so let's just jump right into it.
Φίλε, εγώ έχω πάρει και το έχω πάει 10 βήματα μπροστά αυτό. Για πάμε και γυρίσουμε στους επόμενους. Φλάφι ονομάζεται, sorry, το ξέρα. Merstachetation. Let's see, let's see. Καλά, ο Merstache είναι ίδιος ο Κανατίμ, Κλάψε ρε μαλάκα.
At the highest levels, and now the trophy. It's so close.
Give it up for Baila and Peterbot, 2 of the most dominant players on NA, with a championship already under their belt.
Καλά, Peterbot, άστα αδερφέ. Δεν μπορώ να σε βλέπω.
Let's welcome Crisp and Noxie. These guys have showed great consistency for a long time. Let's keep it going because guess what? It's showtime.
Μαλάκα, ποιοι είναι αυτοί ρε μαλάκες?
The Brazilian champs are here. They know the feeling of winning.
El Brasileiro κι αυτοί,
We know the Brazilians are cheering you on.
Πώς γίνεται ο King να έχει νικήσει όλα τα FNCS και να μην πέρασε ρε μαλάκα?
They have accumulated momentum all weekend long, and now it's time to give it your all. Good luck.
Τι είναι αυτό? What the fuck was that?
And TK, they have showcased amazing skill for a long time. They are here for the finals, and that trophy is waiting.
But wait, we have Blaha and Mixon, the Polish duo. Let's make some noise. It's time to crown some new Polish champ potentially. Let's bring on the heat.
Stand up.
10 games είναι 6 νομίζω ή 4 ή 5.
Making sure they only needed the upper bracket to qualify qualify to the grand finals. Can they keep
Αυτός είναι ο Axforce.
Now let's hear it for Booga and Threats. These guys
Πάμε ρε Booga ψωλά. Πάμε ρε Booga.
tonight, but will the trophy go home with NA?
Μα έλεγα πώς ήταν έτσι ο Axforce. Fuck me, man. Ω μαλάκα, τι είδα μόλις τώρα, chat. Ωπω μαλάκα.
Your World Cup champion, Booga! You know we had to talk about it, Vivid. Imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be crazy.
What a career Booga has had, teaming up with Threats
this
year, coming in major number 2, a
με ποιον παίζει ο Booga με τον Threats.
major number 3 with a second place.
Είναι στη Manchester City. Μαλάκα, φαντάσου να είσαι στη Manchester City. E-Sport Manchester City.
And I personally as a fan just want to see him lift a trophy on a major stage again. It would be amazing.
I'm hoping, man. Of course, we've got more duos to introduce. Let's get the next 10.
Για να δούμε τους επόμενους.
This is Acorn and Cold with a dominating performance in the upper bracket.
Ναι, αυτή είναι τα φαβορί, chat. Αυτή είναι τα φαβορί.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo Clip and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your A game.
Representing the Middle East,
Πώς πάνε έτσι ρε μαλάκα.
might be the only team from their region, but that doesn't stop them from winning. These guys will do whatever it takes to succeed.
From NA, we have Thoric and Bolts proving that they can take home FNCS wins. They have championships under their belt, but can they do it one more time?
LP Misa.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Οκ. Και ο Ντίνι. Δες τον Ντίνι το controller ρε μαλάκα. Δες εδώ ένα controller πέφτει.
Here we have iDrop and Mappy, the Scandinavian duels now ready to bring the trophy.
Και ο iDrop είναι εγώ μπλε.
Qualifying hot out of day one. Let's go.
Make some noise for Brightbear and Flixie. Slowly been climbing the ranks for seasons. Now is their chance to make it big and solidify themselves among the best.
But wait, for Strokey, Kylie, they have landed. They are here, dropping right in from the upper bracket into the grand finals. They are making an impact on the leaderboards.
A big round of applause for Muzz and Paper. These guys are used to being
Ο Paper είναι πολύ ψόλας, bro. Μ' άρεσε πολύ ο Paper, είναι... Και είναι και content machine. Big man. Let them cook.
It's exciting to see if they can do it again here for the grand finals.
Ο Μάρτος δεν έκανε κουάλ. Α, καλά, εντάξει. Μαντεύω ηλικία 13. 11.
Mr. Savage and Vadil, you know we gotta talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance major.
This is the party in Vino Quizzy.
And they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times. It's just a duo that makes sense. They're so smart.
Ξέρεις κάπου είδα το White Shadow. Πού είναι μαλάκα.
Especially on the big stage. More than 10 in-person event appearances, and then Vadil teamed up with him. The mechanical prowess, it's all there.
Savage has played on stages like this as much as anybody else in the world of Fortnite. He will know. But Vadil, he's been the one in crunch time this year that has really put the performances in to seal the deal. And even though there'll be pressure on him, Vidal will be ready.
I'm ready. For more duos, let's get the next 10 in here.
Μας ήταν White Shadow. Ό,τι καλύτερο. Όντως είναι ίδιοι. Μαλάκα, όντως είναι ίδιοι, bro. Μας και White Shadow είναι ίδιοι. Έλα, μη σας βλέπω, έλα, πάμε. Change, Fortnite, change. NBC.
Let's hear it now for Alex and Worthy as the only OCE team in the lobby tonight. This is their
Άκουστε κάτω, μαλάκα, τι κάνεις, ρε πλάκα.
the land title.
Please meet Trulex and Chicho. FNC experience and titles are plenty here. However, a land title is still to be secured. The opportunity is rare, but it's here. It's now.
And this is Shari and Giros coming smoking hot out of day number 1. Now they're focusing in on today. There's no time to waste. This is
The stream clicks.
Make some noise for Bobby.
Like, this is how I feel, bro. I just want to...
Μαλάκα, εντάξει, τι να πω για τον Clicks τώρα. Έχει γίνει και καλά emo crying επειδή δεν έκανε κουάλα στο τι βλάκας είναι αυτός, ρε. Τι βλάκας είναι αυτός, ρε μαλάκα. Ό,τι καλύτερο είναι, ρε. Content creator, ρε μαλάκης. Content creation.
To be messed around with. These guys are here to prove they can challenge everyone
Okay.
on the international stage.
We like the greedy, let's go.
Boyo instincts are not to be messed with, taking home a victory out in the upper bracket. They are now here to show if they can do it again.
Καλά, μαλάκες αυτοί. Ναι, μαλάκα, πώς προχωράς έτσι, ρε. Πάμε Βίνο, αγόρι μου, πάμε. Πάμε Βίνο.
These guys are used to lifting trophies this weekend. They are looking to add another one to the collection. Of all the duos here, we could say they have the most pressure. This is getting real. Every single wave, man. A duo we wanted to highlight here from OCE, Alex and Worthy Levin. We kind of have been talking about this every time we've seen them. Worthy, a phenomenal player. Then you pair him with someone like Alex.
Oh, βλάκας που κάνει το σου.
This is our guy. I can't wait to see how they perform.
I am so excited about this duo, right? You know, it's rare we get
Ultra Fortnite, μαλάκα, οι Γάλλοι είναι άρρωστοι. Τσαντ, ξέρετε πόσα άτομα πήγαν από τους Γάλλους. Ξέρετε ότι ο Γκόταγκα, περίμενε, πόσα άτομα παίζει να έχει τώρα ο Γκόταγκα. Γκόταγκα. Πού είναι ο Γκόταγκα, νάτος. 88.000 άτομα. Γκόταγκα. 91.569 άτομα. Εντάξει. Ο Γκόταγκα είναι από τους μεγαλύτερους Γάλλους streamers. Από τους μεγαλύτερους. Όχι, ο Ριτ. Για να δούμε. Let's see Rit.
Don't blink, we have Hen and Bosque from last chance major to the lower bracket and then to the grand finals. Now they are here where they belong. All they have to do is seal it up.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker and for Nyan. Young and talented are key words for these guys, and now they're here.
Banyak and Carmi, ladies and gentlemen, fighting their way back out of the lower
Sorry,
bracket.
Τσαντ.
They are now here to
Sorry.
prove themselves
Μου βγήκαν τα μάτια.
grand finals team.
Ρε Τζαμπούλη, πότε πήγες εκεί ρε μαλάκα.
Put your hands together for Duke and Edgy with an NA Major 2 title in the books and a massive clutch on the day too. It's time to add another one tonight
Όπο τσάλ. Μπρο, ο Moneymaker πραγματικά είναι κυριολεκτικά σκατό, Το παιδάκι αυτό έχει θέμα, μαλάκο Τζαμπούλης Goat, μην του συγκρίνεις. Καλά, ισχύει αυτό. Σαν τον λέμε το Moneymaker. Sendid είναι σαν τα TikTok boys, μαλάγες. Δεν τη δώνουν εδώ, τα τατουάζ εκείνα τα, ξέρεις, τα, πώς τα λένε, τα aesthetic TikTok fucking type of shit, you know. Μαλιμπούκα. Το ξέρω, σκουπά. Πρέπει να το σηκώσει ο μικρός, μαλάκες, αν το πάρει ο Moneymaker θα είναι το πιο fail. Πιο fail και από το fight Dylan Dennis vs Logan Paul. Μαλάκες, ο μόνος που ήταν τούμπανο ήταν ένας Ασιάτης τουμπανιάρης που δεν πέρασε. Αλλά τούμπανο, έτσι, όχι μαλακίες. Ντούκι. Και ο άλλος που φτάνει λίγο κοντά, αλλά δεν είναι ούτε, δεν είναι ντούκι, είναι ο... Κάτι που κάτι κάνει είναι ο Μπάκι, ρε φίλε. Και ο Epic Whale. Αυτοί οι τρεις. Ναι, αυτός με το φανελάκι. Αυτός με το φανελάκι ήταν ντούκι, μαλάκες. Αυτός δεν ήταν κανένα level. Όλοι είναι στιάχτρα, όντως.
For the throwback on for that one every day. But look, I think when it comes to how they play in this server, they need to stick to what was working with them.
Thomas HD είναι ίδιος με τον Greens. Ω, με G, bro. Περίμενε, αν εννοείς αυτό το πράσινο, λες. Μαλάκα, όντως, bro. Μαλάκα, είναι όντως ίδιος. Όχι ρε μαλάκα. Ρε μαλάκα, είναι όντως ίδιος γάμο το σπίτι. Πάμε κυρίες και κύριοι, λοιπόν, τώρα θα κάνω cast. Ωραία. Like, subscribe, όλοι θέλουμε 1500 like σήμερα. Subscribe και καινούργια, φτάσουμε 60.500 κυρίες και κύριοι, πάμε.
Yeah, we got a couple of off-spawn fights we've seen before. We got even more than that today for the first time. And I think the crowd already knows which ones they want to see right out of the gate. It's only a matter of time before these players actually drop down.
Λοιπόν, κυρίες και κύριοι, έχουμε το πρώτο drop. Βλέπουμε το contest Canada vs Malibuka και Thomas HD. Καλύτερο drop είχε ο Canada, ίσως. Thomas HD, το χειρότερο drop. Όχι, το καλύτερο drop. Thomas dead, Thomas dead!
The first tags, it's a trade, but he gets the full finish, and he will get healed, and now Kanata and Agers are on top, game number 1. We've already seen what they can.
Εξαφανίστηκαν, μαλάκα, δεν το ακούσα, δεν κατάλαβα καν τι έγινε. Απλά πέθαναν. Κανάντα και Agers, winners του πρώτου game. 1-0. Thomas HD και Malibuka, dead last. Σέτ και Κάμι πέφτουν στο καλύτερο spot και είναι uncontested από ό,τι βλέπω. Βασικά είναι contested νομίζω ή όχι. Άκυρο, ναι ρε, είναι contested, απλά τους γάμισαν. Άκυρο, my bad. Dead. Get the fuck out.
The other side of things, you gotta imagine Cammy chased them down. A huge start for our European powerhouse.
And vamos for Kitos and PH Zin also sitting at 2 eliminations here. That means the Shady being
Hero Sin και Hero Kitos, δεν ξέρω καν ποιοι είναι αυτοί οι κύριοι, αλλά 8 points, it's 8 points. BL Karmi πέφτει από τον Twist Sphinx. Α, με τον ο Κουασιμότος και ο Σφίνξ, κυρίες και κύριοι, νικάνε και χορεύει. Χορεύει. Οκ. Τα δύο NPCs, Rise και η Omzo, decent loot, decent materials, θα φαρμάρουν κι άλλο. Μόνο στο map εδώ πέρα. Α, καλά, αυτοί παίζουν τον Ταρζάν, μαγκές. Los Ταρζάνας. Ταρζάν, μαλάκες, αυτό δεν είναι τώρα game. Apex Hydro πιάνει όλο το keyboard και το... Οπα. Nice. Πάνε να πάρουν search παραπάνω. Να ξέρετε εσείς για όσους δεν ξέρουν. Δεν τι κάνουν οι καριόλιδες ρε μαλάκα.
I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1, thanks to Zagu and Peppo Clip. It was mimicked in day 2.
Έχουν χαλάσει όλα τα splashes έτσι ώστε να πάρουν το body και να πάνε.
They're med-misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit of an edge early on in this game. Even using the kinetic box. Every single tool in their tool belt is coming out early.
Hey, listen, we know that pro players keep strategies hidden, but my gosh, everyone is putting this to use. And we have to honestly give all credits to Peppo, Clip, and Zagu for revealing it early, but I think they put this strat on the map.
Yeah. He's here. The French.
Φαντάσου τώρα να είσαι αυτός εδώ πέρα που είσαι knock ρε φίλε, ο N-Star Striker. Και να σε κάνουν έτσι οι Γάλλοι. Εγώ θα πατούσα Live. Live και disqualify. Λοιπόν, για να δούμε τον Μπούγκα. Πάταγα Live και στο μπούτσο μου disqualify και φεύγω και το event και της λέω fuck you guys. Κάτσε ρε. Ο Μπούγκα και ο Threats έχουν κοντές τον Peterbot. Who you think you are, Peterbot? Get the fuck out from Booga.
So there is some history there as they're going head to head, but Kaizen, Clement right now looking pretty solid here, just trying to get their rotation down. Pack team right on their heels. Meanwhile, Teeny.
Και έσφαγε στο τρόπαιο. Και έμπαινε και φυλακή αν είναι, εντάξει. Απλά φανταστείτε εμένα chat. Να πηγαίνω εκεί πέρα και να μου το κάνουν αυτό και να τους λέω fuck you guys και να κάνω live. Νομίζω ότι θα ήταν ένα πράγμα το οποίο θα το έκανα, να την κάνω live. Καλά, βασικά ο Κάμπε θα το έκανε 1000%. Moneymaker, ο σκατομπόμπυρας, ο ξεπτυλί... Πλάκανο. Είναι μπόμπυρας, δεν μπορούμε να το βρίσκουμε, αλλά είναι νεκρός. Νεκρός και άσχετος τελικά, κυρίες και κύριοι. Κάνει εκπροσώπηση το controller fucking community και τελικά είναι άσχετος. Κάνει κουτό game Moneymaker. Πάμε. Μάζ, χοντρομάς, κυρίες και κύριοι. Ίδια κιλά με Deluxe. Αλλά δεν είναι το... Μαλάκα, φαντάσου να ήταν ίδια κιλά και το ίδιο καλός με τον Deluxe, ρε φίλε. Πόρε μαλάκα. Μακάρι ρε μπρο, ο Μάζ να ήταν... Όχι ο Μάζ, ο Deluxe να ήταν το ίδιο καλό με τον Μάζ, ρε φίλε. Ντολμάζ, ο Μιτζί. Ο Μιτζί, μαλάκα, το καλύτερο nickname που μπορούσαμε να ακούσουμε. Ντολμάζ. Let's see, κυρίες και κύριοι. Η Βόζα Τέννη για LPM σας σκοτώνουνε. Ποιο να τον, PL Thoric. Πολύ καλός παίχτης το PL Thoric, τον ξέρω. Thoric και Bolts, πάρα πολύ καλοί παίχτες, κυρίες και κύριοι. LP Misa, Mov Shotgun, Sniper και AR, κυρίες και κύριοι. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off, and then they went into their bag of tricks. They did exactly what they did to qualify. Ακόμα! Όχι, κάνε live ρε bro. Μάγκες, Mom's Life. Mom's Life θα κάνει live.
are setting the bar high when it comes to Storm Surge. There's going to be very few teams that will be able to keep up with them if they keep at this pace.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves well and far.
Μαλάκα τι κάνουνε, bro.
Excellent strategy. And it's hard to replicate. You have to put yourself in that position.
Tayson, το φαβορί της καρδιάς σας, κυρίες και κύριοι. Falcon Tayson, Μονακό Μερστάχ. Φαβορί για το FNCS. Πολύ καλός παίκτης στα Grand Finals ο Tayson. Μερστάχ από τους καλύτερους fighters στο EU. Δεν έχω δει τον Quizzy και τον Vino.
Yeah, and this was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho.
Πού είναι ο Quizzy και ο Vino, κυρίες και κύριοι? Πείτε μου ότι πέθαναν.
Or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho. Find out about that later, but Acorn and Cold probably one of the most dominating performance in the upper bracket.
Έλα, γλύψε τους λίγο ακόμα. Γλύψε τους λίγο ακόμα, ρε μαλάκα. Εύχομαι ο Acorn και ο Cold να πούν τελευταίοι, ρε, επειδή τους γλύφουν όλοι.
And it looks like both of these teams might have decided to split the drop. It's only game 1 of 6, so that could change very, very quickly, but they're trying to feel this lobby out. It's a much different set of players than they faced in that upper bracket.
Extremely proud of what Team Dick.
Νάτι, goats. Συγχαρητήρια. Ένα χειροκρότημα για τον Vino, κυρίες και κύριοι. Ο Vino είναι ο καλύτερος παίκτης στον κόσμο αυτή τη στιγμή, μαζί με τον Booga. Οπα! Σάββας νεκρός! Βαντέλα 1v2. I call this in my books Butcha. Mr. Savage και Βαντεάλ από Grippy και Flixi.
You know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this lobby is dangerous. They need to be able to come out on top in a lot of these exchanges, and you cannot overrate any of your opponents at any stage of this game.
Μαλάκα ο Savage έχει πέσει πολύ. Δεν είναι ότι έχει πέσει ο Savage, αδερφέ. Έχουν ανέβει όλοι οι άλλοι. Ο Savage έχει παραμείνει απλά ένας απλά πολύ average καλός παίχτης. Και καλός IGL, έτσι. Σε θέμα με τους Pro όμως, δεν μιλάμε για εμάς τώρα, τους κοινούς θνητούς. Μιλάμε για τους Pro. Ω, Μπούτσα! Μπιμίδι! Μπούτσα! Από τον Πίτερ ποτέ. Όχι, από τον Μίξον και τον Βλάχα.
Mixon and Baja are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they realize how hard it is for Storm. You can find berries, you can find a leftover med kit, but it's that Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to.
Βρήκε δύο κλειδιά που θα πάνε να αγοράσουν λογικά κάτι από τα κλειδιά. Ο Edge και ο Dukes, ο Mas και ο Paper. Παίρνουνε το χρυσό κιόλας, μαγκές. Πάρα πολύ huge αυτό το συγκεκριμένο πράγμα. Μες στην κάβλα. Μαλάκες, το χρυσό κασέ είναι game changing, μαλάκες, δεν κάνω πλάκα. Το χρυσό κασέ τους είναι crazy. Λοιπόν, έλα. Πρέπει να φτάσουμε endgame, Τώρα είμαστε, πώς είμαστε? Πού είναι τα άτομα, ρε? 80. Μαλάκες, είναι 82 alive. Search Παναγίας. Έχουν πεθάνει μόνο 8 duos. Πω, ετοιμαστείτε, μαγκές. Τρελό delay, να ξέρετε, τρελό delay. Θα πέσει το server, θα πάνε κρά σίγουρα.
It forces you to waste your heals. It forces you to waste all of your resources just to make it into the zone very, very early on.
Super proud of Worthy and Alex again, representing for OCE, the only team and duo from the OCE region to make it to the finals stage here, and they already have an elimination, something to be extremely proud of.
PWR Worthy.
Gonna get dead center zone 3 right now.
Και Alex. Κάνουν ερωτήσεις στο zone. Okay. Ο Horizon μέσα στο zone βάζει Medmist. Giannis εκεί πέρα. Μάλιστα. Όχι και πολύ καλό. Βασικά καλό loot έχουνε. Καλά match έχουνε. Καλό brick, καλό μέταλλο.
over towards Breakwater Bay, and they've been traveling a lot. What they're trying to
Και ο
do
Giants έχει πολύ καλό
is
loot.
trying to go to the slow side of the zone where
First shotgun, okay.
will be sitting, trying to hold them out. The only worry that I'm going to have for them is where they're going to get their surge from. Have they got enough with those 2 eliminations already?
Πάνω από το Breakwater προς το zone μέσα. Τώρα λίγα εδώ πέρα είναι dead side τελείως. Αλλά όντως θα θέλουν surge οπωσδήποτε.
Yeah, and it's picking up the steady hands augment there as well, just waiting to really decide what direction he's going to take his augments in. You have to also now look to study.
AGS Bobby. Μαλάκες, αυτή η AGS λογικά είναι μόνο στην Ιαπωνία γενικά, φάση εκεί στο Μπούτσο, Ιάπωνες, Κινέζοι. Ποια είναι η AGS, ποια είναι αυτή η ομάδα? Or am I tripping? I don't know this fucking clan team, whatever. Όπα, Island. Βγήκε το Island, κυρίες και κύριοι. Ποιος θα πάει για το Island? 15 points στο Island πάντως, να ξέρετε. Βάσκε και Hen. Όπα. Πες μου ό,τι κάνεις δεν θα πάει να το κάνει contest, bro. No one is contesting that shit. Είστε serious ρε μαλάκες.
Exactly. For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this, this island is worth 15 points if you can secure the objective. It is going to draw in the lot of the players. If you can get 15 points, that is the equivalent of 3 or 4 eliminations worth of points there. So it really can see very far ahead. This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now for Miro and Cooper because they have decided they want to fight for it and they are a very dangerous team.
Ο Miro παίζει με χρυσό SMG και shotgun και ER και δεν παίζει με shotgun. Γνώμη. Ο σκατοκοντρόλερ μαλάκα. Θα τρελαθούμε ρε μαλάκες.
Extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they
Όπα. Crazy Raccoon, αυτό το πράγμα είναι controller, έχει χρυσό shotgun, πράσινο ER, rotate, καλά match. Εντάξει, καλά είναι εδώ για τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή. Οι άλλοι έχουν 80 builds μόνο. Αυτή νομίζω είναι από το region, το Middle East, το Πακιστάν. Καλά ρε και 2 controllers είναι. Εκεί στο Middle East παίζουν μόνο controllers. Jason K, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για το subscribe φίλε μου. Thank you so much. Welcome.
They are in an excellent position right now. They shouldn't have to move any much further.
Yep, in the feed though, I did see Kanata go down. I saw Mishi go down.
Ooh, here.
And that's the battle that they were having.
Γιατί έχουν λεφτά για πίσω. Ακόμα μαλάκα.
Be looking to take advantage of this opportunity, but that's Acorn and Cole down their sights. They know 23 above the damage threshold.
Αλλά ο Acorn και ο Cole δεν θα τους αφήσουν να μπουν μέσα αυτούς εδώ πέρα, ξέρετε, με καμία Παναγία. Ο Τίνι και ο Μίσα ζουνε, θα πεθάνουν για αυτοί. Ναι, ο Τίνι είναι μόνος του, ο Μίσα πέθανε μάλλον.
He still finds himself very comfortably in the safe zone.
Ω, πέθανε και ο Κανάντα ρε μαλάκα. Ρε, ο Κανάντα όντως ήρθε για γκόμενες, τσάτ, δεν κάνω πλάκα. Έχει καρακοστάρει τον... Ω, τι σοτάρα ήταν αυτή ρε μαλάκα. Και μετά πώς πέθανε ο Μίσα ρε μαλάκα, πώς γίνεται αυτό?
Giving themselves a good and early start, but Queasy and Veno, they know how to play almost every facet of the game, early, mid, and late. They made some quick rotations over towards Kenjutsu Crossing.
Εν τω μεταξύ, chat, άλλο game έτσι το Fortnite στα high messes. High messes, ψηλά γραφικά είναι άλλο game το Fortnite, μαλάκες. Αυτό που παίζουμε εμείς είναι... δεν βλέπετε ρε.
Towards Rift Island because they know in these next couple of zones it's going to pull away from Rift Island, so they don't want to get too close. Then have to rotate far if it does pull max.
You know what, we haven't seen a zone like this. Hard west, full west, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to have the advantage and start off strong. Momentum is
Σόπα ρε άλλαγα. Αφήνουνε να γίνει reboot σε αυτά τα lobbies. Let's see.
In the zone here, so Misho will potentially be picked up. Possibly we'll be able to situate and get back into this, but
Οκ, έγινε reboot το μίσα, αλλά θα ζήσουνε ρε μαλάκα, μπορούν να ζήσουνε. Let's see. Ο Pink και ο Vico ζουν ακόμα. Τσάτ, ποιος πιστεύετε θα πάρει το win αυτό το game?
Find some safety and just simply get into the zone. But Pink and Vico here, you can see the split. We talked about a contested drop, but they actually choose to go their separate ways. They're 225 above the damage threshold, and they're looking safe for now. They're trying to figure out what their rotation is going to be. It is a pretty
Let's see, Magis, let's see. Μεγάλο kill εδώ πέρα στον Atlantic Lucy στο... Ο Vico το πήρε, ποιος το πήρε? Ο Vico νομίζω ο Vico. Άκυρο, ο Pink το πήρε. Όπα ρε! Όπα ρε μάλακα! Μπούγκα πεθαίνει από Κλοουίνσκι. Μπούγκα dead, μάγκες. Για να δούμε και τι γίνει τώρα.
Meanwhile, in the feed, Peterbot down, Booga down, Trulex, so many exchanges here to catch up on. And the landscape is...
Τώρα ο Threads είναι μόνος του. Εντάξει, μπορεί να κλατσάρει κάποια points, φίλε, αλλά... Πολύ δύσκολα solo, πολύ δύσκολα solo, μάγκες.
That was 3 straight eliminations on that side of the map. Yeah. Threads being a solo, though. I'm not really worried about Threads being a solo, because he clutched up big for their qualification spot. He got a second place. They had 9 eliminations as a duo. Now he has to do it with a surge just hovering over his shoulders.
A lot of players on the move right now. If you look at that right map, all of those arrows flying are teams trying to navigate their way to the new zone.
Opa!
Aman. Rise tries to go in with a hero's play here, finds Cold, but Acorn is there to back him up. But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down, so he
Μαλάκες. Ρουκερτίδηκε μες στα μάτια, μαλάκες, δεν καταλαβαίνει τίποτα ο άλλος. Queasy, Z, Vino, πού είναι ο Vino? Τα NPCs, η Omzo και DT Rise στο endgame, κυρίες και κύριοι. Φτάνουμε κοντά στο endgame τώρα.
Now they have Cammy and Seti in their lines of sights. They don't have to move far. They got the half and half zone. So for them it's just to sit and wait.
Να το Vino. Ω, έφαγε κράκο Vino. Χίλαρε ρε μάλακα Vino, χίλαρε, πρέπει να νικείς στο game. Γάμω τον μπέλα σου γάμο. Έχουμε βάλει λεφτά για σένα ρε μάλακα.
Dangerous area of the map to be in, but I think it's a little bit more safer than all those players just to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey right now for sure.
Κάμισε τι να το πάρει.
You're pretty happy that
εγώ θέλω να το πάρει ο Vino.
Going on around you, they can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here. Let's jump on over to Seti and Cammy.
Τούντρας. Ω, είναι stacked όμως, μαλάκες. Χυμός. Βασικά, αυτός ξέρει ρε φίλε, κρατάει Medmist, κάτι ξέρει. Zone έχουνε... Α, έχουνε weather αυτοί. Σίγουρα έχουνε weather, chat. Chat έχουνε σίγουρα weather αυτοί. Να ξέρετε.
We haven't even been given placement points just yet, so there's still so much work to do. You can't get behind that curve.
Σ' αρέσει το ρόδι. Καλό είναι το ρόδι ρε.
In their position for now, waiting for all those players to try to rotate in. But MK, Papa, and Shalom looking like they might get a sneak attack onto Podosai and Snazy. They just need to be patient here. They go for the 3-2-1 onto the cover. No shots actually go through to Podosai. That gives them information of where they're located at. So they're going to about face and go a little bit of a different direction now.
Looks like Rapid lost his teammate, Batman Booga, as he's not nearby to the hands of him, Shari, not too long ago.
Για να δούμε. Queasy σκοτώνει κάποιον άμετο το μεταξύ. Seti κάμε σε πάρα πολύ καλό σημείο. Queasy Vino είναι στο low ground τώρα που δεν τους έχουμε συνηθίσει το μεταξύ.
Heal situation, I'd say they're middling in the pack. Material count-wise, is it enough for them to play for high ground? I think yes, and they're probably thinking we should go for it.
Yeah, they're probably just gathering all the information around the map for now. Figure out what's the best position.
Για να δούμε. Θα κάνουμε rotate, ο Cooper και ο Miro ζουνε, ο Polo ζει. Ελέτη Omzo. Ο Rise κάνει rotate ήδη. Πολύ καλό αυτό το rotate που έκανε ο μαλάκας ο Rise.
They kept playing out because it's all about bragging rights, proving that they are the
Okay.
best, just like Iamzo and Rise. And they quickly move to the front side of the zone, so that way when it does begin to move, they secure their spot and they look back and try to hold anybody out and get eliminations.
Well,
Elite Omzo.
here early, and now they can
Ελεμινής ο Elite Omzo.
determine what they're going to do. Everyone's on the move here once again. Rocket Rams coming into full effect. Meanwhile,
Ο Κάμι και ο Σέτι στο high ground, Ω, μαλάκα, έχουν φτιάξει ολόκληρο πύργο. Ξέρουν ήδη ποιο είναι το επόμενο zone. Νομίζω πως αυτοί είναι οι winners στο πρώτο game.
teams cranking up though. They don't want to just give them all this elevation for free. And the fact
Νομίζω πως αυτοί είναι οι winners, chat.
does mean they will have a problem. Meanwhile, Acorn does fall. So
Gil Chico και Trulex.
now taken out of this game. Chicho left by himself to play this one out as a solo as well. Those were his last.
Α, είναι giga scuffed αυτή, ρε. Πρέπει να μπουν οπωσδήποτε σε κάποιον, να έχει zero match αυτός. Το Chico. Zero materials.
And that's going to be a massive refresh because not only is it hoping it gets the Siphon mats, it gets the Siphon
Λοιπόν,
itself to get his
και τώρα για την Σεκύρη ξεκινάει.
and that's going to be big. Duke by himself though on the other side, which honestly, I don't have too much of a worry. We saw a 1v2 clutch from Duke yesterday. We know anything.
Και έγινε Σεκύρη, φτάνουμε στο end game. Στο ένατο zone.
Finally beginning to set in. It is very few for now.
Κάμι και Σέτι στο high ground. Τζάνις και Ρίζον, ζουνε. Φλίξη και Γκρίπι. Αυτοί που σκότωσαν Βαντεάλ και Savage. Α, καλά. Τάβλα. Low ground. Πάνε εγώ στο Μύρο και στον Quizzy. Στο Μύρο και στον Cooper, sorry. Πάνε έξω από το zone και βρίσκουν ένα πάρα πολύ καλό μέρος για να κάτσουν οι παλιό... ποντικοί. Quizzy πες για το high ground. Βίνο. Το σπάνε. Ανεβαίνει. Μισ, τι κάνεις. Σέτι και Κάμι στο high ground. Πολύ καλό κρυφίδι, κυρίες και κύριοι, από το Βίνο και τον Quizzy στο Σέτι και στο Κάμι. Για να δούμε. Μονακό με στάχ πεθαίνει από φλήξη. Για να δούμε, για να δούμε, για να δούμε. Τέισον σκοτώνει Γκρίπι. Τέισον πεθαίνει από φλήξη όμως. Διούξ σκοτώνει Κάμι. Μεγάλος εδώ το Διούξ. Μες στο box του Bixi. Δεν στρίβει, δεν στρίβει. Φλίξει ζωντανός ακόμα. Μύρος ζωντανός ακόμα. Και ο Τζάνις, high ground. Ποιος είναι ο high ground, δείξε high ground ρε μαλάκα. Apex, iDrop και Moppy high ground. Σέτι μες στο zone, βάζει Medmist. Βρίσκει μάτς, Όμιτζι. Και παίρνει το high ground το Σέτι. Ριτ γκρίφαρε, Μύρο και Όμιτζι, Μύρο Κούπερ. Low ground, ζωντανή. 2v2v1. Πόλο, the NPCZ. Τι ακούμε ρε, τι ακούμε. Πόλο FN. Πόλο FN. Νεκρός το... Μαλάκα τι έκανε ο Μύρο. Ποιος είσαι ρε μαλάκα Μύρο. Controller FNCS 5 φορές winner versus Twist Sphinx. Ούτε η Μάντο δεν το ξέρει.
Talk about the turn of events here. Miro taking down Seti, putting his name in the conversation. People forget what Miro is capable of, but now it's a 1v1. Old
Ανεβαίνει!
Basically, Miro showing, hey, I'm the big dog of the region. Sphinx says, I want to prove that I can do it. We already know he's got the mouth in him, but can he put the bullets where they need to go?
He needs to put some respect on his name. Miro running out of builds. That's his last chance. He falls all the way down. Miro goes out. That is Pollo.
Δεν το πιστεύω, Μύρο, τι κάνεις!
What an excellent job there. We
Ο Κουασιμόδος και το Μπίμποπ παίρνουν το πρώτο win. Δεν το πιστεύω το chat. Πάμε να κάνουμε όλοι ένα like για τον Κουασιμόδο και τον Μύρο για την προσπάθειά του, κυρίες και κύριοι, και subscribe όλοι οι καινούργιοι, κυρίες και κύριοι, στην εκπομπή μας. Like και subscribe, δύο δωρεάν πράγματα. Πάμε. Ακούστε Κουασιμόδο.
Victory Royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you've proved you can get a Victory Royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
I would say so, a little bit less. I think my comms were more clear.
I mean, you were having to come for yourself in that 1v1. How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now, so like obviously I know there's a man above me, you know. I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think 25 builds about, and I'm best fighter, best piecer, so I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
And you waited, and then he fell down, and he did.
Best fighter, best piecer.
What was it like starting out?
Who the fuck is this guy?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his mats and he did the rest.
Ηρεμία, μιλάει ο Κωσιμόδος.
Forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby, but can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off-spawn battles, boys. Congratulations.
Oh.
Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Pollo!
Μπράβο, συγχαρητήρια. Συγχαρητήρια, πραγματικά ξενέρωσα μόνο και μόνο που πήρε win ο Πόλο και ο Sphinx. Μαλάκα, τι είναι αυτός. Ρε μαλάκες, δεν έχω νερό να πιω, ρε μαλάκες. Χθες, από χθες. Πλάγανα, από σήμερα είναι. Τσάτ, έχουμε μιλήσει με τον Χόλα και έχουμε μπει σε ένα τέλος πάντων αποτέλεσμα ότι όσο πιο άσχημος είσαι στο Fortnite, τόσο καλύτερος είσαι. Τσατ, πώς γίνεται αυτό? Όσο πιο άσχημος στο Fortnite, όσο πιο άσχημος είσαι, τόσο καλύτερος στο Fortnite. Εσύ γιατί είσαι άσχετος τότε? Γιατί είμαι όμορφος? Σκουπαδί. It's simple maths. Θα πεις μαλακέ, για μένα είμαι σίγουρος. Τελούξ, εσύ δεν μιλάμε καν για σένα, brother. Εσύ δεν μιλάμε καν για το αν είσαι καλός στο Fortnite. Είσαι κακός, σκέτο. Γι' αυτό είσαι παιχτούρα τσίλι. Τι ακούω, Θεέ μου, guys. Guys, come on.
I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all. But look, Pollo and Sphinx up above 89. I know their parents out here to support them as well. When I actually flew into Copenhagen for this event, I was in the airport with Pollo's dad, and he was like, good luck to everyone, but my son's gonna win. I want my son to win.
Και άσχημος και κακός ο Τελούξ. Μαλάκα, πώς γίνεται αυτό? Αυτό είναι κατάρα, Τελούξ, να ξέρεις.
Absolutely incredible game number one. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in third place. The all spawn wasn't what we expected.
Ούτε top 10 ο Βίνο, δεν μας πειράζει, Θα πάει στο επόμενο game chat. Τσίλι πως ζώφτηκε έτσι, ο κλικ στο stream του, τον είδαμε. Εντάξει, κάνει τώρα content ρε chat, επειδή και καλά δεν πέρασε στα FNCS, ότι και καλά είναι emo, στεναχωρημένος αυτή η ζωή, τώρα το άλλο. Content ρε μαλάκα, έχει πολύ πλάκα. Top 18 Βίνο, μια χαρά. Πολύ καλό start είναι top 18 chat, δεν έχετε ιδέα πώς θα δίνουν τα kills. Τα kills δίνουν 4 points και αν πάρουν ένα win να πάρουν έχουν φτάσει στο Χριστό. Ο Τελούξ έχει τον Deluxe combo. Άχρηστος FN.
farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage,
and
ending third place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Veno as well.
Έχω λικάρει ήδη Τελικος, να ξέρεις. Έχω λικάρει ήδη τον Σούλη. Τσάτ, Σούλης ή Deluxe σε ομορφιά.
Yeah, for sure. And in this end game, with all these duos here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that brother was going ballistic, right? He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well.
Και τα δύο σκατά, Σούλης, Deluxe, Deluxe αντικειμενικά, άσχημος, don't know. Deluxe, Deluxe, Deluxe. Μαλάκα, ο άλλος είναι λες και έχει voice changer. Ο τέτοιος, ο... πώς λέγεται. Αυτός εδώ τέλος πάντων, όχι αυτός. Ο άλλος, από τα δεξιά. Δεν θυμάμαι πώς λέγεται. Kevin, πώς λέγεται ρε μαλάκα.
Right now you're saying, okay, we have 6 games to show up. The stadium is packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players that can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's all about, you know.
Απλά σκάστε και βάλτε μας στο δεύτερο game, ρε τσα. Ρε μαλάκες, βάλτε μας στο δεύτερο game. Μας κουράζετε ρε μαλάκες να μιλάτε. Δεν είστε καν content. Δεν είστε καν content. 11 2K λέγεται.
Right, you know, they went down Osborne. That was the first fight we saw, right? Up against Canada and Aegis, they went down not the way you want to start the competition, right? You want to get into the swing of things, especially with all the cheers Thomas and them were getting coming into things. Again, when you go back into that Osborne fight the next time round, how do you now come into it mentally? You don't want to have to sit there and watch the whole game all over again.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these strategies where we've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games, games, games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one...
Λες εδώ Ginger Παναγία μου. Μπρο, άστα. Αρχίστε μωρέ. Μαλάκα, δεν ξέρω γιατί το έχουν αρχίσει αλλά ακόμα αλήθεια για chat, δεν έχω ιδέα, μπρο. Έχουμε game, chat. Let's fucking go, ρε μαλάκα. Δες DMs τι έκανε ο Κάμι.
By both Poyo and Sphinx, and they carried it all the way to the end. I said they were the first team to get 2 this weekend. Will they be the first team to go back-to-back and get their 3rd victory royale on this weekend? Only time will tell for that one. But the rematch, probably everybody here in the arena wants to see. Thomas, Malibuka, Kanata, Agers, let's get it.
Let's watch it. Sphinx is going to be able to watch in the distance there too.
Must.
Who's going to be the first to touch down? Who's going to be the first to land? Shots coming in this time. It's Malibuka.
Ο άλλος βαράει τρίξα τους στα grants.
So both sides already.
Oh, Canada dead.
Agers with a huge tag. Kanada's already down. And they're
1-1 κυρίες και κύριοι. Μαλιμπούκα, Thomas HD, Canada, Agers. 1-1.
The sky. I thought that was going to be a huge advantage for Kanata and Agers. They weren't able to clean that one up. We saw the contested fight in the replay. The first game, Cammy and Seti get pushed off the actual barn. So it is going to start as a little bit of a split drop here over towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows us that they were caught off guard game 1 for the...
Όπα, τι έγινε, τώρα δεν πέσανε εκεί πέρα. Τον κάνανε contest.
They are also contested down in this area by Tayson. And you can see that they just barely got away with it. Actually, it was Chicho and Trulex as well. Remember, there's a whole...
Ο DK και αυτός controller, Οκ.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday.
Για να δούμε κυρίες και κύριοι. Δυνάμωσε λίγο να είναι τώρα.
Go to TK and Quanti. They have access to that vault. It isn't the most massive vault with Mythics, but you still are able to get a ton of loot. And Misha and Teeny doing it again. They switch up their drop spot once more.
Chat, εντωμεταξύ, θέλουμε 13 subs ακόμα για 60.300 subscribe όλοι οι καινούργοι. 13 subs από εσάς τους καινούργιους. Πάμε, όλοι subscribe. Και like να φτάσουμε 1000 likes, chat, 1000 likes οπωσδήποτε. 1500 είναι ο στόχος μας σήμερα, μάγκες. Vamos. Όσο δεν έχετε κάνει και το έχετε ξεχάσει, είναι δωρεάν support. Μαλάκα, ο Μίσα και ο Τένι το κάνουν συνέχεια αυτό εντωμεταξύ, bro. Τα sneak peeks, δες εδώ.
They switched up their strategy. They started doing exactly this, playing roulette with their drop spots to try to sneak up on some teams, and that inevitably was what got them across the finish line. And it's only a matter of time before Baka and Pars go in this direction, so no matter what the result will be.
And this is what we talk about, teams hiding strategies, teams really sitting back and thinking about, okay, what haven't we tried yet in the upper bracket and lower bracket that we're sitting on, that we're waiting on, that we can then put into play to give us the advantage on Sunday.
They have some sorts of feeling. See him hopping over the covers. They know they're around here somewhere. They probably already seen them drop just a little bit, but the bait has been taken. Down goes one of them. Misha and Teeny strike yet again. Now Pars is stuck by himself, and immediately you see him creating distance between him and his counterparts. He doesn't want to be the next one.
Απίστευτο chat.
We don't want to be the ones to give away the edge. So to keep it low, to keep quiet there.
Μαλάκα.
But take a look at that.
Φαντάσου να το τρως αυτό στο τέτοιο στο event, ρε φίλε.
Surprise, surprise. They have made so much adjustment from the upper bracket to today. It really has shown.
Και τώρα δεν χάνουν ένα. Αν χάσουν ένα βίντεο, κάνουν και το game. Impossible να το χάσουν το ένα βίντεο.
Thanks to Baka and that elimination. Pars is trying to fight with his back up against the wall. Shots also coming in from the third party. Everything comes crashing down. Pars is still able to put up a good defense for now. Matini's hot on his heels. First shot could be landed. Pars goes down to the low ground, and the 2v1 has been secured. Misha and Teeny strike first.
Μαλάκες, αλήθεια, bro. Ό,τι χειρότερο έχω δει, φίλε. Μαλάκα, αυτό το playstyle, να ξέρετε, είναι πανέξυπνο, αλλά πολύ για τον Μπούτσο και τον αντίπαλο, ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω. Πολύ κακό experience από Fortnite. By the way, να ξέρετε πως αυτοί πέρασαν με αυτόν τον τρόπο στα Grants. Να ξέρετε. Με sneak peeks, γενικά sneak fights. Αυτό εδώ πέρα έτσι λέγονται αυτά τα fights. Που κρύβονται και τα λοιπά. Σαν rats. Σαν ποντικοί.
Onto the back foot here. This is a favorite here. Cold does get punished, but he's got a teammate here to back him up.
Yeah, trade-in shots. Acorn is trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Polarize keeps trying to break his way into the box, but he gets denied entry more than once.
Ένα βίντεο που Polarize, ρε μαλάκες, όχι ρε φίλε. Αν το φάτε κάτι το game, ξέρω εγώ.
Give Cold time to heal up. Zip line. That one's going to be noticeable. Now Acorn has to make the decision. Do I just go straight up into him? Do I continue to play my game out? I saw third-party shots coming in. He hits it. He goes right back up. Zip line once more. Polarize goes down, but it's
από τον Cooper.
Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the
από τον Cooper πέθανε, δεν πέθανε από τον... Oh, fuck, μαλάκα για τον Μπούτσο.
Slip away. Meanwhile, Poda, Sai, and Snazy, the M8 boys are back at it again. Oh no, but they couldn't save Striker.
Μαλάκα, πάλι τον ίδιο. Πάλι τον ίδιο, ρε μαλάκες. Γιατί όχι τον άλλον αυτή τη φορά, ρε. Τον έχουνε πληρώσει, μάγκες. Δεν γίνεται αυτό. Πάλι ο ίδιος.
90% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer.
Chat, κάτι παίζεται αυτό πέρα μεταξύ τους. Cheat. Σίγουρα. Σίγουρα.
There's at least one team towards the north side. But we got a surprise. We got a treat. We got a little bit of a listening of an off-spawn battle.
Wait, where are they?
Take guns on left, take guns on left.
Yeah, I got these guns.
6 white, 9 white, other one. 6 white.
Good job, mate. Good job, good job.
Good job, mate.
Right there. You can hear the comms
Good job, mate.
But for a second there, they didn't know where they
Sphinx και Polo FN. Αυτοί που νίκησαν το Game 1. Απίστευτο.
Bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you're coming in from different angles.
Yeah, that's one thing is can have the best drop, but when everyone's going for the same weapon, Malibuka's the one who won out, which forced Kanata and Aegis elsewhere, but our game one victors, Poyo and Sphinx, who probably got a front row seat for that battle. You saw them flying through the sky when that contestation was happening.
Έχουν πολύ καλό loot, εντάξει, δεν ξέρω τι φάση. Έχουν πάρα πολύ καλό loot.
8 slap splashes, 3 big pots, that's just on Poyo.
Άσε τα mate και δώσε 24ωρο mate. What the fuck, mate?
A little bit of a warning shot at that. Cammy and Seti.
What the fuck, mate?
Contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game one. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side as somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge plan all together. But they're just trying to rotate to where they think it's going to go, to where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile, Noxie in a fight right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here.
Monaco, Ahadaz.
If they allow Asa to bounce back, it does seem like he's got a chance to do so.
Πρώτοι PC έχουν εκεί, έχουν δυνατό PC. Τώρα δεν ξέρω τι specs και τα λοιπά, αλλά έχουν PC που τα έχει δώσει η Epic Games, οπότε επίσης να έχουν καλύτερα πράγματα μέσα. Βασικά όχι, μπορεί να μην έχουν καλύτερα πράγματα, ότι είναι sponsored μάλλον. Zero ping only. Βασικά zero ping είναι, δεν ξέρω. Μπορεί να είναι κοντά στα 20-10. Μπορεί και zero, μπορεί και zero.
In his inventory, that's something I don't see very many people pick up, but if you have the accuracy, you can do a ton of damage on players nearby.
Definitely one of those things. The option has always been there.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't see it coming.
Elite Iomzo.
Already starting to turn.
Παίζει με το γαμημένο Grey Maven. Απίστευτο ότι βρήκε μόνο Greek Maven και τώρα το παίξει έτσι.
Had some late game appearances there.
Zone Eclipse State,
This time we're going a little bit more north, up towards the Eclipse State. We'll see how this influences the majority of the lobby, but North teams are pretty happy right now.
And this is why you saw early in the game, Cammy and Seti rotating in that direction. They had a feeling it was going to go on that side as Yamzo and Rise just sitting on top of their normal spots with the castle and the gas station, trying to pad up on Surge. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities from teams trying to rotate from the eastern portion of the map as the zone continues to pull on over towards the west. Cooper.
Directed έχουν όλοι οι spectate είναι έτσι, μόνο το spectate είναι έτσι, bro. Παίζουνε με κανονικά με τα... με αυτό που παίζουνε ρε φίλε, performance, whatever.
So impressive. We jump in with Vanyak and Karmi here. Lucian Senna.
Ωραίο σκηνάκι αυτό το μεταξύ, chat. Και αυτό εδώ πέρα, πολύ ωραίο. Αυτό που φοράει ο Vanyak είναι πολύ ωραίο. Τι loot είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα. Πολύ σκατά αυτό, bro.
Already 7 teams down and out. It's not as active as it was
Πού είναι ο Moneymaker.
in that last game.
Ξέρω εγώ ρε μαλάκα που είναι ο Moneymaker. Μπορεί να πέθανε.
Definitely very, very close. You see the augments all out. Fast Fisher, glider redeploy, Keymaster if they're able to come around to it, and then that first shotgun.
Βλέπουμε πολύ χαλαρά games τώρα αυτή τη στιγμή. Chat, 6 subscribes για 60-300. 6 subscribers για 60-300. Πάμε. Πού κρύβεται ο Savage. Τώρα βλέπουμε Booga, bro. This is Booga.
It's 10 less than a big pot, but it's faster than a big pot altogether.
Definitely important to have those quick heals.
Λέτε να είναι οι Jello Threads.
Right now, they're not happy with being on the outskirts of the zone here. They want to get a little bit more center before other teams start moving in and decide to do so. In the meanwhile, though, they also have to bounce back with some material here. There's a metal reservoir down low, but it's Boyu and Sphinx potentially holding that one out. Meanwhile, Mr. Savage looking to find his footing here. Last game was
Kilaki
for Vidil and keeps him in the game. That's true, Lex. And now Chicho is hurt.
Κάτσε ρε μαλάκα, να το κάνει κλίπ ο άλλος.
Nicely done. And Savage and Vidil
Τους έκανε ρε μαλάκα ο Σάββατς. Άρε Σάββα, χταρά.
We already seen at least one of the teams in our top 5 go down. That's iDrop and Mappy. And as long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down,
Τζετζετζο, όχι ακριβώς. Γερμανία ήμουνα και έκανα αυτό το πράγμα.
overtake that spot since it is very, very early on. Mr. Savage,
Στη Γερμανία το έχω περάσει.
what they could do out of not
Αθλήματα για αυτά.
A lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are. Not only are they on the low ground, they have to cross the river. There's a couple of teams they have to get through, so they're doing everything right up into this point.
And already we've seen our first team inside the top 10 fall, which was Janice and Reason there. Getting caught on this rotate here, seeming like the west pole.
Acorn και Cold ζουνε, Μαλιμπούκα και Thomas HD ζουνε, Cooper Miro ζουνε.
As they were coming just past Oyo and Sphinx, but Rift Island spawns in beneath Stain and Datus, a team that absolutely needs to make a comeback. What a better way than to find points other than to take the Rift
Ποιος λέει να πάει στο νησί? Μαλάκα πήγαινε νησί. AGS πήγαινε νησί.
A weapon cache with the slurp juice in his inventory.
Bro, come on, γιατί δεν πάτε νησί, βρεκότες.
On top to cloud their space. That way they can fire freely. Not very many players able to kind of tag them back. And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so that way a sniper shot can try to sneak his way through. This is going to be big as Batman Booga and Rapid.
Chat χωρίς μαλακίες. Πολύ losers αυτοί εδώ οι Κινέζοι.
Last game.
15 points είναι ρε μάλακα, γιατί δεν μην πας.
They were the first ones there with nobody really contesting the actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time, now that's more than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Booga are well on their
15 points free μάλακα, free, τελείως.
Probably have considered it, but when you're just late to the punch, why jump in, why take that risk? It does seem like already now 2 for 2 on teams that snatch it up first. But again, the Rift Island is going to be 15-point swing in any direction if you can grab it.
Like you said once before, that's almost 4 eliminations without actually having to put yourself in a risky situation. Even though they're not trying to contest it, one, probably going for scraps.
Μπορεί να μην ξέρουν ότι δίνει, είπες μεγάλη μαλαγιά φίλε.
Most importantly, with that added elevation, they're looking for storm surge. They can see the entirety of the lobby, and those teams that have to rotate from the south, from the east, that is who they're looking at most of all to try to get the storm surge that they need. You can see they have 224. And they're even looking at some of the other teams that are on top of Rift Island as well.
This should very much put Rapid and Batman Booga in the competition.
Έτσι και Dukes.
Rapid, although by himself,
Μαλάκης εδώ μεταξύ ο Dukes παίζει πολύ καλά φίλε.
Here we jump in with Edgy and Dukes so far. 600 above this surge. They're going to be well in
πολύ καλά.
They're positioned very nicely already at the Eclipse Estate, which is near dead center. Do they have the storm eye? Do they know where the storm's going? Because this is some prime positioning right here.
Yeah, we got these forecast towers all around the map.
Παραγγέλνω καφέ, φραπέ. Φραπέ γιατί όλα τα λένε ακριβά.
In match 1. He was just gobbling up those placement points, and you saw him in those type spots getting eliminations as well, especially when he needed it most for both the Siphon and the Mats. Malibuka and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned at to try to make their own rotation in. The zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map, over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls, there's a surrounding water, there's even the moon there that we saw Cammy and Seti use early on in this tournament.
Clownski grows on the move right now, already setting up for a nice position.
Τι ελάχιστη 5 ευρώ βρε μπάσταρδι. Θα πάω έξω εγώ καφέ μόνος μου. Άντε γάμιτείτε μαλάκα.
Will surely have something to worry about, but they find more stash there. Great tags here for Strauss, Grolls, and Clownski, and already now they have a chance to go ahead and alleviate some room near them, get back into this game. But no, Grolls.
Θα πληρώνει η Epic και Μαριά.
And it's Pixie off to the right there, who has made it further this game than the last. Meanwhile,
ναι ρε μαλάκα, είναι 5 ευρώ η ελάχιστη, ενώ ρε μαλάκα, ξέρω εγώ, παίρνω από κρεπερί ρε μαλάκα. Τι άλλο να πάρω.
From getting this far. Ooh. Wow.
Όχι ρε μαλάκα μπούγκα. Όχι ρε μαλάκα μπούγκα. Χρήστος με το gift member. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ φιλαράκι. Thank you so much. Ποιος το πήρε? Ο Λέον.
And if they're daring enough to
Ωραίος.
go over, that's loot as well. And you can see Booga handing over some of his resources while he's down, just trying to pad Threads' material count, making sure that he's able to save him. But look who's knocking on that front door. Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Cold, and no tricks up their sleeves. All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had the knock. They had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we got to go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part, and it puts them at 2 eliminations now, very comfortably in the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much.
Μαλαγές κάνει ο Μπούγκα, δεν ξέρω bro. Δεν ξέρω αν κάνει μαλαγές ή όχι, απλά δεν του βγαίνουν τα games, δεν ξέρω τι έχει πάθει. Ο Ντεσάι και Σνέιζι σκάφτε.
Yeah, probably that early game strategy. If they're not able to get that surge off of those players, that puts them behind on not only timing, but on materials and resource gathering as well. The time is running out. Podesai needs to be able to get in, but he goes down. Snazy found a little crevice that he can hold on to, and even though he is full shields, he only has
4 points ο Snazy. Σύλλε αυτό πίσω σου τι είναι?
If he begins to target him in this direction where some of them are going to begin to rotate into, that's going to be a very dangerous situation for him to be in.
What's crazy is Mshari had no shield, so talk about a
σε γάμισω Τζαμί.
revealed to him and he finds shield just off the elimination. Look, he also did not have any heals. It's just a perfect star aligning moment for Mshari and Rue here. One of, again, the few representing for the ME, so making them proud so far.
Still got the top of the leaderboard still alive. Pollo Sphinx, Miro Cooper. Rue and Mshari trying to join him on top. 106 and counting, above the damage threshold. But on the other side of things, Vasquez by himself, 140 below. Daring enough to go for that Rift Island very, very early on in Game 1. That's helped their position on the leaderboard. And being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. We saw Duke in his solo points in Game 1. Vasquez here in Game 2. But he really does need at least 7 players to go down before he gets a single placement point.
Make him uncomfortable here as he is really dependent on the heals here, and he's got a long rotate to make no one's move just yet. It's just tough all around. Punished by Tayson and Mustache here, so if it wasn't already pretty difficult, now he's surely on the back foot here. He's gonna have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the sounds. They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
It's a big opportunity if somebody wants to go ahead and take that risk, and he needs a handful of players to go down before that Storm Surge does go off. And without any more heals, he's going to have to go for it eventually. Spadil is out. Savage still alive. He's one of those players that makes the sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get these heals from. 8 HP, 50 shields, 58 combined. His material count is looking pretty healthy though, but slowly but surely falling down the Storm Surge ladder, having to figure out where he's gonna get it from. He turns around and goes down to Reed.
Yeah, we just wanted to saw something there, but unfortunately it wasn't anything, and he couldn't get the tags he needed. Reed's gonna go in and jump himself up 4 points.
Παρά για να κοιτάξουν οι άλλοι πάνω.
Placement points just moments away here. 27
Μήπως
duos remaining.
αυτό σκέφτομαι, βαρούσε κάτω πάτωμα για να κοιτάξει ο άλλος εκεί, ίσως.
Things are gonna turn up now. Boyo Sphinx down on the low ground. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey flicks here, not trying to make it easy though. They find Sphinx, a great knock there, and Boyo is now by himself. Tags come in too. He's big time punished and finished there. Spoken too soon. Down they go, and now to the bottom they fall.
Ευτυχώς Παναγία μου πέθανε ο Sphinx ο Πόλο.
First place throughout that game. And honestly, without Queasy and Vino in the lobby any longer, we set our eyes onto Cammy and Seti.
Μαλάκα, πέθανε ο Quizzy και ο Vino, ρε φίλε. Χαμό, ρε μαλάκα.
Successfully until Duke had crash landed, taking them all down, and Cammy with them. They're trying to make up for it here yet again today. They're trying to move their way towards the front side of zone. See the briefcase turret as well over on the other side. Information is important. It's not about the damage itself. And you can see he knows somebody's on the other side of that cover. Just trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to strike. 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now. He knows that the time where he's gonna need to fire a shot is gonna come soon.
And it makes you wonder what would
Μαλάκα, πόσο άσχημος είναι, bro. Όντως. Ο ασημόδος μεγάλος, φίλε.
the heal options, not many material, right? This is a very tough game, and it's not like the zone went.
Πόσα games είναι τελικά?
It's just a little north.
Ρε φίλε, 6-5. Δεν γίνεται παραπάνω. Αποκλείεται. Ας θα δω λίγο κιόλας. Fortnite Tracker, Events.
It's Striker and his duo. Team Monaco here. That's looking pretty solid right now. I do like the position that they are in.
Δεν γράφει ρε boost.
Trying to play for height here.
Yeah, and who's daring enough to go ahead
Δεν
and
γράφει.
contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them. Fortunate enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed Havoc AR. Could deal some fast damage, but it's not as fast as some would think. 148 above the damage threshold, and they have a far rotation to go, just like Thomas and Malibuka. But they are so healthy right now in terms of materials and in terms of resources.
And if you weigh their game versus Kanada's, they are doing far and beyond better. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game, and they have to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop, but let's look at Peterbot. Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known for what he can do.
Και φτάνουμε, κυρίες και κύριοι, στο 10ο zone.
On NA, especially when it comes down to fighting. He needs to finish this here. He's already got the knock onto MK Papa, but no.
Elite Peterbot solo. Κακάσχημος. Malibuka build. Χρυσό shotgun, χρυσό AR. Έχω 8 builds. Κάμι. Κάμι σκοτώνει. Σέτι, ακολουθεί τον Σέτι ο Κάμι. Σκοτώνει τον Ριτ. Δεν έχει whites ούτε minis. Μόνο rotate το Κάμι. 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 Μαλιμπούκα πίνει 50, έχει 2 χυμούς, κυρίες και κύριοι. Τους κρατάει για το επόμενο game. Μαλιπούτσα. Axforce στο high ground. Τι κάνει ρε? Με good σκάλες ο Axforce. Μαλιμπούκα πάει για το high ground. Χαμός, χαμός, χαμός. 20 builds για Μαλιμπούκα. Peterbot ζωντανός ακόμα, Για να δούμε τον Peterbot. Θα κλατσάρει με καμία Παναγία. Σκοτώνει Acorn ο Peterbot. Το φρικιό. Μαλιμπούκα έχει πει χυμούς, τα πάντα όλα. Μαλιμπούκα στο low ground, κυρίες και κύριοι. Παπα. Μες στο box πούτσο Μαλιμπούκας. Μύρο και Κούπερ, πάλι endgame chat, top 3. Μαλάκα, τι ξέρει ο Μύρο, ρε φίλε.
This is a 2v1 situation. Pixie and Cheatin, they're trying to go ahead and go against him. That's Chari there as well.
Αν το πάρει ένα βίντεο, bro.
Cheatin trying to pull those
Έλα Βένα.
As a team with multiple wins this weekend, back-to-back shots. He's already been able to get one. Miro out for redemption in that last game, but he has no materials. Zone is taking him out until the final shot is in.
Top 2 πάλι, ο Μύρο και ο Κούπερ. Μαλάκα είναι φωτιά ο Μύρο, τσάτ. Μαλάκα, απίστευτο.
Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
Άλλος Κασιμόδος νίκησε. Δεν έχω ξαναδεί πιο ίσιο μαλλί. Δεν έχω ξαναδεί πιο ίσιο μαλλί. Μύρο έχει τρελά φράγκα, by the way. Μαλάκα, ο Μύρο είναι 5 φορές FNCS winner και μάλλον θα νικήσει και τον Global. Αν νικήσει και τον Global, είναι undebatable ο καλύτερος. Καλά, controller είναι σίγουρα.
Interesting because you guys were not a duo at the start of the year. You were with different partners. You had to find each other. Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this LAN so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
Nah, we have enough brains.
You've got enough brains, but really you're all about the firepower. Listen, I want to give you the opportunity to talk to your fans right now. I know that you've got quite a few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for everyone supporting me.
And would you like to say that in Polish?
I don't know.
No? Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Top 28 Vino.
For my family who is watching right now and everyone who is supports us.
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the desk.
Big congratulations there. Cheatin' and Pixie finding themselves yet another victory royale. This is now the second time today we've had a duo that already had a victory royale, picks up another. But man, this all coming down to solos. That could have gone any which.
Θέλουμε moneymaker. Εσύ θέλεις moneymaker.
Miro Jean's like, oh, my bad. Whoa, Zeke, don't get ahead of yourself there.
The games have been absolutely insane. I mean, obviously coming down to the one win, but throughout the end game, it felt like there were so many.
Για να μην ακούνε τα γύρω-γύρω, Joey.
Yeah, these end games are manic so far. It's like it goes every which way, and then eventually one name or two names just start popping out of the place, and you start going, wait, can they win the game again? In this one, my eyes were sealed to Miro and Cooper. I really thought, okay, last game they couldn't quite do it. They're gonna get there.
Το έπαιξε καλά, εντάξει, έβαλε 2 πλάσεις. Thank fuck είχε τα 2 πλάσεις.
You know, I'm sure there'll be more chances for him to redeem himself. Pixie and Cheating, a team that, if you aren't familiar, right, these are very hard-working players. Like Frankie said, they didn't start the year playing with each other, but once they get together, things have just been clicking for them.
You love to see it, and of course, if you're just tuning in, you've never seen.
Για λίγο Μύρο στα 2 games. Μαλάκα, για λίγο. Και ο Μύρο τώρα είναι πρώτο σίγουρα.
Right, a victory is worth 65 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations, Pixie and Cheatin'. There's so much that happened in just that game. It's like every time we tune in with another duo, they're either in shambles situations or they're pushing a team, they're busting out.
160 points, Cooper Miro. 2 φορές top 2, μαλάκες.
Now, Viv, as we bring up these standings, take a look. Cooper and Miro, they're overtaking. They started with a little bit of a lead.
Δεύτερη ο Pixie, τρίτη ο Pink και ο Vico. Που είναι ο άλλος ρε μαλάκα.
Both of them by Miro solo.
Πού είναι ο Vino γάμο το στόμα.
And Levin, whilst we were watching that game, right, we were getting close to the end of it. You asked me a question. What was that question?
I said, are Cooper and Miro about to win globals? It's looking like it. They're sitting up on the leaderboard looking comfy. 2 back-to-back second places. I mean, if they keep playing like this, we're going to get to game 4 and it might be a done deal.
The consistency. That's you're going to hear us say that a lot today over the next 4 games. But man, if Miro and Cooper could keep this up, they very well could walk away champions. I did want to take a look more at the standings though.
Έχουμε άλλα 4 games chat.
I'm looking at Vico and Pink there in 3rd place. Yeah. I mean, with how their weekend's gone so far, I think a lot of people in here were obviously supporting Acorn and Cold after how well Acorn and Cold did in the upper bracket finals. I don't think many people would have expected Vico and Pink to be above them, let alone sitting in the top 3.
I mean, they have found some comfort on the stage. Cammy and Seti maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable with a big switch up coming into today. Both games so far, they have been contested, but game number 2 was a little bit different here. They actually decided to go ahead and split their drop spot, but it didn't really end up mattering as they still made it into the end game. And honestly, it was the refresh during 9th zone that kept them alive for so long.
And the thing I was saying during that end game was it felt like vintage Cammy and Seti. None of this high nonsense we were seeing.
Don't
get me wrong, but you know, it felt good to see them in an element where they were a bit more comfortable. And of course, again, another instance of Seti getting the job done.
Oh, of course, you know, they had to come into the higher ground meta, right? They had to kind of learn it, so they still have all of those other playstyles in their back pocket. Just makes them so good.
And what terrifies me the most, shambles game, they're in top 5. That's not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance. But that's enough for right now. We have Kelly standing by on the stage right now with Lois.
That is right, Zeke. Fortnite veteran and Danish native Lois joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
I mean, normally I sit here with the players, but the fans have been absolutely incredible, especially the French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
Ο Flowis, εντάξει. Τόσο διάσημος ήταν ρε μαλάκα. Και τον φάρουσαν εκεί πέρα.
What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, it was first day here, so I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game 1 ending with Miro almost clutching up as a solo, but yeah.
Well, then he almost did it again in game number 2. So with that being said, I gotta ask you, who is your favorite to win?
Κατερίνα Παναγιώτου με το δεκάμπαλο. Ποιος λες θα το πάρει? Κατερίνα, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ για το δεκάμπαλο. First of all. Και second of all, ο Βίνο.
So much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one OC.
Τρομερό κοινό, Ultras FNCS Copenhagen. Όντως. Δεν είναι Ultras, bro. Είναι, βασικά όχι, δεν είναι Κοπενχάγης. Είναι Γάλλων, να ξέρεις.
Up in here, please go say what's up to Flowis. He's absolutely amazing, super wholesome, but as much as I want to know about what happened in game number 2,
Game number 3, please.
Game number 3 is ready. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway mark, so don't miss out. DJ producer, 2 friends will be here for the halftime show right after
θα έχει και halftime show,
Let's get on into this next one. Casters?
You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. We're already into game 3 in just a few short moments, and it's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro doesn't...
Halftime show, δηλαδή. Το halftime show είναι όταν, δηλαδή, τα 3 games, μετά έχουν κάποιο show που θα έχουμε και μετά δούμε το επόμενα 3. Για πάμε. Κι άλλο θέλετε, ρε.
Grand Finals is here. It is time to see how this one's gonna play out already. We already know that 14 players have fallen both games back to back in these early moments. That means 7 duos have it out for one another.
This is the moments here that kind of make yourself one of the best in the world. This is the last game.
Για να δούμε, θέλω το contest του Κανάδα και του Aegis, by the way.
You gotta get as high up on the leaderboard as possible. You don't want to leave it to those final moments. But you know what it is, from games 1 to 3, Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka yet again. You even see shots coming in, but Kanata takes damage. Thomas is already half health, and the fight has barely just begun. Kanata gets the first strike. Thomas goes down. Malabuka by himself. He's on the chase for Agers. Agers doesn't look like he has a weapon. It's all up to Kanata, and he strikes while the iron's hot.
Τι του πάτησε ρε μαλάκα.
Back and forth, Kanata.
Τι του πάτησε ρε μαλάκα.
To potentially run away with it. The problem that they have though is how far can they take it when the chance is in front of them.
Uh-oh, I already see Baka that's down. Giannis and Reason. They go for that 50-50 at the top of the tower.
2-1 κυρίες και κύριοι.
He hasn't even been able to launch pad over, and that's not going to be an option. They both got ARs and SMGs to go ahead and take them down if they try to make that a part of their game plan. Now it's all about the hunt. They even get a shield briefcase. Uh-oh, this is a very, very daring play. Pars just go ahead and bulldoze his way through. He's trying to make magic happen. Shots on the both base players. Pars almost does it. Takes down Reason, but Giannis saves the day.
So close, and he seals the deal in the final moments. You wouldn't think it would be possible, but he does do it. Here's
Άμα το έκανε αυτό, ας σηκώνω τα χέρια ψηλά, έτσι θα μου λέω.
Entrance coming out, of course, that lower bracket, they managed to turn online, and already they have taken down.
Ούτε έφυγε ούτε τίποτα, 1v2, πούτσα του.
Fortunate for TK now, he's gonna have to figure this one out, play this one as a solo for now. Meanwhile, Muzz and Paper getting active here.
Ready to battle it out. They changed up their drop spot. Normally going over towards Breakwater Bay. They qualified to the FNCS Global Championship. They qualified to the Grand Finals over towards Breakwater Bay, but sometimes you got to be adaptable in the bush, trying to go for a hide-and-seek style play. Paper getting taken down low. Muzz there.
Nick, γιόλο με το μονόπαλο, ευχαριστούμε πολύ φίλε μου.
But they got to be careful. Misha and
Ας πούμε Νικολάρα.
all around the map, all around the world. They're ready to take down top spot.
Misha and Tina might be the most flexible duo in this lobby right now, and they are showing how it can be effective even while you try. Bryce comes in, he's got his attention to put on the matter. Where is Chubbs? Misha now has to back out of here.
Άρε τι είναι δεστρίπης ρε.
Paper will get the final finish, but Bryce got the knock, so the rewarded points will go to them.
Invitations were sent out to everybody this weekend. You can join the party if you want to. If you want to take that chance, but Paper and Muzz get taken down. They get cleaned up by Bryce and Chubbs, who already have 4 eliminations so far. Impressive way to start game 3.
What a great spot to be in right now for Bryson Chubbs. Bryson Chubbs, the lower bracket duo that definitely performed, I would say, above.
Μπρο αυτός όταν φαρμάρει και όταν μιλάει, του βγαίνουν τα μάτια έξω για κάποιο λόγο.
Upper bracket day, they were contested. They had a bit of a difficult time up in the north
Super,
side. Right now, could be their chance to turn things around. 4 eliminations. What a way to start the game.
Games were decided by teams who already have a victory royale throughout the weekend. Bryce and Chubbs have one as well, so that trend could continue.
Δεν τον είχα καν στο top 10 τον Μύρο.
Down to Chicho, he gets cleaned up, probably trying to go for Quanti's reboot card. So they're going to be out of this game early on. But
Αλλά το Fortnite, φανταστείτε το Fortnite.
Uncontested, they loot up. They kind of.
Φανταστείτε το Fortnite μαλάκες να είχε betting system. Δηλαδή να μπέταρες το Champions, το Global Champion. Με λεφτά ξέρω εγώ, να ήταν σε εταιρείες betting. Μαλάκα. Θα είχα χάσει πολλά λεφτά, αλλά θα είχα κερδίσει και πολλά λεφτά. Απίστευτο έτσι. Και το Fortnite είναι τόσο random bro, που πραγματικά θα πήγαιναν όλοι κουβά, όλοι ρε. Θα πήγαιναν όλοι κουβά. Χωρίς μαλακίες. Εγώ τώρα, ας πούμε, αν το έπαιζα, θα έπαιζα σίγουρα νικητής Vino Quizzy. Μέχρι στιγμής είμαι κουβά. Επειδή και καλά είναι family friendly, Λέων. Γι' αυτό ρε, bro.
The world to go for 20 for 20, reaching a grand finals. He won his first one in the FNCS Major 3. He's looking to go back-to-back in some ways and take this global championship by storm, but this game needs to count.
Wait, let's just say that one more time. Kanata is the only person in the world to have made every single FNCS Grand Finals and also perform extremely well. His top 10 performances, by the way,
Όντως μαλάκες, ο Κανάντα είναι ο μόνος στον κόσμο που έχει παίξει όλα τα FNCS, τα Grand Finals, όλα.
So from the Frenzy Farms, they come south and they influence Kylie and Frostroki with the quick finish.
That's huge. This team has been slowly but surely upping up their firepower game after game throughout the week.
Αυτό laser.
Final form. But and Ritual, they've been out of this world so far, consistently performing at the top level. Not only online though, they brought that skill here to the big stage. And see if they can keep it up, but they're close by, neck and neck with both Edgy and Duke. I think a lot of these teams know the early game fight. And so Edgy and Duke just continue on with their rotation. They're trying to not take too many risks early on. We'll save those for the late game.
Now we tune in one of the most seasoned here. Tayson setting up what could be a potential ambush alongside Murstache. They have the side angles, they have the information. A 3-2-1 is all it takes, and Kaizen is caught out.
Nice,
And that is what a professional duo would do to you. A moment is all it takes. If it were me, if it were you, it'd take forever to line up those shots, but they make it look so easy, so quick, so deadly.
It was more than just a two-player 3-2-1. Threats and Booga on the other side, who actually were the ones able to steal that one away. If I thought 2 players were hard to survive, 4 players is literally impossible. I feel bad for
Σήμερα θα έχεις καλεσμένους, θα είχα καλεσμένους φίλε, αλλά τελικά Μπούκα vs Station δεν νομίζω να παίξουν fight. Δεν είναι πλάγες.
Even if they're separated like this, Cammy and Seti going for that forecast tower, which is a huge part of their game plan.
But not only that, they just took down MK Papa. So Shalom is by himself up in this box right here. Cammy making a move for it, potentially thinking he can go in to seal this. No, they're just going to move along here. In the meanwhile, we should look at how this happened. Take a look. Scope weapons in hand. MK Papa slides across. Oh, they were trying to get that forecast tower themselves. No, caught out in the open. They get burned.
Τι κάνεις βρε μαλάκα. Μαλάκα τι χαζί που είναι αυτή bro.
Necessarily planned for another team to just be hiding in bushes all around, but I feel like that's one of the most simple strategies you'd see some of these teams do, but it's honestly the small things that you tend to forget on the biggest stage. We talk about rotations, Queasy and
Vino, πάμε αγόρι μου. Πάμε αγόρι μου. Vino, έλα αγόρι μου, ξύπνα. Πάμε αγόρι μου. Δώσε πόνο αγόρι μου.
One of the teams that can pick up multiple VRs throughout the day and kind of make up for lost time, boost up that leaderboard.
Παίξε λίγο το game. Πάμε λίγο να κάνεις τη χαμό.
I drop a Mappy on the other side. Getting denied piece control a few times. A quick peek view opportunity coming out from iDrop. He gets denied yet again. All of that real estate going over to Vanyak.
Feel a little deja vu here. Kanye down to the low ground. Vanyak cannot quite find the shot there. iDrop playing off the heels, backing up by himself. The last time we were in this situation, it was Sentin and company on the hunt. This time it is Karmi. Will they close it a little faster? I wonder. They are drawing the attention of teams nearby. Should wrap this
iDrop, πολύ καλό σε θέμα fighting.
Back he goes. Not many other options for him left here now.
That's, I feel like, what iDrop, best case scenario. Let another team come in this direction. Start to fight off both Vanyak.
Έλα, πούς κατά έχει πάει ο iDrop ρε μαλάκα.
Coming. A big shot fires through. Running out of resources. iDrop has to think outside of the box and get out of it as well. Multiple angles as Karmi finally goes in and finishes the job. Letting nothing go through. It's a huge way for them to kind of start their own game.
Ο Vino είναι το skin από το Disco Season 2.
Waves video, unfortunately, Mr. Savage now has
Όντως φίλε.
of this drop.
Μου το θυμήθηκες ρε μαλάκα καπίνο.
And Video have been staying late into Slappy Shores, but
Εγώ σου λέω η Yomzo να το πάρει τσίλι. Αλλά...
playing their drop.
Έλα Ράις, καλησπέρα φίλε.
Let's take a look at that one more time.
Για δούμε.
Swings around the top there.
Man.
Into the box he goes. The deal wasn't quick.
Είναι στο Merstaff μαλάκα. Βούτο μέσα στο παντεάν τον boxer.
Very clean pickup.
Τι βουτιά έχει ρίξει μαλάκα ο Merstaff.
Right pass. Karmi there. Vanyak. And Vico inside the top 5. Chilling around 4th place at the moment.
Top 4 αυτή τη στιγμή ο Vico.
Different story compared to the upper bracket. Also taking their learnings out of the lower bracket into today.
Yep, and that's one thing I feel like for some of these players, you know, Vico probably one of the more mechanically skilled and gifted players on the EU region. Pink, one of the best IGLs. Sometimes it just takes a day to warm up. You know, you got the jitters, you got the nerves, different setup, different desk heights, different chairs, and sometimes you have to go through the ringer against a team.
M8, Podesai, M8 Stacy.
Say enough is enough. You start to go ahead and play to your full potential, and that's why you see him at the top side of the leaderboards. Stacy and Podesai, they kind of make it a very similar rotation.
Αυτοί τώρα πώς θα βρουνε σάριτσα όμως. Πρέπει να πάρουν ένα body. Δεν έχουν πάρει ακόμα τον body.
Wouldn't say slap dab in the center of zone, but they're as close as they can be at the current moment. Using a lot of those berries and just trying to see who rotates nearby. They just don't have a good line of sight over the lobby as of now. So that's why you see them rotating to try to get a better position, because information is critical in lobbies like this.
So many trees as well really hides how much danger is lurking nearby. Take a look at all the duos as we pan out here, including Cooper and Miro just nearby. Meanwhile, to the south, Cammy and Seti, of course, wrapping things up at the Frenzy Fields. Still danger nearby, though, so you always have to be careful. With that, let's get a word from Mini.
Thank you so much, Monster. Now, let's take a little look at Cammy and Seti's off-spawn situation. We know it's a little bit dicey for them at the moment, but in this particular game, they have managed to take control of that main Frenzy building. Of course, that gives them access to the north side of the map. And of course, what is their low? That gives them access to know when the next zone is going to be and where it is going to be positioned. So, of course, that's absolutely vital information for them. We can see them taking out another player here as well. Get access to this forecast tower. Hopefully for them it'll be a good game like game number 1.
Thank you so much for the pivotal information. Build carry, I should say, when me, Vivid, and Zeke all squad up. And it's just very, very sure that we keep our eyes on both Cammy and Seti. They're one of 3 teams in this lobby that will have
But the other booted.
Thanks to that forecast tower.
6 φορές AR, 4 φορές shotgun, 3 μήνες, 2 Sylphis και ένα Medbeast. Μάλιστα. Πού είναι ο καφές που θα έφτιαχνες, bro, δεν έχω φέρει, δεν τον έφτιαξα ακόμα. Νάτι. Δεν θα ζούς. Μπαπ, 15 points.
Way to turn the game around for you right here, and honestly, M-Sharp they've been struggling here. They've had a couple moments, so this will surely put them right back up toward that top 15.
Όχι, Rise, το γάμισες, αδερφέ.
Potentially even edging their way to top 10.
Όχι, φίλε, μπορούμε. Πάλι.
If you can secure it in time. We jump on over to Duke, though, for a moment here. Edgy is hurt and hasn't quite recovered just yet. I wonder what's happening. As he's getting pushed by Chubbs and Bryce. A little too much happening. Down low, Duke comes to the rescue, though. Great tags there, and finally, Edgy gets his heels off, puts him right back into the game.
Ο Κανάντα έχει 8 points. Δεν νομίζω να έχει 8 points μόνο.
This is what they do best. They're just slithering by for now. You know they can fight in the biggest moments of them all.
Πάμε γαλάξι εδώ στο πόνο, αγόρι μου. Τρίτο game είναι τώρα, bro. Μύρο είναι πρώτος με τον Cooper. Αυτά. Τρίτος ο Σέτι και ο Κάμι.
531 damage above the threshold. You see them currently positioned in 12th place on the leaderboard.
Αυτός που τα περισσότερα points νικάει η Real Andrew.
I feel like it's pivotal for a team where they're positioned if they want to be in the conversation and not force themselves to have massive games to do.
Χριστό μου, δύσκολο λίγο αυτό που λες. Ο Βίνο ζει, νομίζω πως ναι.
Now into the top 15. Look how close it is. Points.
Βίνο top 28, bro, sad.
Some action here.
Oh.
Wow. Incredible shot. How do you hit that before he even can realize? And now Vidil has to clutch up here. Vidil cannot allow him to wait this one out. And by the way, they need this damage. They actually have to force these fights here. So should he save up? Should he clutch up here? It'll be okay. You know, Fnajan wants to turn things around and get the full finish. So Vidil does have to be careful.
Ooh, even third-party shots come.
Oh, he saves him just in time.
Outside of the zone and inside as well. The breacher for Fnajan is going to be the huge moneymaker here. But a nice shot from Vidil trying to make up.
No way!
He burns! Fnajan says, you are out of the lobby.
Oh my gosh. That was the grossest shot of the day by far. Watch it one more time. Look at how quick.
Κουστούμι δεν βλέπει ανησυχώ. Πλάγα μου κάνεις τώρα.
It was over here. But he hits it just in time.
The fuck, εδώ. Δεν βλέπεις Κουστούμι, να μας τρελάνεις.
He didn't even give him enough time to heal. He just went in trying to finish it off. But those are the risks you take when you get.
Bro, ποιος πήρε το πρώτο game γιατί κοιμόμουνα. Sphinx και ένας Polo FN.
But an actual contested fight for this Rift Island. It's the game before the half.
Τώρα ζελάξ καταλαβαίνεις ρε φίλε. Δεν είμαι 13 χρόνων σαν και εσένα να μην έχω ένα κοστούμάκι ρε μάλακα. Κατάλαβες τώρα, πρέπει να πάμε σε ένα επίσημη εκδήλωση. Με τη μαμά σου, όχι δεν πλάκα. Απλά είχα ρε μάλακα, δεν ξέρω ρε φίλε. Δεν έχω μόνο ένα, έχω 2-3.
So a lot of different ways to secure the lead. Datus and State are also here again too. constantly finding themselves in the vicinity.
Σαν τον boss έκανε είμαι.
Far so good. Gripey and Flixie
Θα είσαι μαλάκας. Ποιο boss έκανε ρε μαλάκα.
as well, so trying to make do, trying to make the best of
Ο
this.
boss έκανε σαν τον Deluxe.
57 above the damage threshold. It's just enough. It's just enough for some of these teams to rotate in, trying to go for a sneaky shot. Narrowly misses that one. Probably saw the glint coming off of it as soon as he.
Εγώ είπα όχι, όχι, όχι και εσύ λες μαλαγίες. Καλά.
You see, they don't want to go all the way to the side of that mountain. They want to keep some elevation just in case it does pull in this direction. You don't want to have to battle back.
Ανέβασε λίγο τη φωνή, όχι φιλέ. Δεν μπορώ άλλο, τα αυτιά μου μποράνε.
So you may know where the zone is, but it doesn't mean you're absolutely safe. Cammy turns that story.
Εσύ θες να το έχουμε εδώ πέρα.
Actually finding his elimination, putting up just enough defense, but for how long? Now Cammy has to play this
Τα αυτιά μου μπρο, Παναγία ρε. Τι λέτε ρε μαλάκα, μια χαρά είναι. Εδώ.
And he holds his position. He's not too far off from that reboot ban as well, but it is going to be out of zone. It is going to cause a lot of attention in your direction. But the possibilities are endless. We've seen things like that happen before in the past. He's just trying to figure out how he's going to survive this moment. Forget about those later plans, but for now I think.
Ωραία, αν βγάλω τα ακουστικά, ναι ρε φίλε.
Forget
Δεν έχω θέμα, αν είμαι έτσι. Μόνο αν είμαι έτσι.
Let's just go ahead and go in towards zone, and you can see
Μαλάκας,
it's
όπως είναι
as of now. Nobody's really begun their rotate from across the water.
What's crazy about this as well is Cammy was considering taking more mobility in crash pads, but because he was spooked out of his spot, he actually couldn't even secure it. He couldn't change his loot up. He had to just leave. So as of right now, as he was fumbling through his builds, but Cooper Miro, the problem children of NA right here, setting up shop. Forget that. The problem children of the globals right now. They are second and second back to back. This is by far the toughest game for them, as they don't have much of a material count to play, and they've been found out.
This is big because if Miro and Cooper end up with the top finish, 39 points ahead of the next best player in team right now. Placement points have not even begun to set in, so if they can continue that trend, they will be the team to beat in the second half.
This is kind of crazy though. Take a look at how this situation is playing out. There's not a soul on this side of the map.
Ο Cooper δεν έχει materials,
This late in the game, will you even have a chance to farm loot so casually in a competitive lobby? And things might have just aligned for Cooper and Miro. We could be seeing Destiny line up.
If they somehow win this game, get a top 5, you have to rewind the tape and think of that moment right there.
Ο Βίνο και ο Κουίστη ζουν ρε μαλάκα. Πού είναι ο Βίνο ρε μαλάκα.
Just like you're saying, it is going to be huge, but there's even teams rotating nearby in their direction. But from outside of the zone to the inside of the zone, Pink and Vico, they're waiting for them to go down because they're one of the teams that is at the top side of that leaderboard as of now, waiting to take away that spot. And honestly, consistency is key, and they've been one of the most powerhouse teams on the weekend, if you minus day one, of course.
Well, if you look at that top 10, there was definitely room at the top as 4 teams have fallen. Peterbot has a chance. Byla has a chance. They're just right there. This game already 2 eliminations. Put them inside the top 10. That solo run from Peterbot in game number 2.
This is exactly what we came to see and came to know out of Peterbot overall. The Invitational played with somebody who isn't Byla. And I feel like that's the thing. Every time they go and try to do it with someone else, the results aren't necessarily there, but every time they reunite, they impress everybody watching, and they're looking to do that once more here.
It's not a better way to make $1 million over a
weekend.
Be the best. That's going to be something to celebrate, but
δεν έχουν materials, θα πάρουν
not looking good right now. Just a couple builds here. They're going to have to force the agenda, force the fight. They find one on the other side. This might be the best team to do it as well. We already knew Geras was hurt. Cooper jumps into the box. He goes for it, puts it all on the line, doesn't quite find it, and Miro's here to back him up, and the finish comes in. The refresh was massive, and they're right back in the game. They have heals. Did Cooper find anything?
Πώς δεν φάγανε τον Cooper εδώ πέρα, bro.
Details that matter, because now that he has Materials on the side of Miro, of course.
Another one.
And able to heal on up. Oh, there goes his teammate as well. Gears goes down.
Wow.
And now they're both looted and booted, ready to go ahead and continue their run. Their point lead is just
Μπούκα πάλι dead, bro. Μπούκα δεν πάει καθόλου καλά.
most of the game. See Pixie and cheating up on that leaderboard as well. Cammy and Seti still finding a way to stay alive. Then, of course, Pink and Vico.
Well, after the material split, there's still going to be a fight.
Cooper πρώτος με 166 points.
They are literally continuing, but on the
Pixie δεύτερος, Cammy τρίτος, Vico τέταρτος. Let's see.
Where once he was going high ground game after game, this round here, he just has to do what he can to survive the gauntlet. Top 25 is here now, placing points have been earned. That alone is something to celebrate, but Cammy's here to put up more.
Με πρόσθεσο ο Κόταγκα τη φάση γιατί έχει τόσα views. Ρε είναι Γάλλος streamer, μεγάλος. Το γαλλικό community είναι τεράστιο ρε. Και έχει την ομάδα του, την M8 που παίζει ο Snazy.
Pink goes down in the feed. That's Miro yet again, out of nowhere, trying to come back. But Cammy's not really.
Ο Cammy είναι νεκρός, by the way. Ο Seti, sorry.
Have to just get into one of these boxes.
This is really starting to heat up here. We get to look at that one more time. Don't forget, the reason they were hurt was because Pink was looking at him from before, and they finished him just like that. In another
Όχι ρε μαλάκα.
Importantly, it's more points, and that's a top 5 team. Pink and Vico have been truly heating up.
Όχι να πεθάνεις έτσι ρε μαλάκα Pink.
But Miro and Cooper are just the unstoppable force at the moment in this lobby.
Now they've made it to the point of the game where you're getting placement points.
Λοιπόν κυρίες και κύριοι, φτάνουμε στο 10ο zone. Βλέπουμε Miro και Cooper πρώτη θέση, Elite Bilach και Elite Peterbot. Πρέπει να πάρουν οπωσδήποτε refresh. Κανάδα και Agers. Είναι βέβαια όψο. He's gonna rotate. Πού είναι ο Peterbot ρε. Kills. Τον Dukes. Μεγάλο elimination στο Peterbot. Miro νεκρός, μόνο ο Cooper, solo. Όπα ρε. Quizzy μόνος του, άσε solo. Πάμε ρε Quizzy γάμο την πουτάνα σου. Γιατί μας δείχνει το Κουπ. Μαλάκα τι κάνει ο Cooper bro. Cooper κλατσάρει τα πολλά points, είναι ακόμα πρώτη εν τω μεταξύ. Έχει κλατσάρει πάρα πολλά points. Κανάτα ζωντανός, όλοι νεκροί μαλάκες. Over cheating. Όπα. Άκυρο. Ο Pixie που ήταν δεύτερη είναι στο high ground. Κι άλλο κύριε το Cooper, όχι. BL Karmi. Ναι. Ναι, είναι ένα βίντεο. Και το παίρνει πάλι ο cheating και ο OBG ρε. Back to back ο Pixie και ο... Μαλάκα, what the fuck.
I want to repeat what our casters just said. Are you on fire right now?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, few words, but you do have some Swedish words for the audience right now. Would you like to say anything to everyone who's supporting you?
Tack för alla som supportar mig.
There we go, nice and simple. Thank you everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Yeah, full stack again and just play it out. Like, we had so many mats and stuff, and we just full tap to the end game. We looked at high, and then we looked up, and it was free, and we take it.
So do you think the key to your...
Τελικος, γιατί πείραξες τα rerolls μου. Μην τυχόν δεν σου έχω δώσει αυτό το δικαίωμα. Έστω και ξαναανοίξεις κουτιά χωρίς εμένα. Τι γάμισες μαλάκα. Τι κάνεις ρε.
Who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just yeah, looking for our game plan, and yeah, and then we just play our end game game plan in the finals.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger, but hopefully you can hold off the competition. I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and cheating!
Bro, no.
Νομίζω τώρα έχει βγάλει μόνο σε άλλο chat.
There's two stories we're gonna highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheating, the back-to-back. Guys, understand, this is a globals stage. This is it. This is the peak level of competition. And Pixie and Cheating say, victory out? Nah, let's give you two.
Pixie and Cheating have to be on top of the road, and look at this. It's all...
Μαλάκα, πώς γίνεται ο Pixie να παίρνει δύο wins ρε μαλάκα. Who is letting Pixie win that shit?
And then they build up, and how they have so many materials going into this endgame. Look at their eliminations before they just start to farm them from the higher ground, right? They are just finding refreshes as they go along. And to end the game with 8 eliminations and a back-to-back win, Levin, like, what?
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. They literally came through and said the win was so nice. We had to do it twice. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Like, you're getting to that endgame, and I keep seeing Cheating and Pixie's names in the feed. I'm thinking, wait, these guys are still up. Right, we're seeing all these titans in the lobby.
Παίζουν έξινα μπρο, πρέπει να τους δεις από την αρχή του match. Πρώτος ο Cooper, ακόμα πρώτος είναι ο Cooper. Μπρο, έχει πάρει 2 wins ο άλλος και ο άλλος έχει βγει 2 φορές δεύτερος και είναι πάλι πρώτος.
Obviously, Pixie and Cheating are kind of like, right now they have the spotlight on them, which gives Cooper and Miro the opportunity to say, okay.
Μαλάκα, έχουν ξεφύγει όμως τα points ρε φίλε. Πώς κάνουνε comeback τώρα οι υπόλοιποι. Πού είναι ο Vino ρε μαλάκα. Όχι, δεν είναι ο Ping αυτός ρε.
Before the solo clutch, though, we had an incredible clutch as they do. I mean, they were...
Ποιος είναι ο Cooper, μαλάκα δεν έχω ιδέα ποιος είναι ο Cooper. Halftime show. Two friends coming up next.
They're going to fall out of first place, and then somehow they just find a double refresh, and then they take out the team that was following them in that second place. Pink, like the refreshes just kept flying.
Αφού έχει show, θα πάω φέρω νερό και καφέ. Πάω να φέρω να πιω νερό. Έχω στεγνώσει, σαν μουνί έχω γίνει. Σαν μουνί έχω γίνει.
Just possessed right now. The shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Miro went down 25th, right? There was 25 teams alive when Miro went down. Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Which is kind of crazy to me because a lot of times when we talk about this duel, we tend to focus a little more on Miro's side, right? Kind of a little more decorated, a little more experienced. But Cooper's like, whoa, why am I getting disrespected right now?
I mean, unbelievable player, right? He was given the chance by Miro to compete, and he has not looked back since. Every opportunity he's taken.
Flip the coin. If anybody has seen that on the timeline, basically how this duo ended up forming, Miro was like, hey, Cooper, flip a coin, and if it's what you guess, whatever it was, I think it was heads, we'll duo. And it ended up being correct, so they formed a duo, and now here they are on the global stage in first place after 3 games.
Best coin flip of his life.
Just insane. Okay, so really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheating and Pixie rather in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper and Miro. and they're kind of, you know, gentlemen of very few words. I was kind of curious if you guys had insight as to how they are just going wild right now. How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's the high ground play, right? Like somehow, you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen either of those duos in a healthy enough position to go ahead and contend for it. So it's kind of left that area of the end game open arms for Pixie and Sheetan.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to be very low pressure right now. And for a team who isn't as experienced in these kind of moments, that's very alarming almost, right? You don't expect to see that. You expect the players to be shaking and wobbling over their words like, oh my goodness, we're on the stage and we're winning games. What's going on? No, these guys are cool, calm, and collected.
Absolutely. You talk about another duo that's cool, calm, collected. Vico and Pink in third place right now, halfway through the competition. Guess what? Frankie, she's standing by with Vico right now. So let's hear from him.
I am, and Vico, I think this is the least nervous I've ever seen you. Why are you so calm right now?
Well, it's 3 games in, and well, there's nothing to really win right now, so nothing to lose. So it's just like there's nothing really that we need to like have pressure about, because no one really thinks that we're gonna win or anything. So
I think you've got a good chance. You're in 3rd place at the moment, and right now the drop spot feels quite safe for you because Cold and Acorn, they're not trying to grief you, they're not trying to 50-50, they're actually just giving you space.
Yeah, they're just giving us space. Like, we're giving them space, they're giving us space, because there's not really a reason why we would fight, because it's just gonna get delayed. And if we both play our end games, like me and Acorn, and like we're just both gonna do good.
Who do you think has the stronger end game out of the 2 duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that?
Because we practice a lot. Like in these last few months that we have played together, we've practiced like almost every day, or like almost every second day. So we have a lot of prac in between us. So
I just saw your coach Bloodex walking past as well. He told me I haven't had to teach this guy anything, but there must be a reason you're working with him. So what's he brought to your duo?
Basically everything. Like he's teaching me how to actually understand the game and actually play the game. Like there's a lot of stuff that I didn't know before having coaching from Bloodex. So
what has he really taught you about playing the game then? What does it mean to play Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like you need to understand like how to play mid games actually, and like look for surge and all that stuff. And that's like something that Bloodex is really good at. And yeah.
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that you are in this 3rd spot, you can go either way now. You can go up. Obviously, you can go down and you can go all the way to that trophy. What are you feeling right now in terms of your chances? Do you already see yourself lifting that trophy on that stage?
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge point difference between 1st and 3rd place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like Mero and Cooper can choke, as well as like 2nd place. I think 2nd place is Pixie and Sheetan. They can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored, I believe, over 100 points. So it might be 100 points separating you from the top, but I know that you can pull off a big game. So Vico, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to you and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Can I just say, I don't know where he is in here, but Bloodex is the biggest liar there is. For him to say, I've not had to teach Vico anything, I've been there. He's had to teach Vico a lot, like Vico just said. And my, oh my, we're grateful he has, right? Because look how Vico's playing, look how he's improved. It hasn't always been the smoothest, it hasn't always been the easiest of rides for that duo to get to where they are now, but it's the perfect time for them to be peaking.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need to get sharpened, right? I still need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best, you'll never actually improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings, a couple in the top 3. Let's talk about the duo in 4th, Seti and Cammy. Again, I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the time. Cammy and Seti, though, they might have this like, they haven't quite made it up in the standing. They haven't got a victory on, not even a top 5, whatever. And then they end in 1st place, right? From this position. And we're only 3 games, they can make it happen.
So far for me, Cammy and Seti's about hanging on, right? Giving them actually a chance to go ahead and hoist the trophy at the end of the day. Because so far, as I was talking to Levin about while we were watching that game, we really haven't seen a good game from them yet, a solid one. Usually this duo is very, very tight-knit in the sense that they are both alive late into these end games, but we have just seen solo clutch performances, which by the way is very, very rare for this duo, to just hold on to that 4th place, which is why that 4th place to me is so impressive.
Yeah, no, I want to really emphasize that because you're spot on there. They have not had a good game by Cammy and Seti standards. Like, the best is still yet to come from these guys. And the fact that they're in 4th, and you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards, just says everything you need to know about this duo.
You know, and we're talking about it a lot, right? Obviously, of course, right now we are on a break. So there is some time to maybe sit back and actually talk with each other, kind of figure out what's going wrong. So maybe this is the reset that they need.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times
Ότι γίνεται το season 6, το season τελειώνει 4 Νοεμβρίου οι τρεις κάπου εκεί.
They've been able to work things out. They've been able to get together, get on the same page, and it's paid off every single time.
Absolutely. We saw 3 games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game, and they could suddenly overtake that #1 spot. There's a point differential, but we can't focus on that, right? We have to focus on the job we have to do. As we turn our attention back over to the standings, let's just take a look here as well. I'd love to highlight Carmi and Vanyak. They're in 5th place, up 22 places. Again, it takes one good game, and then suddenly we just shift the entire leaderboard.
You know what's impressive to me is that I'm looking at the objectives, right? None of the teams right now in the top 10 seem to have secured Rift Island a single time. So I kind of wonder what's going on with that. Maybe it's actually kind of hurting some of these teams for whatever reason. But I mean, listen, that lead by Cooper and Mira. You know what's very, very interesting about Mira? Of course, he does have 5 FNCS titles under his belt. Did you know that in 4 of those titles, he didn't actually win a game? So those back-to-back second places are just very much so his style.
So basically you're saying, you got to just wrap it up now. It's over. Like, if he's winning games now it's just over. We might as well just pack it up, we'll go home.
There we go. I'm going to stay. I want to stay. I want to see this halftime show coming up shortly from DJ Producer, 2 Friends. We'll get there momentarily. But yeah, I mean, with halfway through, now it is more important and more critical than ever. We can't be slipping, right? We have to keep moving forward. We have to kind of shore up these mistakes as quickly as possible because there's a championship trophy waiting.
You know, why don't we reference some of the other in-person events that we have had, right? We had Invitational. Now, of course, that was 12 games, so a little bit different. But we checked out the day 1, right? After 6 games, which, of course, was that halfway point. And since we're at that point now, I think it would be very, very relevant to talk about it. Whoever was at the top of the leaderboard is still switched up very much so after we played out the second half of the competition. So I really do feel like there's still so much that could happen.
Yeah, and look, again, as much as a lot of these players very much need the break, they need some time to cool down and relax. It could be a bit of a heat check for Miro and Cooper, right? They might come back, sit down, and they're not really feeling as hot as they once were, right? So hopefully it doesn't mess up their momentum and their flow.
You talk about momentum, we got to slow things down. We are halfway through the competition, and what I want to see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Well, it's not Fortnite, fam. I don't want to completely slow things down. I just want to change things up. We've had a lot of gameplay, but now we're going to introduce some music here for the halftime show. We have something very special in store for you here, Copenhagen. DJ, producer, musician extraordinaire, 2 Friends has something never before heard or seen in store for you all here. That's right, it's a very special Fortnite show, one that's going to be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor, get ready to stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, I mean, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it though. We're going to jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out. And then we get to see what's in store for us.
Okay, let's see, guys. Who the fuck is this guy?
we feeling, baby? We're two friends still stuck to with y'all tonight. Y'all ready to do a big with us? Make some noise! I need all y'all right here. Put the hands in the sky. Put them up, put them up, put them up.
Ποιοι είναι αυτοί, chat?
Show me what we got. Come on.
Συνεργάτες μου, σκουπά.
Fortnite, let's keep it going strong right here. Follow us on this one.
Got a lot of love, little bit less money. Don't need too much on me. Besides you, met a couple friends.
Rocket League.
But I never really see them, cause I don't really feel them.
Μη φάμε κοπρέτ, σας έχω γαμίσει μουνόφανα. Πάμε μαζί μαγκές, όλοι vibe.
Do it like this.
What's up? I'm wide awake but never sleep. Can't close my eyes around you, but it's cool.
Ποιοι είναι αυτοί οι καραγκιόζιδες ρε μαλάκα που μας λένε και καλά two friends will come. Μαλάκα νόμιζα θα ήταν διάσημοι bro, what the fuck is this guys ρε. Γιατί δεν έχει έρθει ο Marshmallow π.χ. Come on baby. Όχι, θα πάμε copyright. Έχω πάει copyright ήδη bro. Live.
Y'all will know this next one. Let me hear you guys sing it with us.
See the light, oh my God, το φάγαμε το copyright στην υγεία μας. In a hopeless place, find a love in a hopeless place.
Fortnite, let me see all y'all losing right now.
Βάλε μου και το... Όπα ρε, σαξόφωνο ρε μπρο. Πάμε! Ο Χάλαντ είναι. Ποιος είναι?
Run it back, baby!
No matter what, money on my mind, I can never give it up.
Put them hands in the sky! Put them up! Put them up!
Κάμπεν, να έπαιζε Οικονομόπουλος εδώ πέρα, Κάμπεν, Τζέλα, ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, ρε φίλε. Thank you so fucking much, ρε μαλάκα. Τι στο πουτσο κάνεις ρε μαλάκα. Γιατί δεν φαίνεται, φάνηκε το κατασταρικό. Έπρεπε να το αφήσεις, ακόμα παίζει, περίμενε. Πάτε για την κόρνα. Εγώ δεν την ακούω. Μαλάκα. Το τραγούδι είναι αυτό. Μαλάκες, ο Χάλαντ παίζει σαξόποδο ρε. Shout out στο Χάλαντ. Δώσε Χάλαντ. Πάμε αγόρι μου. Πω μαλάκες, φανταστείτε τώρα να έχω και ο κάμπ εκεί πέρα θα σηκωνόμουν και αγόρευα. Τέτοια φάση.
Fortnite, I need every single one of you to lose your voices with us.
Ρίξτε μια ζευγιά. Τι είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα, ποιο τραγούδι είναι αυτό. Βάλτε ρε μαλάκα ανεβαστική μουσική, τι είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα. Α, το ξέρω. Το ξέρω το τραγούδι αυτό, έτσι πάει. Ναι. Ναι ρε φίλε. Ω χαμό το σπίτι.
Fortnite, how we feeling out there? Let's keep it going strong.
Τι μαλακές είναι αυτές ρε. Ταξιδέψτε ρε, πάμε ρε. Fortniters. Όπα και χορεύτρες! Έλα ρε! Σαν και εμένα χορεύουν.
guys finished this one off strong. This next one's
Βάλε ένα καλό γαμό το σπίτι μου γάμο. Τι κάνει εκεί? Η πρώτη τι κάνει εκεί? Α, το ξέρω το λόγο. So nice with eyes. Just nice, no.
Like this.
Dus up, that's to news. Up this night. We went to Zavenet down.
Let me see you guys bounce with us.
Πάμε κοριτσιά, πάμε λίγο κοριτσιά. Μαλάκι, εγώ πρέπει να μιλάω εκεί πέρα. Μαλακία ρε πούστη. Του δαστήν τα σκευάστα. Το τραγούδι το ξέρω αυτό, το μεταξύ. Τσάπρε να τους νομάδες. Άμα τις νόμπες, ακατάγα το αυτό. Άμα τις νόμπες. Θες να το say goodbyes. Do not spend my.
Second time even louder.
Πήγα να την παίξω τελούς με αυτές ξεκάθαρα. Με την πρώτη κιόλας. Την κοινά αυτή την κυρία που είναι μπροστά μου. Στούσου κορίτσι μου, πάμε εδώ στα όλα. Δώστε μαγιές.
Fortnite, thank you guys.
Τι thank you ρε μαλάκα, τι τραγούδια να αυτά ρε μου νογανό.
Blown. I was just watching the halftime show on the screen.
I was watching the halftime stream. More moits. It was awful songs. What the fuck was that, moits?
Well, to age us even more, when Mr. Brightside came on, all of the 30-year-olds in the talent show were going crazy, and then anyone younger than that pretty much didn't know what was going on.
Gold star goes to Zeke. Zeke has got some moves. Zeke literally looked like an in-game character doing the dance moves.
Oh, really?
I thought he was going to bring out the floss at one moment. I was like, Zeke, that is so true.
I think he did. I think he actually did a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
That's how much he loves Fortnite.
It's true.
Well, how would you...
Μάγκες, συγγνώμη που δεν ξέρω να κάνω floss.
Terrible. That's one word.
Κάτσε να κάνω ένα try. Δεν ξέρω να κάνω floss.
Little groove on the heel, a little groove on the heel. Can I say my MVP from that performance?
Yes.
Man with the sax.
Oh my gosh, how could you not?
Περιμένετε.
And that was live. That wasn't a pre-recorded guy just sax syncing. I don't know
Περιμένετε,
the
πάω.
equivalent of lip sync.
Όχι έτσι, είναι έτσι.
He's like literally walking down a stair. I find it so hard to walk down the stairs of the main stage, let alone.
Bro, δεν ξέρω να το κάνω ρε γάμο το στόμα μου.
Oh, as soon as the two friends guys jumped up there on
Μαλάκες, δεν ξέρω να το κάνω ρε μαλάκα.
Is it one friend?
Το γκρίντι πώς πάει ρε μαλάκες.
That's when
Το γκρίντι πάει έτσι.
misses the jump, but he didn't. He's been working on those glutes. I literally need to know his
Πώς, μαλάκες, αυτό πρέπει να μάθω Να σηκώνω, να χορεύω, να σκοτώνω άτομα.
My mind started to be blown to the point where I don't think I have any brain cells left because literally that performance has made me lose all thought because it was so awesome.
I mean, the drummers were also incredible.
Έλε μαλάκες, αυτά εδώ μεταξύ πρέπει να τα βάλω. Πρέπει να τα κάνουμε κλιπ, ωραία. Πρέπει να τα κάνουμε κλιπ οπωσδήποτε για να τα βάλουμε για donate τέτοια. Αυτά με τις μαϊμούδες. Τι ήταν αυτό ρε μαλάκα, γκρίντι ρε μαλάκα.
Yeah, there are. Do you think that anyone is going to overtake Cooper Mira because they are 100 points clear and they're so consistent in getting to those end games?
I mean, not only do they have the highest amount of eliminations right now,
Έχω σκάσει, Τώρα, μάγκες, επειδή ο Τσίλης σας λέει πάντα την αλήθεια, οι μασχάλες μου σκατοβρωμάνε. Όχι σκατοβρωμάνε, βρωμάνε γάματα.
where we had Aqua and Nyrox get back-to-back the first duo to do it again. So it has been years since we've seen that.
Έτσι το κάνει η γιαγιά μου. Τότε είναι master η γιαγιά σου, φίλε. Shout out στη γιαγιά. Γίδι ήταν όχι greedy. Το γάμισες.
No. Listen, Frankie, you're not gonna bait me into that, okay? Look, those moves are way too powerful, okay? But man, that was a crazy set by a DJ producer, Two Friends. And I gotta agree with Frankie.
Εν τω μεταξύ, chat. Όπα. Εγώ νόμιζα, μαλάκα, που έλεγε Two Friends. Δεν ήξερα ότι υπάρχει συγκρότημα ή ξέρω εγώ TJs οι οποίοι λέγονταν Two Friends. Εγώ νόμιζα ότι απλά θα έρθουν δύο μεγάλα ονόματα. Καταλάβατε, δύο διάσημοι. Δεν είχα ιδέα, chat. Two Friends, άκου εκεί.
Going off and it's like, whoa. Why can we actually feel the heat from those waves?
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going,
Just
man.
keep going while we continue the competition. Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristband. So as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena lighting up kind of in like tandem with the songs.
Μάγκες, κανονικά δεν έπρεπε να έχουν βγάλει icons στο Fortnite.
DJ producer, Two Friends, we appreciate y'all.
Icon skin series.
We became best friends.
Chillis. CHN Alice. Θα κάνω μήνυση στην Epic Games που δεν με έχει βγάλει ακόμα Icon Series. Άμπραβο, μεγαπέλο κόκκινο New York. Μαλάκα, χωρίς μαλακίες, θα ήμουν W Fortnite skin, φίλε. Θα είχα και τα τατουάζ, θα έλεγα να βάλουν αμάνικο μαζί με κόκκινο New York καπέλο. Θα ήταν πολύ ωραίο τέτοιο, ρε φίλε. Joey, να ξέρεις, τον τύφο δεν τον βγάλανε διότι διάλεξε να μην τον βγάλουνε. Διάλεξε να έχει το locker του, απλά.
Curious to kind of get your thoughts. So how do we slow down Miro and Cooper right now? Are they contested? Because it seems right now.
Θα τους κάνω μήνυση. Πρέπει να με βγάλουν Fortnite Icon Series. Yes, guys. Yes. They need to do this. These fucking bastards. Μάλλον το chat σου είναι obsessed μαζί μου. Deluxe.
Finding the refreshes in that game tells me that they are even ready for those situations that are tough, especially in Fortnite competitive, to overcome, which just means that hard to stop.
Deluxe. Κανείς δεν ασχολείται μαζί σου. Ξεκάθαρα. Σίλι, μπορείς να με κάνεις coach στο επόμενο Cash Cup. 50 ευρώ την ώρα, αδερφέ. These off-spawn battles against Canada and AD going so back and forth, man. It mentally it must be tough because even when you win, you know this might be the only opportunity. Τσίλι, ωραίο που κάμισο, έχει και η αδερφή μου. Αλήθεια είναι TPG. Τρελό μου είναι η αδερφή σου, φίλε, τότε. Για να έχει το που κάμισο, έτσι. Πρώτον δεν είναι που κάμισο, ρε μάλακα. Τι λες τώρα, ρε μάλακα, TPG. Ξεκινάμε, ρε μαλάκης, αλλά δεν ξεκινάμε, ρε.
And it's still just so crazy to me. More duos aren't just sending it. Because actually yesterday we saw a moment where there was like.
Σε ανέβασα στενούς. Καλά ρε μου νόπα να μ' ανεβάσετε και Instagramια και αυτά τα τεχνολογίες να γίνομαι ξεφτυλά. Έτσι είστε ρε μουνάκια. Καλά κάνετε. Cheers.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because like you said, they went from showing so much respect there for not going for it, then the next game they get an eliminate and they start, you know, doing the.
Ας σου βγάλουνε και έτσι άλλη με μαλλί πλατίνα. Μαλάκα θα ήταν ακραίο, bro.
I'd like to see some more teams get involved in that Rift Island gambit, right? I think.
Ο Moneymaker δεν παίζει.
Now in Hen and Vasquez, you you can't be letting that happen if you're the rest of the lobby, right? If they now start to, you know, put on better performances to add to those Rift Island points, then you start looking at a team that can start to contend.
Δεν το αγόρασε κανείς. Μίτσο, όσοι δεν είχαν λεφτά δεν το αγόραζαν. Οι τσίλιδες, οι 300'δες, οι μεγαλοπούλιδες θα το έλεγα εγώ, αυτοί που έχουν καβλί και δεν το έχουν στο στόμα τους, όπως εσύ Μίτσο, θα το αγόραζαν. Καταλάβες. Και main skin κιόλας, έτσι, όχι μαλαγίες. Mind blow. Μακάρι πιστεύω να είναι το surprise. Εγώ πιστεύω πως θα είναι το surprise ή το new map. Και καλά ότι δεν το έχουμε δει. Ότι θα βάλουν το OG map. Και announcement FNCS τριός. Please, I beg my fucking life να είναι τριός.
They're gonna be in good positions and they're gonna make you think, how on earth did they know where to go, right? How did they maneuver their way into the spot? You give them the forecast, how you give them the intel, the insight beforehand, and it's like, yeah, they're just always gonna be in a good spot. And even though the performances, maybe there's a bit going wrong in terms of...
Arlin Chela, Chambona Kuye! Shout out to Albanians in the chat, baby. Chambona, thank you για το member, αδερφέ. Thank you για το member. Σήμερα μάλλον, ναι.
Splitting their drop spot right now, I really think it's in favor of them. And, you know, we're talking about how, you know, we really don't think that they've had a Cammy Seti-esque game yet. That forecast tower has to help them out.
Γιατί τόσες διαφημίσεις. Έτσι. Έτσι. Και θα τις βλέπεις όλες κιόλας, εντάξει. Θα τις βλέπεις όλες και θα πεις και ένα τραγούδι. Όσο τις βλέπεις θα τραγουδάς. Ήταν ένα μικρό καράβι. Αυτό. Εντάξει φίλε. Πάμε, τώρα ξεκίνα. Announce για το OG map. Δεν θα έχει τίποτα για το comp. Game number 4, guys, let's fucking go! Έχουμε άλλα 3 games, κύριε και κύριοι. Αυτό και άλλα 2. Πάμε.
Game number 4 is here, and it is time to
Βάλε sound.
our way into the Fortnite world. Let's jump off this bass. Let's see what's in store for us.
And that's the thing, Monsters. We've already seen so many of those 50-50 skirmishes, particularly this one here at the racetrack. You can already see these players lighting up the sky. Kanada.
Τα λεφτά του κάποιοι δεν μπήκανε στην μπάρα. Μπήκανε ρε μαλάκα. Πόσο γράφει.
This is the time. Thomas and Malabuka need this, but it's
μια χαρά μπήκανε, bro.
The game-defining moment right here. Malabuka's already set on the backside, hit between two sides. Angel the first one. Kanada gets the follow-up. Thomas is hurt.
Thomas says it.
But there's another team here, and they get completely taken out, possibly to the hands of Iamzo and Rise, who were just next door.
Spinks actually with the final elimination shots there, and that's part of the risk. Early third-party contest, it's just such easy pickings.
The sad part about that is Kanada has won that drop now more times than Thomas HD and Malabuka.
Άρα ξέρετε τέλος του μήνα θα μπουν για το κόμμα θα γίνει.
Also had equal amount of time to run up the points on the scoreboard, and they were doing it. Finally finding their stride. That's going to be a 2-7 But entertainment for us nonetheless. We get to jump in now with Clement and Kaizen who already
Βάρα, πλάκα. Ωραίο aim ρε, ωραίο aim. Μπράβο μαγκές. Μπράβο ρε, με τις shots στον αέρα.
Off of the distance as well. Seems as though Pars gonna meet an early demise. Baka trying to recover, but it's just not enough. Giannis and Reason going to collect.
Τι έστειλες ρε μαλάκα, ξαναστείλ το άλλη μία, please.
Just them getting the luxury.
Βάλ το Γιάννη Τσίλι, sorry.
Continue farming out resources, materials. We can take a look back at the action, and we didn't get a chance to witness the.
Ναι, Reason σκοτώνει Aizen Baka.
Drop down from the overhead view. Baka just unable to find those finalizing shots. It's unfortunate, but when you're in those 2 versus 1 situations, it's hard to come out on top.
It makes you wonder.
Σε κάνει abuse στάμπου ρε. Deluxe, δεν φταίω εγώ. Σε κάνει abuse στάμπου. Μπρο, χθες γνώριζα μια κούκλα μαλάκα στα Battle.net και έπαιζε FN και της είπα καν άκρη. Κάνε άκρη να σου δείξω τα skills μου.
Τι
λες ρε bro.
and finishes the deal. Gets
Ό,τι καλύτερο, φίλε.
Gets the credit.
Παίζει Fortnite η γυναίκα, η κυρία. Μπράβο, μπράβο.
Making sure to not go down.
W-Riz Zelax.
Minor setback there.
W-Riz Zelax χωρίς member όμως, L-Riz Zelax. No member chillis, L-Riz. Πάει αυτόματα αυτό. Member, W-Riz.
One more time, Teeny, Misha.
Ο Μίσα καλά τα πάει, καλά τα πάνε, ναι.
At least for right now, Teeny and Misha, after that last little engagement with Worthy, they're going to take a second to recuperate in the process for actually looking to challenge against Fnatic and Moneymaker.
Back on over though, Murstache, Tayson in the battle here. Tayson playing the high ground, allowing Murstache to really lead the pace down low. This is the first time we've seen them rotate this south early. And Slappy trying to really force the fight on Trulix, but the timing must have felt good to them because Chicho and Trulix were also fighting at this drop.
Τσίλησε, μήπως είσαι Οκτώβριος, γιατί σε βάζω 15 στα 10. Τι ακούω.
But no, not this time.
Snazy and Podeside though, you can always tell the moment that they're on the screen because the French community here in the arena always making sure to let themselves for their favorites. Lying in wait though. Accident had absolutely no idea for what was waiting right around the corner here.
Ναι, συντρόβρο, φίλε. Τελευταίο game είναι, όχι, έχουμε αυτό για τα δύο. Τσάτ, αυτό το skin είναι πάρα πολύ ωραίο, Chilies of the Gods. This is the... Αυτό το skin θέλω. Πάρ' το μου. Έλα ρε με τι κάνουμε. Βάλε μας χάλες μέσα στην κάμερα. Άρα δεν πας καλά εσύ, φίλε. Θαυμαστικό OnlyFans. Ανεβάζω μας χάλες και πατούσες. Ποιος το πάτησε? Μεγάλος χαριόλης όποιος το πάτησε. Το θαυμαστικό OnlyFans. Ψέματα λέω. Τι κάνεις? Τι κάνεις μόνο πάνω?
So anything is possible. As quickly as you flew up, you can come down, or there's room for others to come and join you at the top.
Right now, Sened, he's trying to spread his wings here up against Gab0 and Polarized to back him up. Not in the sights, but right now, Polarized and taking their time before making the attack. Want to make sure that most of these edits actually.
Άμα έχεις OnlyFans θα ήσουν να Dubai. Facts.
How many times have we seen players run into the wrong box after all? Nice peek of the shoulder there for Polarized. But it seems as though more could be joining the fray. These guys aren't able to find it soon enough. Nutty, Gab0 applies some decent pressure, but...
Περιμένετε ρε μαλάκες, σας κλείσουμε λίγο το Fortnite. Χαμίστε το Fortnite. Ακούστε εδώ πέρα comment. Τσίλι, γνώμη που ένας φίλος μου έκλειψε την κόμενα, τι να κάνω? Θα σου απαντήσει το chat τι θα κάνεις, όχι ο Τσίλις. Πάμε. Απαντήστε στο παιδί αυτή τη στιγμή.
It's not worth it. Sentinel and Polarized make the rotate out. We might see some NA on NA action here. Agent Paper trying to set up right now. You say, all right, we'll take your scraps. Now they might be looking to fight Nutty and Gab0 here.
But the fact that a simple introduction of another party to your initial skirmish and that's enough to disperse.
Το chat τρελάθηκε. Μην το κάνεις αυτό. Μπορείτε να μιλήσετε και να... Όχι, γάμα το τη μάνα την πουτάνα ρε! Γάμισα το τη μάνα!
Opponents here, you really have to. Let's not forget, for Match 4 Grand Finals, to get this far into the tournament stage, you had to qualify based off your performance all year long, and then qualify for the weekend, the most difficult and the most competitive of formats.
Γυρνάμε σελίδα. Ξαναπάμε Fortnite. Μην μιλάτε άλλο. Τέλος. Του είπαμε τι θα κάνει. Τέλος. Έκλεισε αυτό. Πάμε πάλι.
We jump back into it. Podeside and Snazy continue looking to strike here on the opponents in the vicinity. They allow for the pickup, it seems.
Oh, this could be dirty though from Podeside and Snazy, depending on how they actually look to play things out. Exodus just having gotten an opportunity to rejoin and just quickly sent back again to the elimination process. It's going to be in vain here, unfortunately.
Snazy σκοτώνει έναν μαλάκα που δεν είδα. Μπράβο του.
They still got to work their way from deep outside of the zone. Granted, it is early enough that the tick damage isn't really anything to be all too concerned about, but you don't want to find yourself too far outside of proper positioning where some of these other
Ρε μαλάκες, ο Peterbot πέφτει εδώ πέρα και κάνει κοντέ στον Booga. Μαλάκα, what the fuck are you doing, Peterbot? Why are you griefing Booga? What the fuck, man?
They need to score some points too if they want to jump back into that top 5 conversation. Because up top we have Cooper and Miro potentially starting to run away train with no breaks. Let's watch it back though. We jumped away from Paper for a moment. It seems like as things started to ease up, they come on in. They catch a down body, and Paper was quick on it. And you know he's feeling good about that one. That was an excellent elimination and a great timed fight.
Christaras LPC, what's up, baby? Welcome to the fucking stream. Thanks so fucking much for the fucking member. Welcome to Triakosi, baby. Thanks so fucking much. That's love.
And he might have been able to make a huge turnaround play there, but Cammy, just inside of Frenzy Fields, finding some nice shots with that twin mag, and that's going to be a decent collection of surge tag damage for the time being. Relatively split right now from Cammy. Seems as though both of them trying to prioritize different directions, but some of these teams definitely encountering some issues running alongside the edge of Storm. It seems as though other teams are already taking note of the way that the zones are starting to pool and just doing their best to try and control the flow of the lobby.
Μύρο πως είναι μπροστά από το cheating, διότι έχει παίξει 3 games, top 2, top 2 και top 4. Και ο άλλος λογικά έπαιξε 2 wins. Είχαν και kills λογικά, και καταλαβαίνεις. Η Catwoman Zero καλή είναι αν τη θες gift. Catwoman έχω αδερφέ πάρα πολλές, μην μου κάνεις gift Catwoman. Ευχαριστώ πάντως για την προθυμία ρε φίλε, Λοσκή, είσαι μεγάλο αλάνι ρε φίλε. Μερικές φορές κάνω και πλάκα για τα gifts, μάγκες, μην αγχώνεστε, πλάκα κάνω ρε φίλε. Έχω αρκετά skins ρε μαλάκα, εντάξει, άμεσα. Οι άλλοι μου κάνανε gift τον Flash και τον γορίλα ρε μαλάκα. Αλλά 200 για το PC, ξεκάθαρα bro, ξεκάθαρα. Και ξεκινάμε να αγοράζουμε parts. Θα ξεκινήσω ούτως ή άλλως αυτό το μήνα τώρα, τέλος του μήνα μάγκες, ξεκινάω να αγοράζω parts στο PC.
But it's a lull in the action because other teams just keep taking note of the action.
That of the Germans here.
Τι PC θα πάρεις, θα το κάνω βιντεάκι αδερφέ. Αλλά θα πάρω γάμισε τα PC, σας το λέω από τώρα, θα είναι the greatest PC. Θα δούμε αν είναι τριος, θα δούμε θα γίνει. Το επόμενο season bro θα είναι τον Φεβρουάριο, να το ξέρεις. Το επόμενο FNCS θα είναι Φεβρουάριο μήνα. Χατζάκο, σε ευχαριστώ πολύ αδερφακό. Το καλύτερο PC στη Ρόδο, από τα καλύτερα PC στην Ελλάδα θα έχω. Εντάξει, όχι μαλακίες λέω chat, δεν ξέρω ποιο PC θα έχω, αλλά θα έχω ένα πάρα πολύ καλό PC ρε φίλε, θα το δείτε σε βίντεο αυτό. Τα παλιά specs θα τα κάνεις, τα παλιά specs αδερφέ θα τα κρατήσω γιατί θα παίξουμε 2 PC setup, double PC. Από το ένα θα στριμάρω, από το άλλο θα παίζω. Στείλει το βίντεο με τα ranks πότε, μπρο, παίζει να μου έχουν στείλει 5 άτομα κλιπάκια, δεν γίνεται να κάνω. Λοιπόν, chat, πρωτού συνεχίσουμε το βίντεο, ακούστε με. Πραγματικά θέλω τη βοήθειά σας. Θαυμαστικό Discord. Μπείτε στο Discord και στείλτε μου στο React κλιπάκια σας, ωραία, clips τα οποία έχετε κάνει εσείς, γιατί θα κάνω ένα βίντεο guess the rank από τους viewers μου. Από εσάς ρε φίλε. Και θα βλέπω ένα clip και θα μαντεύω το τι rank είσαστε. Αν είσαστε bronze, αν είσαστε silver, αν είσαστε gold, αν είστε diamond, elite, unreal. Οπότε στείλτε μου κλιπάκια, chat. Go ahead και στείλτε μου κλιπάκια. Άμα δεν το βρεις, άμα δεν το βρω, klein mine. Γι' αυτό σου λέω είναι guess. Θα κάνω guess απλά. Εντάξει. Και άμα πάει καλά θα κάνουμε και part 2. Οπότε όποιος γουστάρει να πάρει μέρος στο βιντεάκι, ας μπει στο βιντεάκι, θαυμαστικό Discord join για να κάνετε τα κλιπάκια σας. Πάμε. Θέλει capture card για 2 WPC, το ξέρω. Elgato capture card. Κλείσω από LoL ή από FN, από Fortnite ρε μαλάκα, τι LoL.
The day have featured some very early aggression, but that is not the case for Cooper
and
Miro, right? They're just landing over at Rumble Ruins all alone, and honestly, one of the best things about this POI is going to be that Temple Vault. So much loot in one spot to make sure that they can quickly get the loadouts that is needed. And the other thing good about this POI is that it is centrally located on the map, so they can get some storm surge and some early rotations out.
Thanks so much, Vivid. It's definitely clear that their drop at that Rumble Ruins POI is certainly making a pretty impactful mark on their run so far today. And what's even
Theo was here with the member. Welcome to the fucking 300. Thank you so fucking much, baby. Thank you. Much love. Welcome, αδερφακό. Ευχαριστούμε για το support, φίλε μου. Welcome back, βασικά. Είσαι χρυσός. Thank you so fucking much, baby.
Well, with Vico and Pink on this Rift Island, they're looking to lick their lips, rub their hands together, and pray for something good right now. That's 15 points their way, but they're going to have to fight for it. Moneymaker, Fnagen understand that they have to come back and make a big turn, a big stride.
Λόσκι, σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, φιλαράκο μου. Θα πούμε μόλις τελειώσουν τα FNGS. Εντάξει, brother. Ευχαριστώ πολύ να κάνεις gift.
Vico and Pink would love to secure this right now, though. It would really make the difference.
It's 15 points. The fact that Hen and Daske managed to secure 2 of these Rift Islands.
Τσακώνονται για το νησί, Μπράβο, πασάδες μου. Μπράβο, έτσι πρέπει. Μπράβο, πασάδες μου.
Miro, they seem to have other intentions, and the game is afoot here for these two as they can.
Όντως, Μίτσο, γάμισε τα, φίλε. Φίλιπ, μπορεί να το κυρώσεις τον ίδιο μήνα ακριβώς, ρε φίλε. Μπορεί να κάνεις member και μετά να πας στα settings να το ακυρώσεις την ίδια στιγμή.
Vaniac and Carby are under the Rift Island, so a lot of our very important performing duos so far just to hit here. The first, Tina and Misha. They've had a good game so far. They finally found their footing here, but they're going against Pink and Vico, who were just warmed up after the first 3. Already, though, what can they do?
Pink's got to be careful, though. Pink and Nico don't want to wind up as the team being sandwiched with so much commotion happening here at the Rift Island. Still trying to break through these wall edits from Misha and Teeny. But capture point, it's been claimed. Vico and Pink, that is a massive 15 points bonus, regardless of what happens next for these two. But it seems as though they still want more. They've got the loot. They want some elimination points to go with it.
Yeah, look at this. Now they have everything secured.
Θα αλλάξει PFE στο YouTube, ναι. Σαν το βεγάνε. Απλά περιμένουμε την ετοιμάσει ο τυπάς.
It might just be time to go for Mo's, for Mira and Cooper. They're listening to all this go down. They have the material that they wanted from this low ground reservoir. And for them, that's a small victory in its own. It wasn't the checkpoint they wanted. That was too risky. But the material count was welcomed.
Πολύ ωραίο σκηνάκι αυτό του Βανιάκ, το έχω ξαναπεί 650 φορές.
As things continue drawing up towards the north side, a lot of teams now starting to find their way into the zone.
Μέτρη δεν παίζουμε, αδερφέ.
Over here at Brutal Bastion. It's a relatively large POI, and seeing all of these pre-established edits, it's got to put you on edge.
Στείλει τα max views σε live πόσο... Τα live σου πόσο είναι. 6.000 άτομα, 6.500, πώς ήτανε. Νομίζω 7.000 άτομα.
Touch on the take, and Vino and Queasy want nothing to do with it. You have to heal, they have to bounce back. They are having a difficult tournament run, as is Cold and Acorn, a lot of our favorite picks so far. Struggling here, but that was just 3 games, right? All you have to do is play even better on the back 3. You can be very much in the competition, in the conversation.
I mean, we've seen just how impactful even 2 games can be.
Yeah.
And considering that we still have 2 games left to play after this one.
Συλλάξεις κάποιος να αρχίσει YouTube. Γιατί όχι, ρε μπρο. Στην Ελλάδα γενικά θέλει πολύ grind, αλλά γενικά αξίζει, ρε φίλε. Άμα γουστάρεις στο YouTube, άμα γουστάρεις να κάνεις βιντεάκια, content creation ή whatever, και πιστεύεις είσαι καλός σε κάτι, why not, go ahead.
To lose track of some of these teams that might be
Κανείς δεν μπορεί να σταματήσει.
just a little bit behind some of these icebergs. But Rise seems as though he's got at least one party in his sights. Just behind him though, Cheatin and Pixie, but it's Misha and Teeny. They have been on an uphill battle the entire match so far, it would seem. And it's only going to get all the more difficult with
Silly παίρνεις επίδομα ανεργίας. Αδερφέ, δεν έχω πάει να δουλέψω εδώ και 5 χρόνια, ρε φίλε. Το επίδομα ανεργίας. Χρειάζεσαι ένσημα να σου κολλήσουνε, δεν μου κολλάνε εμένα, φίλε. Μακάρι να το παίρνα.
That's 8 points.
Ληστεία είναι ούτως ή άλλως.
Great job as well, finding the angles there, closing the elimination set. That's gonna put them up in a sweet spot, but now Podesai has to play this one out by himself. He's gonna need the support of his community here for sure, because with only a rocket
Ένσημα από YouTube.
no heals, it's gonna be pretty tough, but somehow he is above the surge. Here it is.
Θα άρχισα να κολλάσω ένα αυτό μου ένσημα μαλάκα. Μόνος μου.
Shalom and NK Papa. This could be a great team to attack. They're hurt. He gets in, he grabs the wall, but no, slips out the backside. Little does he know, he can absolutely finish them off, and they need a set of eliminations. They need a pair of damage. Podesai changes things around. Here's the damage coming in. Gets the finish. No! Couldn't conclude.
Με αυτά παίζω Deluxe. Τι να κάνω ρε φίλε, δεν ξέρω τι έγινε.
Take him out. Papa will fall here potentially if he can't find a little more damage before the zone closes. It's Vika who's in front of him.
You could tell MK Papa wants to turn around, but he knows he's got to keep pushing forward. And Vico finds him for even a second. The zip line at this point.
Wow.
With 8 HP, and he comes across unscathed. That is incredible. Coned up for a moment, trying to get this mini shield potion off. Will successfully find them, but that's up until Basket knocks him out of the field entirely to turn and burn though. Papa is Basket on the retreat.
MK Papa, Asia's last hope of the top 10 right there for now. Take it out and finish, but not before putting up a crazy fight against top 5.
Ριτζίνος όχι φίλε. Βασικά, είχα παλιά νομίζω, ναι. Τα άσπρα που είχα νομίζω, δεν θυμάμαι ποια είχα. Είχα κάτι wireless, Steel Series, ήταν αρκετά καλά, ναι. Ποια είχα ρε μαλάκες, πώς λεγόντουσαν.
Similar circumstances where they came into the game and the mid game was such a struggle. Material count, health wise, just in general, very scrappy duo. They do find a set of refreshers there. Meanwhile, Seti and Cammy, complete different story. We've already know they play deep out of the storm line, but they're looking pretty fine right now. It's going to be natural high ground. This is looking like good old early chapter days.
Cammy and Seti have definitely found a decent spot just on the side of the mountain north of Brutal Bastion, but they're not the only ones looking this direction. Ulan threats, box just beneath them. A lot of teams kind of surrounding the edges here. Peterbot and Byla, though, they're trying to put those mechs to work. Byla gonna force his way in, just now getting barely above the surge damage threshold, but Peterbot, we've been watching him do it all day long. The elimination onto Thoric, the revive onto his teammate, and bolts will fall as well. That's the kind of refresh that Peterbot and Byla were hoping for.
This is what Peterbot does right here. This is what he does best. Solo play by himself when it comes down to clutching up, and he's got that charge. This thing hurts, it hits hard. He can finish player off with one charge up. It's Axe Force though. Will he become a victim of Peterbot? But no. On his first, Peterbot has to dig into his heels now. Decides, hey, I gotta get out of here. Breaks through everyone's build. Why not just cause chaos?
Μαλάκα τους γάμισε ρε.
In the process.
Ο Peterbot.
Give it a moment. Give it a moment. You might find elimination and Axe Force gets one.
Sphinx probably has
Ήταν αυτό ρε μαλάκα.
between Axe Force and Peterbot. Those were some of the most destructive rocket rams that we have seen all day today. But Axe Force putting himself into some very strong positioning for the time being as a solo. It's so common to see players try to move from that very backside of the zone, but Cheatin as well. Seemingly the same idea here. He's just trying to wait for
Κάνει abuse of friends.com, γάμισε τα ρε.
When you're hanging just above the damage threshold, some pressure is bound to start building up.
Well, placement points have been given out, and finally now we start to see someone inside the top 5 fall.
Bro, πάλι πέθανε ο Βίνο και Quizzy, φίλε. Τι έχουνε πάθει, bro. Επειδή ο Chillis είναι μαζί τους, δεν μπορούν να παίξουνε. Τι? Chillis lag.
They've elevated themselves enough, recognizing that low ground was too dangerous and
Ζουνε. Σαν ζουνε μια χαρά.
For Cooper, they're getting to the front side of zone. They're on the hunt right now. Miro loses him though for a second. Lot going on around him.
Bro, εγώ απορώ γιατί δεν έχουν λαντάρει ήδη πάνω στον Μύρο και στον Κούπερ. Μαλάκες είναι πρώτη θέση. Γκριφάνε τέτους ρε μαλάκα. 4 million τουρνουά, εγώ θα του είχα γκριφάρει το Μουνίρε, δεν σου κάνω πλάκα. Τελευταίος να ήμουν θα τον γκριφάρα.
is just so paramount for Cheatin and Pixie's run. They've got to do everything in their power to stay as close as possible, hot on the heels of Cooper and Miro, and Cheatin just looking like he keeps finding moments to find that breath of relief.
Just what an incredible story for Pixie and Cheatin. Jumping in, this opportunity coming in.
Ο Μπούγκαζι, πού είναι ρε μαλάκα ο Βίνο, θα με τρελάνετε ρε φίλε. Α, έτσι ο Quizzy. Έχεις τον διάλο, νότος.
Think about it. If they fall now, you give Cooper and Miro potential runway that no one can close the gap on. It is getting that close right now. Mixin, Blaha though, high ground is theirs. They've had it since the mountaintop. The first have not looked back since. Still have
Mixon και Βλάχα στο high ground. Μπύρο, ακόμα ζωντανός πρώτος. 69 below.
What exactly is going to happen? He's moving zone going forward though. Things could be pretty vicious considering the landscape.
Η Όμζο και Ράις τελευταίοι κάτω-κάτω. Cheatin σκοτώνει Φαστρόκι. Ζωντανός ακόμα. Είναι χυμό, θα δει το Mad Mist. Το Mad Mist, γαμώ το στόμα σου. Άριξε πάρα πολύ, φίλε. Και μάλλον εδώ πέρα είναι dead. Μύρο και Κούπερ ζωντανή ακόμα. Η πρώτη θέση. Απλά staying alive, Απλά ζουνε. Quizzy στο high ground. Δεν έχει μάτς όμως. Μύρο. Ζει ακόμα. Ο Κούπερ ζει ακόμα. Mad Mist. Νοκ. Όχι. Βίνο στο high ground. Γιωρίτ. Σέτι. Τι βλέπω ρε μαλάκα, τι γίνεται εδώ πέρα ρε. Dead. Βίνο στο high ground ή όχι. Όχι. Δείξ' τον Βίνο ρε μαλάκα. Βίνο second. Ο Bricks πήρανε win.
And they have continued to win over this weekend. They are rising stars.
Bryce, the sight of you.
Ποιοι είναι αυτοί ρε, μάλακα. Αυτοί είχαν πάρει 2 wins, by the way. Αυτού του βγαίνουν τα μάτια έξω, by the way, chat.
You guys have success in the lobby. You just can't believe how good you are. What does it feel like to take a second victory royale in Copenhagen?
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in 4th on the leaderboard.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Is that literally the conversation you had?
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first time on LAN for you, Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How much experience have you been able to bring to the stage this weekend?
Not much, but our skill is there, so we're here to win.
Is that what it's all about? Just the skill?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your early games then, because that seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested, that can just...
Τι κρατάει bro, μαξιλάρι για το χέρι κρατάει. Για το άγχος και κάνει έτσι.
Right now, are you finding yourself caught in early fights?
Only last game. This game, we're just playing how we normally play, get surge.
So what happens then if someone comes to you to try and get that surge?
We're better than them, we'll just kill them.
Do you believe this, Bryce? Do you believe in yourself now after you've had so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the two of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Ξενερώνω που είναι καν αυτοί. Αλήθεια, τυλτάρω, δεν μ' αρέσει καθόλου.
Keep going crazy, they be popping up, but no, they're focused. They know there's only 2 games left to go. Now with this lead, with this victory royale and the eliminations as well, they could make a run of it. Now, very quickly before we even get going, Kelly Link, Mini Miner, welcome.
Δείτε τα μάτια του μαγκές. Μπαπ.
Now hit me.
Μπαπ.
Wow. This is something that we have seen from this duo this weekend. They have got victory royales in the previous rounds. And we've just seen it again. I think there's a few question marks about whether they could do it on the big stage. I mean, Frankie mentioned it. Maybe the lack
Εγώ ελπίζω να λαντάρουν στους πρώτους. Μαλάκα. Άμα ξέρεις το game και ξέρεις πώς πάει το game, πρέπει να λαντάρεις στους πρώτους. Ακόμα και τελευταίος να είσαι. Βασικά ο τελευταίος μπορεί να κρυφάρει όποιον θέλει, στον μπούτσο του. Το 7 ο Quizzy, μαγκές. Ανέβηκε, all the way up. Ένα game θέλει ρε μάλακα, παίξε γάμο το σπίτι σου. 2 games ακόμα γάμο το στόμα σου γάμο. Πάρτε 2 wins ρε μάλακα να νικήσετε. Ας πούμε τώρα πρέπει να πέσουν πάνω στον Μύρο. Πρέπει οπωσδήποτε να πέσουν πάνω στον Μύρο. Να μην βγει από το contest. Δεν πρέπει να νικήσει.
Yeah, I want to come back to them first. Cammy and Seti, you kind of highlighted them there. We saw them, we saw Cole, we saw Vino and Queasy. My gosh, that endgame was a who's who. Didn't matter where you were looking, you're like, I know all of these things. But I love here, you can just tell, if you really pay attention to the way Cammy and Seti play, when Queasy and Veno are close by and they're kind of like interacting, the way that Seti and Cammy, there's like this tiny little change. It's almost like now they're on the hunt. They can smell the blood in the water. They're like, no, you're close by. Okay, we switch it on.
Yeah, they definitely know. I mean, when you got 2
Το μόνο του που έχουν μονοψήφιο Ελλήνης στο top 10. Ποιος ρε?
It is an absolute spectacle to behold. That was such a good endgame from both those guys. Of course, making it to endgame is great to see for Veno and Queasy in particular as well. And of course, Cammy and Seti. These guys have had a little bit of a rough day today. I know you guys
Vino με τον Queasy, δεν τους έχουν πάει καλά το match.
Hopefully, they can bring some better games as well because we know what this duo can do. And again, Kelly, that's just highlighting how they're not just a low ground team. They're not just a mid ground team. They are willing and able to take high.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So clearly, their rough game is my best day in the world. But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were able to bring back up their teammate. However, they realized that once they did,
Υπάρχουν άτομα τα οποία είναι φανατικοί M8
make it to the end game, and they did just that.
And that's what they've been doing all day. They've been sitting inside of that storm. That's one of their strategies that we like to see from Cammy and Seti on this big stage. They're trying to get those heals, and particularly when the zone pulls north, of course, it goes into that jungle area where there are those shield mushrooms. Of course, there are those bounce little mushrooms as well that you can use to rotate. And we even saw them in that game using one of those kinetic rocks. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to stay back. They're trying to get out of fights and ensure that they can make it to endgame.
And another thing that they're doing pretty much every single game except for one,
Ούτε καν δεν
to hit that forecast tower, which is obviously so beneficial. But we got to talk about the top team. Cooper and
Ultras Fortnite.
Miro just going absolutely crazy. And there was a moment in that game where I wasn't too sure how they were going to do. You can see here, 102 below storm surge there, and that is such a risky place to be this late in the game. But also, I mean, can we talk about the rocket ram in this game? I don't think I've ever seen so many builds destroyed.
Μαλάκα, ο Μύρο είναι by far ο καλύτερος controller. Τι βλέπω ρε φίλε.
Just because of the natural elevation in the zone. The rocket ram is the item just to smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least breaking everything that could be getting in the way. But this is a fantastic end game from Miro. And I know on the cast there, I think it was Monster, he mentioned that there was like 4 of our top 5 teams all surrounding the Rift Island. That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Miro being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers, of course. course, you can have so many of those mats that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Mira are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go.
Όσο χρόνια του είναι ο Σέτι με τον Γκάμι ρε μαλάκα, πάρα πολλά ρε.
Είναι one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game so that they can have a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
We've seen a lot of west zones today, right? Games 1 to 3, all on the west side, and of course, Mira and Cooper, they land on that west side. So for once, we're seeing a zone that isn't in their favor, and I was definitely asking a few questions about. I was like, if the zone doesn't pull their way, what are they going to do? Are they going to?
Πόσα games έχει ακόμα? 2 games. Αυτό κι άλλο ένα.
They've just answered all of my questions.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking at global champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right now. He is fresh.
Ναι, σήμερα είναι όλα σήμερα.
Veno is doing what he does.
This is great to see from Veno, and I know their sort of game strategy and their game plan has been so masterfully crafted by his team, of course. BloodX, of course, on the coaching side of things, just doing things fantastically well. And Veno's been such a great player that's developed so much throughout his entire gameplay. He hasn't just been an all-out fragger, just jumping in boxes brainlessly. He has developed into such a fantastic, almost half IGL. He tends to take control in these end games, whilst also fragging out. What can't he do?
Unlike top 3 again,
you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit because you know your situation the best, and that is exactly what we saw from Veno.
Try to kill him.
There's just so much happening in this game, but I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the action. So casters, back on up to you.
Vamos!
Thank you guys so much. Always love getting that little bit of analytical insight during the analyst desk segments, but they're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances, so many different players, and I just want to see if they can keep the ball rolling here in game number 5.
Lucky for us, we can do just that. The battle bus is here. Let's go. Game number 5 of the grand finals is right before us. This is where we are now in the final stages of the tournament here. After this game, there will only be one more before we crown our champion. So here and now is the most important time of the rounds.
We're watching every single one of these teams begin to depart from the battle bus and look to drop at their respective points. It's always funny, too, when you see the players in between those brief segments, when they're pointing out which chest they actually want to prioritize on their loot paths, depending on the bus pathway itself. But right now, Thomas Malabuka, they're trying to prioritize this drop and winning it. Big shots coming in already from afar, and that's going to be an assist there for Kanata, even if indirect. Malabuka still shuttered up, but it's not going to be enough.
Get the fuck out.
Kanata and Agers will yet
Μαλάκα, ο Κανάτα τους γαμάει στο contest.
But again, the help from afar just did so much there for Kanata and Agers.
This is all he wants. This is all he wants to say. He came to Copenhagen. He showed up to the grand finals. Who had the best score at the end of it? Right now, Kanata and Agers clearly have been kings of the drop. But what can they do after this last game? They unfortunately
Bro, πες μου ότι δεν έπεσε κανείς πάνω στον Μύρο.
Please fight for more earnings here today. There is still so much prizing on the line. The grand finals means so much more than just first place. It's everything in between. It's your legacy. Reason Giannis getting into a fight here against Baka. They're about due for a turnaround fight. Finally, they get to find their chance. Baka and Park. A little bit of numbers.
A lot of NA representation so far to start things off with some of these more heavily contested areas, but as far north side of the map, Crude Harbor section is going to belong to Pars and Baka. Definitely got to be feeling really good about that, especially when you consider in the way that this fight initially started. Almost looked as though Giannis and Reason were going to get the better end of things, but Pars doing a beautiful job to just displace the two, finding that side maneuver to really just
Ρε, πώς γίνεται να μην έχουν πέσει πάνω τους, ρε bro.
Just caused so many issues.
Miro and Cooper.
Είναι αντικόν κέντρο του map, ρε μαλάκα.
So well right now. Miro's won 4 of his 5 FNCS titles without securing a single victory royale.
Αδερφέ μου λες,
Literally Mr. Consistent. But
Μου λες μαλάκα γιατί είσαι έτσι και έχεις ρε μαλάκα προφίλ αούρα. Kings. Μην μιλάς, brother. Perma ban. Oh.
Because they've just been playing great Fortnite together.
Hey, first place might mean 65 placement points, but second place...
Ρε μαλάκες, θα κάνω μια ερώτηση. Με ρωτάτε for fun τώρα τι κάνεις άμα θες τουαλέτα ή όχι? Γιατί με νευριάζει αυτή η ερώτηση. Θέλω να σας πω όχι θέλω να είμαστε όμορφα. Τι είναι αυτή η ερώτηση? Τι σημαίνει αυτό? Είναι παγκόσμιο κύπελο που παίζουν εκατομμύρια. Στο μπούτσο μου αν θέλει κάποιος τουαλέτα. Είχαν το break time. Όποιος θέλει τουαλέτα είναι competitive. Όπως σε όλα τα γαμημένα πούστικα, ξεφτυλιστικά, βρωμιάρικα, παγκόσμια πρωταθλήματα ποδοσφαίρου, κουλουπού, κολύμπησης, πούτσας, αρχιδιού, έχει γαμημένο διάλειμμα. Θα πας στο γαμημένο διάλειμμα τουαλέτα. Τι ηλίθιες ηλίθιες σκέτο ερωτήσεις είναι αυτές που μου κάνετε. Please. Να μιλάμε λίγο με brain cells, όχι τώρα να μιλάμε με τις αμπίθεν. Ξεκάθαρα ξεχνάς ότι κατουργέσαι και ειδικά όταν είσαι in-game, έτσι. Όταν είσαι in-game ξεχνάς ότι κατουργέσαι. Ούτε ότι χέζεσαι. Τα χέζει πάνω του.
Game interview, we're simply better than everybody else here. And granted, the way that they've managed to creep up in the leaderboards might just be backing them up on that. Teeny and Nisha.
Στάθη, έχει αυτό κι άλλο ένα game, αδερφέ.
Onto Kitos and PH Zen. A nice drop down from Teeny as well. Gonna make quick work of Kitos and not much left for PH Zen to do. Watching his teammate go down so early before you could really wrap around for the assist help.
How impressive so many of these first-time LAN appearance players have been, including Fnajin and Moneymaker here, as they continue to find their stride here, taking out Bobby. Where is Larpex? I think they got the full... No, instead they pushed everyone out, so just got a single elimination, but this is great.
Larpex just barely managing to squeeze away, but he's got to be careful which direction he chooses to run. A couple of other teams lurking, just sound...
Εφόσον δεν τον κρύφανε τον πήρε ο Μύρο, most likely, ναι ρε φίλε. Εκτός κι αν ο Βίνο κάνει ένα 20 kill win ή ο δεύτερος κάνει... Δεν ξέρω εγώ τι. Απίστευτο ότι το πήρε το NA, μαλάκα.
Utterly successful job. Paper looking to push from the front side now. Muzz, another wraparound, but Giras has finally managed to reunite with his duo. So Paper, Muzz definitely reconsidering exactly how aggressively they want to approach this, especially given Paper's loadout. They might need this refresh monster because it'd be nice to have some extra materials this early on.
Yeah, Paper just uncertain, making the call. Hey, is there someone up there? I'm not sure. That slows everything down now. Muzz tries to scout for the information, but doesn't find anything from it. That right there will tell them.
Ο Κάμπε πότε παίζει? Ο Κάμπε δεν είναι για αυτά, brother. Είναι στα επόμενο bracket των νικητών. Αυτοί που νικήσουν το FNCS παίζουν μαζί με τον Κάμπε.
Look at that, it might have cost them now as they run right into the solid wall that is Sphinx and Foya, already a team that has taken a victory out here today, so confidence is definitely there.
Moneymaker though won't be able to find a shot just yet. Cancel that. Seems as though he did sneak one up onto Sphinx. A little pause here now. Fnine debating which augment he wants to select. Maybe if he can find one that might help him out in this circumstance. But Foya and Sphinx, they seem as though they might run in to finish.
Γνώμη αυτό το πιτσιρίκι σαν το βα.
Not too far off from where
τον είδες?
taking place, but again.
No, he got finished. It looks like Sphinx turned around and
finally managed to
with
cut
an
him off.
Immediate headshot. Yeah, immediate headshot right as you said that. Sphinx finds elimination, takes him out. Well, there it is. That's 4 points. You like that?
From the frying pan into the fire, essentially, at that point. But usually how the story goes whenever players are left in those solo situations. Teeny and Misha, though, how many times have we seen this one before? A curious place to be. May or may not work out in their favor. But their patience could also play off big.
They're in enemy builds right now as well. I think they're onto something. I think they believe there might be a reboot card here or something worth holding out that will tempt these players to get closer to them. Zagu and Peppo are clearly rummaging around right now trying to find something. So for Misha and Teeny, the cheeky smile on his face. They're definitely cooking something up.
Artan Nomiro. In that player game. I mean, he got the fingers crossed. He is waiting to see if he can scoop something up here. For Bryson Chubbs, they've got a different nature of attack. One that's a little bit more towards leading the charge, so to say. Here over at Shady Stilts. Just trying to get some good utilization out of the mud that's available for some faster rotations. See if maybe they might run into any teams that they could acquire some surge tags on as well. And
μαλάκα, οπότε το καλύτερο μέρος για να πέφτεις επειδή είναι και αγκόν είναι το κεντρικό ρε μαλάκα. Πίστευτο ρε φίλε.
Whether or not investing into a full rotation would be worthwhile given some of the elevation that comes with it. It's always nice when you can get a good aerial view of the lobby.
Definitely that information download is so important, especially in this game. Stacey and Potus on the move right now, trying to get situated. Little weapons cache for them, but Teeny, Misha, the ambush finally pays off. They catch Peppo out in the open and then come crashing on in with a rocket ram. What a way to start this one off. Very explosive, very aggressive. Misha taking a wall by himself, no builds. What in the world is going on right now?
Καλώς θυμάμαι.
That's wood. I like that. That's
Ο Μπούγα παίζει ναι φίλε.
Gets right inside. Zagu has to clutch this one out.
Πίσω, για να δούμε. Ω, ένα SP ήταν μαλάκα.
In goes Teeny. Zagu puts up the numbers though, but Misha finishes the job and clutches out for Teeny.
Τι καρκινικό gameplay είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα.
Well for Teeny and Misha because we saw them waiting for so long. They had practice.
MK2 busy, βλέπει το stream 3 ώρες. Άμεσα τα φίλε. Αλλά το games.
So they needed those materials, but I guess you can just let other teams.
Τι ο Τζέτζο αυτό τα φίλε.
You're able to find the eliminations.
Not looking good right now for cheating though.
Διαφήμιση έτσι, διαφήμισάκι χαλαρό. Χαλαρό.
More importantly, do I utilize these slab juices now? Or should I wait?
Chat think fucking άλλο ένα game ρε φίλε.
Scavenge around here seeing what he can find as he's got more health.
Μέχρι στιγμής δεν έχουμε δει κάτι το ακραίο μαλάκες, δεν έχουμε δει κάτι το οποίο θα είναι... Κανονικά πρέπει να κρυφάρουν ρε φίλε τους πρώτους χωρίς μαλάκες.
There it is, it was all worth it. It's a battle for this and they should get rewarded here shortly with everything they need. Nice. It's gonna bounce them right back into this. Our second place runners, Pixie and Cheatin, have a chance now to bounce back.
Τσατάρα που κάνουμε όλοι like, να φτάσουμε 1500 likes πρωτού κλείσει το stream. Έχουμε like 100 likes να φτάσουμε και subscribe όλοι οι καινούργοι chat. Όλοι οι καινούργοι subscribe. Vamos.
Down low, Cheatin was starting to look with some of those builds. Pink and Vico.
Όλοι subscribe, όλοι. Θέλουμε 60 subs ακόμα για 60.400. Τι έχετε κάνει ρε μαλάκες.
Whether or not they'll get a chance to fully utilize them because as they make this rotation through frenzy fields, seems as though they've managed to.
Μαλάκα, έτσι όπως παίζει ο Τένι μπρο, όντως φίλε, δεν μπορώ. Ποιος είναι πρώτος, ο Μύρο.
Is a different story entirely, but given the circumstances and where both of these teams are rotating out of, it wouldn't be unlikely for Pink to be aware of the fact that it might be Queasy and Venom rotating out from Kinjitsu.
Yeah, and Kamiya Seti right there at the frenzy as well, just to the left, so a lot of danger in that area. Meanwhile, Dead Center, Acorn and Cold stick to their tried and true strategy. Worked last game, up until now, it's been a little bit of a middling performance, but it only took one to jump them right back into the top 10. Had it not been for Cooper and Miro's ridiculous run, I mean, it would be...
Ποιον υποστηρίζεις τον Βίνο ρε φίλε, αλλά... Δεν πάει και πολύ καλά ρε φίλε, είναι το 7 γάμο το σπίτι μου.
Up towards the top, but Acorn and Cold jumped into it. Queasy and Vino have as well. Tayson and Mustache now have room to make their way into these conversations too, taking down Alec and Worthy there. Nicely done. They have the zone more or less not too far, so they'll be balling out here shortly.
Can't say I'm surprised to see Mustache and Tayson.
Ο King τι έγινε ρε, δεν πέρασε αδερφέ, δεν πέρασε finals ο King.
Into the action here.
Unlucky.
Understanding that they need to make up some points to keep themselves in the conversation of that top 10, top 5 territory.
Καλά ρε μαλάκα, το top 7 είναι πολύ καλό. Θέλω να το νικήσει εννοώ ρε φίλε, δεν θέλω τώρα να βγει το top 7. Θέλω να νικήσει.
Oshi's last remaining hope. Unfortunately for Alex and Worthy, they'll have to wait for our final match to make another debut, see whether or not they can catapult themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards. But look at this, Rift Island. We've been seeing a decent amount of action pick up as the games go on here. Axforce immediately getting lit up, trying to farm some materials off the roof of this.
Μαλακά, αυτό που έχω καταλάβει, bro, είναι ότι αφήνουνε πάρα πολύ. Σε ένα game έχουν παίξει fight για το weather. Ανάτος, πήγε.
They managed to fly right
Μπράβο.
in to join the heart of the action here. Axforce and Robot might not get this as freely as they initially believed.
I love this because Tini and Misha, these last couple games have just been menaces. Pushing everyone, playing for Rift Island. They're trying to come back. They're trying to make this money right now. And they're not willing to give it up without a fight. That's what it's all about. This is exactly what players fear the most, though. Rift Island being highly contested like this. When teams are desperate to jump up the standings, Misha and Tini are doing it here and now. They gotta get in, they gotta get closer, or they'll end up giving it away.
Seems as though Misha and Tini may be hoping that they can try and catch Axforce and Robob on the rotation out, especially if some other duos try to get involved here. But Axforce and Robob, these guys aren't the only ones going up top. But
Oh, Pixie necrose.
benefit here because Pixie, it's Trulex, it's Chicho running Pixie down and they find the
Μαλάκα, πολύ καλό αυτό ότι πεθαίνει ο Pixie.
certain that he eliminates Pixie.
Α, δεν πεθαίνει ο Chitin όμως.
It's just cheating, trying to hold it down by his Losum, but he's locked outside the zone. He's got to find a way to rotate in, but the edge just being so well guarded right now.
Surely has to do with a little bit of greed. They were doing pretty much just fine, but trying to go in there to see what they can find out, and they just get met with a team. Not what you expect at all. Cheating out, thinking the same thing. Shows himself for a second, and there were players waiting. Booga and Threats don't drop a beat there. The damage was catastrophic. Cheating now has to see if he can pick up his teammate's reboot card and pick him up, but you're gonna have teams like Booga and Threats just looking in, trying to see if they can get points gifted to them.
Στείλ με μία από τη σχολή μου, έχω κάνει κοινή επαφή. Έχω κοινή επαφή τον Αγγελή στο Insta. Τι να πεις ρε μαλακα, Αγγελής. Αγγέλοβιτς. Γεια σου DRP Games. Καλησπέρα φίλε. Τελικά το φαβορίζουν τα δάφαντα. Εντάξει. Ο Κουμπίζης και ο Βίνο κάτι μπορούν να κάνουν, μαγκές. Όπως και ο Akon και ο Cold. Κάνουνε comeback. Βίνο νεκρός. Όχι ρε μαλάκα. Όχι ρε μαλάκα. Όχι ρε μαλάκα.
Possibly has fallen as well. Big trades happening everywhere.
Τι μαλάκες είναι αυτοί ρε.
It's going to be Queasy and
Unlucky.
that have actually met their fate here in game number 5. They'll have to wait it out as well for the battle bus to depart in match number 6. And who better to be the one to possibly shut him down? It's Bastroki and Kylie.
Wow.
Applying so much pressure. Queasy and Menno, they were in 7th place here. And now they've got to sit and wait.
Μαλάκα πεθαίνουν από φαστρόκι όμως ρε φίλε. Μαλακίες κάνουν να την πεθαίνουνε.
To the completion of game number 5. And that's going to be all it takes. Seti and Cammy sure to have seen that one light up in the elimination feed and possibly got a little pep in their step for it.
Ωραία, τότε, τώρα είμαστε με EU ή με NA ρε μαλάκες. Τότε ευχόμαστε να τον νικήσει ο Σετ και ο Κάμι ρε φίλε.
Pink and Vico are still up. Cheatin obviously is brought back into the game with Pixie here. This competition still standing strong. Miro and Cooper, we get to touch base with them. This hasn't changed for them. Miro and Cooper are struggling in the mid game here, but Pixie and Cheatin are as well. Except one might say Pixie and Cheatin, much worse situation as they were finished off before they can get to safety due to the
Bro, ζουν ακόμα. Ο Κούπερ και ο Μύρο τώρα ξέρετε τι κάνουνε. Just staying alive. Τίποτα άλλο.
Just tell that Bugha and Threats were not
Μένεις
going to
alive.
go easy.
Θα νικήσεις το FNCS.
Miro, Cooper,
Αυτό το game, να ξέρετε chat, είναι το game το οποίο θα κρίνει το FNCS.
behind them, recognizing the fact that they might have some pressure on their backsides. Miro trying to be attentive towards how they continue to rotate in. Couple of shots, some damage being applied. Cooper though, pausing only for a moment. Slight regroup needed. Nutty though, taking a massive shot. The shields are correct. Some well-placed shots there from Cooper. And that's going to be enough to put a pause. Brazilian duo's pressure points.
Taco, will we be calling this early? Will we be calling the Global Championship early? It just might become mathematically impossible if Cooper and Miro have their run right now. Their closest competition is so far away at this point.
Μάγκες, αν δεν λαντάρουν στον Miro, bro, δεν ξέρω τι θα κάνουνε. Αλήθεια.
Tournament run alive, but the trophy.
Εγώ αν ήμουνα δεύτερος. Αν ήμουνα δεύτερος και έπρεπε, αν ήμουνα δεύτερος για πολύ έτσι και ήμασταν εμείς οι δύο παλάκες 50-50 contest 50-50 contest, δεν κάνω πλάκα.
It's no wonder they've done an excellent job so far in maintaining their momentum and maintaining their mental as well. But whether or not other teams are going to get a chance to play spoiler, we'll have to wait and see, because right now, as things continue to evolve, Zone continuing to pull just across Rumble Ruins at this point, and all these other teams to the north side now starting to trickle their way back in. We have to remember, Rumble Ruins, that's also Miro and Cooper's starting point.
Yeah, this is hometown. This is hometown.
Καλά ξεκάθαρα όλα.
But everyone's hurt here, but Miro
Εννοείται πάνω στους πρώτους. Και παίρνουνε kill ρε bro. Το FNCS είναι over chat, δεν ξέρω ο Miro και ο Cooper. Θα σας πω σίγουρα μετά από αυτό το game, σίγουρα.
This is starting to feel a little bit too good to be true almost. I mean, if I'm Miro and Cooper, I almost want to panic because it's like I can't believe that I just keep finding the most perfect refreshes of all time.
Αυτό κι άλλο ένα build κάτσια.
Practically max mats. Miro definitely in a good spot. And the fact that they have so many materials now split between them.
Yep.
That they have so much familiarity as well in this POI specifically because
Ξεκάθαρα όλα.
all they got to do is try to continue playing things through. You can see Miro making a push towards the high ground as well.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they want to play for height right here and close this chapter out, but no. Things start to change. Teams start to rocket ram on up. Destruction is ever so near. Head nearby, you can hear the shots. Miro makes the call out. This guy's hurt. I'm going for it. I can use these materials. Finds the wood build, but no, another team below him. Has to back up now. For a moment there, it was almost all over. Shots come in again.
Shit.
This time, Hen.
Δώσ' το χυμό.
For a little bit. And it is getting very, very dangerous here. Bryson Chubbs are still standing. Vico and Pink still in this as well.
Decent discipline though from Miro to not try and push that situation any further. He knew that Cooper was simply too far away to actually play backup, and they don't want to necessarily forfeit this positioning. Storm Surge actually is going to be Miro and Cooper's best friend. Another 4 points to be added.
That's a deal. Mark my words.
I don't think it gets much better than that.
I think he knows that right now, so we'll see if he ends up going for the loop. But Vico and Pink have a lot to do, a lot of work to put in right now, and a long rotate to make.
Μαλάκα Κρονό, το καταλαβαίνεις ότι είναι controller παίχτης ο Miro και αυτή τη στιγμή είναι πρώτος στο FNCS Global. Πρέπει να του δώσουμε ένα μεγάλο shout-out στον Miro, ρε μαλάκα, τι λες τώρα.
They have a crash pad, so off they go. Up they go. Miro's out. Rocket Ram in full effect here, lands him on the side. Cooper's here to meet with them, but a team's behind them. Good block there, keeps him up for a moment. Now, looking for the refresh, it's Seti here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as Duo meets with them. The big heels come out. They need a bounce back, they need these wins.
Cammy and Seti might be at the very top for the time being.
Πρέπει να, αν το παίξει καλά ο Κάμι και ο Σέτι, είναι back to business.
Continuing to force these players pressing forward. Well played though by Miro and Cooper in that secondary high layer after the rocket ram ended.
Ζει ακόμα ο Briggs, ρε μαλάκα, απίστευτο.
Man, talk about a tag path.
Ο Bryce βασικά.
Some massive shots that he just landed. gonna buy him a good chunk of time as well to just pop this big shield potion.
Λοιπόν, τσακμένουμε στο endgame.
100 full shields.
Μουσική is dropping right now.
Every bit of it.
For Bryce, this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars if he can hold on.
Vico solo. Top 4 ο Vico.
Top 5 is definitely the sweet spot to be in. And any higher, you're extremely happy, but Vico by himself on the move right now. Looking to swing his way.
4 builds μόνο.
Teams in front, no one behind. Make that 3 now. Lurking. Can he get a refresher? Can he find a player? Sees what's his right. No one's behind the plate. So smart right now.
Miro, 38 HP. Cooper, άσε solo. Τέλος, δεν έχει builds. No builds Cooper. No builds Miro. Απλά staying alive. This is the plan, σίγουρα. Cooper and Miro μαζί. Μαζί. Miro IGL. Πίσω άτομο. Vico, dead! Ω, Μιτζίτο, αυτός είναι το top 4. Huge elim, huge elim. Και πεθαίνουνε. Καλό, καλό. Ο Brix ζει ακόμα ρε, ο Bryce. Μα ποιος είναι ο GOAT. Μαλάκες παίζουνε πολύ καλά αυτός ο Bryce. Ζει ακόμα, φίλε. Ζει και ο Κανάδα με τον Agers. Τι έγινε εδώ ρε μάλακα, τι είδα μόλις. Ο Threats alive, το duo του Booga. Ο Booga είναι εκτός εδώ μεταξύ. Huge elimination εδώ πέρα για τον Threats. Solo clutch ο Threats.
Lucy's still in this. Give it up for Lucy Copenhagen. He's finally got a chance here to make some more.
Wait, μήπως ο Threats θα κουβαλήσει τον Booga.
He still has builds. Threats is looking very healthy, but there's MK Papa who's gonna fall there. There's a player on high ground. Okay, so every team's on a different layer. He's got to look around here. Lucy needs to make a big decision. Find Shalom. This is Asia, but no! Clap from behind. Threats does.
Μαλάκα, τι έχει κάνει ο Threats, top 2 Threats,
And up he goes, and now he knows it's his chance here, but no.
Όχι.
And Chico takes it all away.
Τσίκο, γουινάκι, με τον Trulex. Μάλιστα. Μαγκές, ο Threats ήταν το duo του Booga, top 2 σε αυτό το game, έτσι. Οπότε ψιλοανέβηκαν στο leaderboard.
On the leaderboard. Tell me about those final moments.
That's really good. I got soul clutched. Trulex died. First moving. He got full max mats. So I just got height in last moving and won.
Yeah, and you managed to main the focus. What was it like watching all of this go down?
So it was crazy in first moving. No, in like second moving, I landed in like four people in the box, and then everyone died. So I just told them like to come take all the mats and just play the game out. I gave him a rocket. He went to the zone and did the impossible.
It's so tough in the top 10, boys. What are you playing for as we head into the 6th and final game of the FNCS Global Championship?
I mean, we're just trying our best. We're contested every single game at one of the worst spots to be contested at. If we were uncon, we 100% place the best, and we're conned by, he says, one of the best Ospan players in the game, but clearly it doesn't look like it.
Who?
50. Kalski is in top 50.
Who is the off-spawn battling duo that you're having to face each time?
Banti and TK.
And clearly, you guys are coming out on top. Good luck in the final game, boys. And congratulations on your victory royale. Copenhagen.
Albania, Trulex.
Give it up for Trulex and Chicho.
Trulex, Chicho, congratulations, the victory.
Last game.
It's gotta feel so good going into game number 5 with only a single game left to go. Getting that.
Εμένα μάγκες θα μου βγήκε έκανα we fucked them at the contest.
They did it as well, of course. Chicho saying
We fucked them at the contest.
Was it first moving zone? Incredible stuff.
I fucked their mother.
How important it is to have that teammate that can make those big calls.
Και μετά κλαίγαν όλοι. Οπότε άστο.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Trulex communicating that you have to take all of my material that I have, everything that is in my loadout, and use this. And the fact that Chicho went for high ground as a solo towards that 10th zone was so courageous.
Μετά το game αυτό μάλλον θα είναι mind blow. Ξέρεις, μετά από αυτό το game θα είναι γιατί είναι το last game νομίζω.
It's very, very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
big smile on his face.
Oh, he's loving it. This is for good reason, because he's just done something right there that's so confident in going for high as a solo. So many players will just sort of back off a little bit, be a little bit more passive, but it's the players that do take huge risks like this, even though you're a solo, are the ones that pay off. And look at this, Chicho.
We did see very similar from like Cammy and Seti, Queasy and Veno, right? The difference is when they chose to do it. We kind of did it in these other much larger moving zones with like 25 people left. Here in this like 1v1v1, you're like, okay, it's me and 2 others. If I disappear from the equation and I reappear someone else and slam down, crack all these builds, it's gonna be enough. It's gonna give me a
Τώρα chat, το highlight θα ήταν να πέσουν όλοι πάνω στον Miro.
We have one game left to go. Can anyone stop Cooper and Miro?
All right, well, let's, do the math a little bit. It's 65 points for a victory royale. If they get double-digit eliminations with 10, that's going to be another 40. So 100 points is not going to be enough if Cooper and Miro go down immediately and then Chubbs and Bryce get the best game that we have seen so far. Then there is a slight possibility that, of course, there is still
Πρέπει να πεθάνει κοντές στο Miro. Πρέπει να πεθάνει κοντές στο Miro για να μην νικήσει.
I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro and Cooper. And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number. These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that I noticed there throughout that whole game was Miro was so confident in their Storm Surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid-game. Their strategy then, going into that 7th zone, 6th zone situation, they try and go for a big refresh. Then he picks up the shotgun. He drops the assault rifle. Then he has that SMG and shotgun to play so well in endgame. And the way that they're taking walls, of course, we have Miro who's actually spraying the wall, and then Cooper's the one that's claiming it. So well played.
And Cooper and Miro, when they ran out of builds in the very end of that game right there, you saw that they waited, stayed on low ground, and where a lot of people will try and stay at the front of zone so they can kind of peek behind them, they stayed behind and rotated just on the edge, and were even able to get another Their positioning was so smart. They knew that it was going to be so chaotic, either on top or in front, so they stayed in the back corner. It was perfect.
Just disgusting. Their average going into that game, their average placement 5.25.
Wow.
Just nuts. Now, before we get going, it's highly likely we're looking at our global champions, but what I want to focus on is the prize money. Yes, $1 million, a championship axe, a championship trophy, and a title. But keep in mind, as we watch these duos go head to head, think about...
Μαλάκες, και ο δεύτερος βγάζει πολλά λεφτά, bro. Το top 10 βγάζουν 50 το top 15 βγάζει 50 χιλιάρικα. 25 each δηλαδή. Βγάζει πολλά το δεύτερο, bro. Top 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 είναι life changing. Βασικά. Εντάξει, ναι. Αλλά...
Even though Cooper and Miro are so far ahead, and I mean, who knows what...
Top 8 και πάνω είναι crazy.
Ooh, could you imagine Cammy and Seti taking a page from the book of Queasy and Veno? We'll have to wait and see.
I would love to, but you know what? We've got something special lined up for you. We've got our man Levin2k on the stage to get us hyped for game number 6.
The final game is here. It is time to crown some champions. Roy Arena, are you ready? The players on this stage have given everything of their being to be here for this moment, to be here for this trophy. So I need to give you everything you've got. I ain't starting this game until we tear the roof off this building. Royal Arena, are you ready?
Μαλάκα, ποιος είναι αυτός?
Game number 6 is here.
Αυτός είναι γαμάτος. Αυτός χαϊπάρει, όντως. Δεν είναι τώρα μαλακίες και το ένα και το άλλο. Και έχει και τη φωνή. Bro, please όλοι στον Μύρο πάνω, please. Πέστε στον Μύρο, μάγκες, πέστε στον Μύρο, μην είστε losers.
Alongside all these fans here in the building, you guys have been ecstatic to witness and watch you cheer on.
Malibuka, Thomas HD, δεν πέφτουνε track.
More game here. Royal Arena as Thomas HD, Malibuka. They've managed to survive the initial drop, but the damage is still yet to come next. Because Malibuka,
That's the scheme for Rayo Malibuka.
A little bit further away from Kanata and Agers, they wish to play this one out.
Θα του είχα ακούσει σφαλιά αν ήταν τον ντου μου.
Opportunity possible to work their way up the leaderboard. Could see some action coming back, but for Pixie, cheating, trouble for sure. Pixie already knocked cheating though.
Pixie dead. Oh.
His teammate.
They're off to a pretty rough start right now. This is going to set them back time, resources, and most importantly, damage, as that is the hardest to come by after you start losing these opening moments. But it does make you wonder, why couldn't Kanata and Agers just split racetrack before? Why couldn't they survive a little longer? They clearly played so well when they were able to survive, but that's a story for another time today.
It's not
for now.
necessarily just Kanata and Agers at that point, though. Thomas and Malibuka wanted that just as badly as them. And right now, neither side really faring all too well for it.
Well, we're gonna have to put a button on it.
Για να μην έχει...
Six is here. Koopa and Miro have an incredible lead over the competition. And that is, of course, the battle for $1 million. But back at the racetrack, there's a little more action going down. Kanata and Agers are on the hunt. I spoke too soon. They want to close this one out in good fashion.
Για να μην έχει δείξει Μύρο...
All weekend long here. And EU has been the one to pay the price so far, but both times fully situated here to 2v1. Agers and Kanata close the deal here.
Γιατί τρολάρει ο Μαλιμπούκα, ρε bro.
Left to pick up the pieces.
For Agers and Kanata, not a whole lot to grab there off of Malibuka, but at the same time, 4 elimination points is 4 elimination points, and they'll be more than happy to try and take away. Kanata and Agers, though, seeming as if there might have been a little bit of a rise of interference there in that elimination process.
I was gonna say,
But the Mr. Savage, who in after my guess?
They might just have that late tournament stride comeback. Hey, there's still plenty of money on the line here, a lot to fight for outside of the bragging rights. Video and Mr. Savage, though, in the meanwhile, are fighting up here against Thoric. And I got the update. It looks like that puts them at 13th place. Not bad for a team fully contested. Meanwhile, Vidil, though, claps back onto Thoric. Nicely done for Mr. Savage and Vidil.
If there's ever someone who loves a good box fight, you're definitely going to be looking at Vidil here. Kylie for
καλά.
Also trying to see if they can win their own.
Τι σκέψη είναι αυτά, ρε γαμώ το στόμα σας.
Steeps outside of Steve.
Τι κάνουνε, ρε μαλάκα.
Strokey, though, it's a massive pump shot. And just like
Από εκεί το έχουνε χάσει, ρε μαλάκα.
Forced to take a step back here. Leading Kylie on the
Δεν τα φοράς τα skins, ρε bro.
Kylie got some great early on Datus, though. No chance that he's going to be backing up Stain anytime soon. He's got to hide behind that tree. 2 versus 1 pressure, and Stain just not able to match up. But Strokey and Kylie will win this one for the time being, but Datus might still be able to collect the reboot card, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get Elim too.
Just doesn't get better than that when your team is hitting you shots like that. The backup can't even come in to support you. Axe Horse and Robot. Robot had the run of his life last game, really turning up. And this was the same story. It's all early game fights. They didn't find much. They were hurt, but no! Snipes from behind! An Axe Force!
Μαλάκα, τι sniper, μαλάκα.
With Sherry.
Τι sniper, μαλάκα.
Paper and Muzz here. They know this team had to be hurt because Robob had full advantage before that happened. And Paper is devastating with that sniper, but Breacher Shotgun's gonna let him open up any door he pleases. They find Gyros, big tags there, not a finish, but he's hurt.
Absolute miracle that Gyros did not go down in the process there, though. But Muzz, Paper, they are relentless with this charge. Jerry doing everything he can to try and create some distance, but just look at how far apart the split is now. Gyros left to fend for himself. Paper, Muzz now have their choice of pickings. Seems as though they're going to divert their attention to Gyros for the time being. Paper, though, recognizing the fact, another interference play, this time coming out of Nutty.
Los κινήμος.
Just outside of Shady's.
Τελευταίο μάτς είναι, ναι Μάκης, τελευταίο μάτς είναι.
I can't believe this right now. Just the fact that Gyros and Sherry nearly managed to escape.
This is Savage of a deal, close the deal, close the books. On Bolt's run here, back to the tournament lobby he goes. That's gonna be it for his grand finals run. And for every team that falls now, for every team that closes their chapter here at the Global Championships, you have to respect them for making it this far.
Ο Μύρο, δεν το πιστεύω ρε μαλάκα. Δεν το πιστεύω ρε μαλάκα. Βασικά, το top 2 λεφτά είναι αρκετά καλά λεφτά, γι' αυτό μάλλον το κάνουν αυτό. Ο Μύρο και ο Κούπερ νικήσανε 500.000 ευρώ. Αυτό, τέλος, finito. Να ξέρετε, chat, τέλος, finito. Νικήσανε 500.000 αυτή τη στιγμή. Διότι κανείς από τους 2-3-4 δεν έπεσε πάνω τους. Αλλά λόγω του οι 2-3-4 είναι πολύ καλά λεφτά, μάλλον γι' αυτό. Είναι πολύ καλά λεφτά. 200 κάπα είναι each, 325 κάπα each είναι το δεύτερο.
Not struggled all that much as far as their surge strategy is concerned, so they're definitely making up for the damage elsewhere. And we've seen multiple instances of them doing an excellent job while they're tarping, finding those eliminations in the process.
Vivers, γαμώ τον Πολ Μαρία Γιωχάνες.
They've got a Pink and Vico.
Οι πιο πίσω δεν ξέρω γιατί δεν πέσανε. Όντως. Queasy και Vino, πολύ κακό performance.
Not looking good right now for Pink though. As he saw his shield, look how quickly Vino is coming in.
Δεν θα πουσάρουν, ναι.
No, he's gonna back up. Respects the push, doesn't have Queasy here quite to back him up, so something comes out, something must have...
Vivers, γαμώ τον Πολ Μαρία Γιωχάνες. Πολ Μαρία Γιωχάνες.
The damage is welcomed here, undoubtedly. The zone now continues to move on. Now we jump back to Pixie and Cheatin'. So they have survived, they have gotten back up.
Don't want to say against all odds necessarily. Think that that initial strat was because of the fact that Pixie might have been picked off in the air off the initial drop. But Cheatin' and Pixie, they still need to ensure that they have a much easier time as far as their rotational positioning is concerned, because that's definitely something
sorry.
a lot of difficulties with in the last match. Hugo and Threats able to put a halt to their attempts to overtake first place.
Sorry.
And here, they're still within reach, but it's...
Oh, solo go! Chambon!
Because Cooper and Miro, they are not taking any risks that they don't need to.
As long as Cooper and Miro stand, the chances for others are not possible. So for now, they are truly the final boss here. Seti and Cammy, however, will still have a big mountain to climb. A lot of eliminations and a huge endgame run, at least somewhere inside the top 3 to snatch up 50 or more points.
And we can't forget about Bryce and Chubbs either. I mean, they've been slowly but surely sneaking their way up the leaderboard. Started off outside of the top 10, then all of a sudden they're top 5 now. In that top 3, threatening for top 2 position. You have to remember, it is tens of thousands of dollars differences that we are talking about here. So for so many of these players, just on the cusp inside of these top 5 ranges, Cammy, Seti,
Τώρα θα είναι derby για τις άλλες θέσεις, επειδή είναι πολύ πιο κοντά. Οι άλλες θέσεις, ναι, θα είναι derby για τις άλλες θέσεις. Η πρώτη μάλλον τελείωσε. Όχι απλά γουινάρει NA και το βουλώνουν όλοι οι EU. Γουινάρει controller NA και το βουλώνει όλο το EU. Το controller είναι πολύ βασικό στην πρόταση.
Sniper's in hand. Bryce showing us what he's got. Doesn't quite land that, but the tags on the follow-up are very good. Meanwhile, Flixie finds a quick knock onto Kanata, so there's trouble in paradise all around us right now, unfolding here for the last game. For Pixie and Cheatin', let's get a little update real quick on them. They're doing just fine inside their home territory, but it's time to move. They can't stay here for much longer. The zone's already telling them they gotta go.
Could be difficult to get across these icy islets.
Ετοιμάσου, τι να ετοιμαστώ. Bro, χωρίς μαλακίες, δες τα settings του Miro ρε μαλάκα, δεν ξέρω ρε φίλε.
How efficiently some of these other teams can be as far as those 3, 2, 1 countdowns are concerned.
Beavers out.
It doesn't matter if you started off with 200, you might just end up with nothing in the process here. Clement nearly proving a point.
Wow.
What I was just speaking of, because Pixie.
Τουλάχιστον τον νικούσε η U. Δύσκολα bro, όσο ζει ο Miro δεν του μπορεί να νικήσει.
Clement still trying to see just how aggressively he can try to lock out Pixie on this rotation.
Not making it easy by any means right there. Definitely going to cost them a fair amount. Bila and Peterbot still standing in the distance. Cold and Acorn up as well. Seti, Cammy, Snazy, Podesai, all in the conversation here.
Με PS4 controller παίζει, καλά κάνει. Το PS4 controller είναι το καλύτερο όντως.
So real chances to jump up and earn hundreds of thousands of more. Any team inside the top 10, if you take a win, you're getting paid, son.
Almost got a little scared for Acorn there on how high up he just went. But Acorn's not the one in trouble right now. It's Vasquez, 10, attempting to take out Misha and Teeny, but Teeny from the bottom, chopping out Vasquez in the process. And that's going to be an easy double elimination there from Misha and Teeny. More than happy to collect those points.
PC με 750 ευρώ ή PS5. Τι PC να πάρεις με 750 ευρώ φίλε. Παίρνεις PC με 750.
We see them taking down different teams of varying degree and skill level. Vino goes for some shots there, ends up trading a few. Same for them, continue to rotate deep into the south side and then swing around on these western zones. So the strategy hasn't really changed much.
Άνετα.
In no way Teeny gets another game where the Rift Island is next to them. They're just continuing to fight for it. They might have the best 3-game tournament run, at least for teams that were down at the bottom trying to come back. They haven't.
Γιατί 4 τόσο έχει ξεφύγει ρε μαλάκες. Banana. Banana. El banana. Banana. Los bananos. El habanero. Labanino. Los habanero. Για πες που πάει ρε Beavers.
5th place coming into this game. If they secure this, they jump up into 29th. And think about before this, they were so much further down. One of the last placing teams. All of a sudden now, they're at 4 eliminations in a Rift Island with 15 points secured potentially to be theirs now. Just really fighting their way back into this tournament here.
Look, I know that the business
is
primarily used just to get an idea of where your opposition might be at, but it seemed as though iDrop and Mappy had no idea that business turret had even been placed in the first place. Well executed mission there from Misha and Teeny to secure the Rift Island for the time being. Capture point does seem as if we'll have to check back in on that a little bit later on. Pixie, Cheatin' continue trying to keep that threatening position here for first place. As long as Pixie and Cheatin' are out, Cooper and Miro cannot count themselves as our global champions anytime soon.
Nope. But Cheatin has to be careful. Trulux and Chicho were the same team that did finish their last tournament run, so do have to be careful. Cooper and Miro, however, do have the Rumble Ruins, continue to be the safe zone for now, so a lot of time to work with here. Metal struggling as they don't really find much here, but otherwise, so long as they've gotten their tags, they should be just...
And given that they're bound to have spotted out some teams looking to make the rotations in towards this center part of the map, with the way that the zone just continues to pull their direction, but now, finally, they'll be forced to reposition for the first time in a while. And still, it's not too far that they've got to go, but they need to be careful with some of those dips in the elevation. You don't want to get caught out inside any of these jungle trenches.
Let's see it. Tayson Mustache on the move now. They have to move in. Zone's going west once again, so we're going to have a very interesting tournament.
Μακάρι να νικήσει ο Μπούγκα, αποκλείεται, δεν μπορεί να νικήσει με τίποτα. Να ξέρετε.
Remaining back in it, so Thomas actually managed to save Malabuka, get the reboot card, bring him back. And they could be the players that topple the Giants up top, but
they have no idea.
I thought they did for a second, I'm not gonna lie. The ambush comes out and Miro puts up a fight already. Now he knows, wait, there was someone lurking underneath us. Be careful.
And it's not just anyone that's lurking underneath them, it's Malabuka, it's Thomas. Two EU Titans, well, they might not have had the day that they were hoping for. They're still gonna look to try and pounce back at least a few positions on that leaderboard. And they could definitely put a devastating stop to Miro and Cooper's run if Miro and Cooper are not careful on their rotation out. But it does seem as though for the time being, Miro and Cooper, they're gonna take a moment here just to collect their thoughts, fully ensure that they've got the proper position, the proper pathway. Thomas, though, he's tired of waiting. He's just gonna look to charge right through them with that rocket ram. Good shot, though.
Γιατί τρελάρει έτσι ο Μαλιπούτσα. Ξέρω εγώ ρε μαλάκα γιατί τρελάρει. Και μόνο που ζουνε βασικά μια χαρά είναι.
Looking to try and turn back. Seems as though other teams possibly having caught wind of some of the action taking place here at the Rumble.
Ζουνε όλοι όμως. Top 5, top 4, top 3, top 2, όλοι ζουνε. Ο Αγγελής έφαγε μπαν από το σερβερ στο sex bar από τον Κρόνο και γι' αυτό τον λόγο δεν τον έχουμε ξαναδεί από τότε.
Great for the time being, and they're just like, hey, look, we have so much surge. Let's just chill out. They go to the boat, they retreat back, go back to the heals that they know are there, and they play it smart. This is really showing that Miro and Cooper want that payday. They want that big check that could be waiting for them. This could be $1 million med kit right here that just keeps them in the game and away from Thomas HD and company. Every play now matters. Every play so important to the remainder of this game for them.
Εννοείται κανείς δεν είπε Μύρο για το performance, αφού ο Μύρο δεν έκανε quit ρε. Να το ξέρεις. Έκανε performance σε ένα προηγούμενο land τελευταίος ρε, dead last. Και μαλάκα ήταν να κάνει quit. Και τώρα νικάει ρε. Threats kill Canada. Bro, Threats έχει κανακουβαλήσει. Για κάποιο λόγο Πίξ ζωντανός πρέπει να πεθάνει. Ο Πίξ πρέπει να πεθάνει. Δεν θέλω να τον βλέπω δεύτερο.
They've already gotten 2 victory royales. Asking for a third feels near impossible, but it's gotta be done if they want to be the global champions.
Καλά, αυτοί εντωμεταξύ έχουν 2 wins chat και θα βγουν δεύτεροι. Πόσο αυτοκτονικό είναι αυτό ρε μαλάκα. Αλήθεια. Yumi FNR. Όλος παίζει Yumi ρε. Στο LOL.
Cheatin doesn't exactly have the most ammo to work with right now. It's going to be super dependent on his Maven auto shots to connect. Pixie as well trying to break through builds with this breacher. But it's going to be Source Yumi still just outside of their box. Pixie now trying to see if he can buy his duo a little bit of time here, but they're just caught in between this entire mess.
That might have been the biggest mistake right there. They pulled Source into the box, but they are so definitely...
Όντως τα φαβορί chat τελικά δεν πήγαν τόσο άσχημα, τόσο καλά.
When they could have easily finished the elimination.
Ω, βαρύ.
This is placement fear starting to kick
Δεν πρέπει να πεθάνεις, φιλέ, για να βγεις top 2.
one of the most expensive lessons they learn. I hope they fight back here.
It is just
Βάρα τους ρε γάμο το στόμα σου, βάρα τους. GG's. Αυτό μαλάκα θα τους κοστίσει λογικά 300.000 hits. Αυτό το shotgun να πέσει ωραία. Δεν ξέρω γιατί το πήρε.
Twin Mag not going to do him much good in such close combat. And Pixie now looking for the full retreat, throwing out metal builds in the process, trying to see if he can get down to the low ground, see if he can hide for a moment in the water here around Eclipse Estate.
Τι ωραίο το game μαλάκα εδώ μεταξύ, bro. Σε high messes και high effects. Άλλο game,
Trying to build for his life, hide from this rock, hope that the chest can give him something, anything to work with.
He needs builds from that. That's all he's trying to get at this point. No rocket ram or anything in sight. He's just got to keep going. Down goes Pixie and Cheatin' before they can earn any points.
Και ο Βίκο πέθανε. Αμάν. 3 builds. 9 builds ο άλλος.
There's no celebratory factors coming out just yet. They know Bryce, Chubbs, Cammy, Seti.
Για να δούμε, για να δούμε. Μαλάκα, Κούπερ και Μύρο FNCS Champions. Απίστευτο, bro. Απίστευτο. The rich get richer. 5 FNCS Champions Miro νικάει το Global FNCS.
So tough for Chubbs though. Again, hundreds of $1,000s on the line here. Life-changing money for Chubbs and Bryce. And their third place spot is standing on shaky ground here.
Για να δούμε, chat.
The smile says it all. He knows. There's a chance here. I can still do this. Just gotta play smart.
Τελευταίο game, κυρίες και κύριοι, κρίνεται ο νικητής του FNCS εδώ πέρα. Chubbs από Μύρο, πάει για kill. 3 builds. Έχουν πάρει μόνο 4 points αυτό το game. Ποιος είναι IGL, ο Μύρο?
Keep in mind though, Miro and Cooper, they might just run into Muzz, and Muzz, he lost Paper earlier on. Don't believe he's had an opportunity to look for the reboot either.
No builds.
Based on when Paper was picked off. So now Miro in the backside. Merstash in Tayson's box. He could go massive here. He wants to find the shot to connect. Both teams gonna
Αμάν. Όπα ρε kill. Απίστευτο. Απίστευτο ότι βρήκανε kill, bro. Τον Tayson έφαγε, bro. Και τώρα ξεκινάμε. Μύρο στο θάνος ακόμα. Μύρο dead. Για να δούμε, κυρίες και κύριοι. Κάμι και ο σε... Imagine να νικήσουνε, bro. Πρέπει να πάρετε kill. Σέτι Κάμι, please. Σέτι Κάμι, go. Go. Kill. Please 10 kills, Κάμι κάτι. Κάμι. 32 άτομα alive. You need to take kills. Get the fucking high ground, guys. Nice. In the box. Τι κάνεις? Τι κάνεις, ρε Κάμι? Ο Κάμι κρύφαρε το Σέτι, by the way. Σέτι 1 HP. Πίνει χυμό ο Σέτι, μια χαρά. Rotate. Cracked. Μάλλον μπούτσας. Κάμι, πάρε kills, αδερφέ μου, please. You need to take the fucking kills to win the fucking FNCS, guys. What the fuck are you doing? Ο Acorn ζωντανός ακόμα. Αλλά είναι 0 pills, γάμι, σέτα και αψέτα, εντάξει. Κλείνει το zone πίσω του. Τον είδανε. Κάμι ζωντανός ακόμα. Πέφτουνε full low ground. You need to take fucking kills. Χυμός. Χυμός in. Κάμις. Έχουνε λίγα μάτσα να παίρνουν το high ground. Κάμις. Απίστευτο, δεν παίρνουν kills. Τρούλεξ τσίκο στο high ground. Κάμι και στο low ground. Δεν θα νικήσουνε με τίποτα. Ο Τετσία Ροπ. Πίσω σου. Ναι. Ο Μιτζί κυρίες και κύριοι. Μεγάλα kills. Μεγάλα kills κυρίες και κύριοι. Τρούλες τσίκο στο high ground. Batman, Booga, Seti. Κάτω Seti. Ναι ρε Seti. Όχι. Ναι ρε Κάμι. Μη. Seti και Κάμι. Τρούλεξ alive solo. Τον σπάει. Ένα build, δεν έχει builds. Παίξτε time, μη πεθάνει κανείς. Νοκ, όχι. Μύρο και Κούπερ νικητές. 500.000 ευρώ. Ο τυπάς έχει τατουάζ. Φρέντι, πώς λέγεται το αλήθεια, το... 1 million. Μύρο Κούπερ. Και δεν είναι και σε τίμη. Shout out στον Μύρο και στον Κούπερ. GG's κυρίες και κύριοι. Αυτή είναι η νικητές σας. Controller Μύρο από 9 5 φορές champion και 6 φορές FPGS Global Champion. You already know what's up. Και Cooper random player. Δεν ξέρω καν ποιος είσαι αδερφέ. GG's όμως είσαι παιχταράς. GG's. GG's. Βγάζω τα... Πραγματικά βγάζω το γυαλί μου. Ωραία, περιμένουμε το announcement τώρα.
They hit the ground running. A second place, a fifth place. They did not stop Mini Minor Kelly. They had eyes and sight on that trophy. They came into today, they knew what they wanted, and they broke through.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish
Controller on top.
day for them. They were almost faultless throughout the entire day. I'm trying to look
at our fucking dick. Just tell us the fucking surprise or something.
I don't know how they did it.
Every single step of the competition, from the early to mid to late game, when it came to farming, when it
Ο bro είχε μόνο 100 earnings. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way.
It was absolutely incredible to watch this
Αμάν. Αμάν, 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 αμάν.
Consistency.
Δεν κουνιέμαι chat γιατί θα κλείσω το PC μου. Δεν κουνιέμαι, δεν λαγκάρω, δεν κουνιέμαι. Δεν κουνιέμαι, γιατί λαγκάρω.
Of course, picking up Cooper, an underrated, less experienced IGL who has taken the reins and led them to a huge victory by an absolute landslide almost.
And we've talked about this throughout the entire weekend. The fact that this duo...
Oh my fucking god, man, λέγα. Crazy, έτσι σατάρα. Ωραίο FNCS, εντάξει, αλλά μου τη σπάει όταν είναι έτσι βαρετό και τον νικάνε από πριν ένα game, ξέρω εγώ. Το πιο FNCS που έχουμε δει ήταν αυτό που λάνταρε πάνω ο Βίνος στον Γκάμι και Σέτη. Ξεκάθαρα. Θα παραγγείλουν σίγουρα, σίγουρα. Ο Τρούλεξ βγήκε τρίτος. Δεν το πιστεύω ρε μαλάκες.
Right, we usually have 12 games over grand finals. This was 6 games. A lot of people would have said, okay, they're not necessarily going to do as good because they're not big game players like we've seen Queasy and Veno have. They're not going to get crazy amounts of eliminations. But they've just proved all of those people wrong. They were consistent throughout the whole day, which is exactly what we expect from them. Even when zones were just not in their favor today, they still did very, very well.
No, we have a lot of these northwestern zones, and Cammy and Seti made sure to...
Λάκα, κουκουκράπα και ατζου πουτσουτουτου βγήκανε πέμπτη και βγάλαν 200 χιλιάρικα.
Issues with Storm Surge, they did not let that bring them down, and they were able to rotate that into so much good aggression. And my goodness, that Gunner Stinger SMG that we saw Cammy and Seti using towards the end there was definitely such a huge part of their success in game number 6.
I want to highlight one other duo on that list. In your 5th place, the Asia region represent MK Papa and Shalom. Congratulations to them. A top 5 in the global championship. Massive, massive congratulations as we continue to go down the list here. Pixie and Cheatin started off in such a strong position, and they end in 4th place. $300,000 for the duo. This is the 4th best duo in the world.
I mean, these guys, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now because these are 2 underrated players. I think they're a lot more rated now after that.
Oh, yeah.
Coming 4th place in the EU region. I mean, what a fantastic...
Έλα, θα κάνεις ένα announce, please.
Let it fall off there just at the end. Maybe nerves got a little bit to them, but 4th place.
Well, we saw how many Western zones they were in, coming all the way from Brutal Bash and having the likes of Booga and Threats constantly block their way into zone. The fact that they were able to get back-to-back victory royales and still have these rough last 2 games and still do as well as they did speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I want to relive that final game from Cooper and Miro. We've got a listen in standing by, so let's hear it.
You're good, bro. Don't even listen. Like I said, smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. We're the best players here. I got Cannon. We're the best players in this lobby. On my life, we are. Pixie died. Oh my god. I'm sweating, bro. You're good. Loosen up, bro. I know. I'm not even like nervous, bro. I'm just sweating. Hey, chill, bro. Top 25 comes so soon. I'm just gonna literally play my life. Challenge. Top 26. See one team to die. No noise challenge, bro. Okay. No noise challenge, yeah? Oh my god, Pixie spectated me. No noise challenge, no noise challenge. We should chase him, bro, I swear. Can you come? Okay, yeah, no, we can. We can chase another kid. No, it's a solo, please get to me. Okay, I'm on you. I'm listening, all you. IGL, go. Yeah, we like the drink. I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, same. I got dropped down. I got dropped solo. Wait, I'm in a box. Jordan. Get body, chill. Got finished. I got mass, I'm playing my life.
Man, you could just you hear that moment. I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? He already knew, right? You heard it from Cooper's watch. Dude, I got a big smile on my face. They knew going into that last game, it was just a victory lap. They had it all locked up.
Yeah, they did. And I was saying to you, Zeke, before that game, imagine going into a final game of a tournament like this when you pretty much have it all wrapped up. What is the feeling like to do that? It must be absolutely incredible. And of course, they didn't just back down. They didn't just try and double key and make a mess of it. They wanted to close out strong. And even in that end game, they played very, very well. And I mean, you can forgive them for being a little bit nervous in those moments, I think.
Oh, it is definitely deserved. And I mean, just looking at how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack, to say that you are almost 60 points ahead of the reigning invitational champs of Cammy and Seti is just another accolade to add to their belt. But Zeke, I believe we have a special surprise right now.
We do. Gents, if you don't mind putting on these headsets, no big deal. We just have your FNCS Global Champions right here on the stage. Royal Arena, make some noise for your Global Champions, Miro and Cooper. Guys, first off, let's go, guys! Let's go! You did this! You guys have worked so hard. Let's first shine a light. The coin toss. Talk to me about this coin toss. How did this all go? Is this real? Is this made up?
Yeah. I didn't really want to play the game too much no more. And I was like, you know what? I'm doing nothing better. I'm getting a teammate, and I'm coming back. I don't care. Like, I just was. I flipped the coin, and I was like, all right, we'll play on Cooper.
I mean, Coop, did you think back then a coin flip would lead to $1 million FNCS Global Championship title?
I mean, not at all. I mean, back then, I only had 5K earned when we started playing.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta up that number now.
Oh, yeah.
He's the best to ever do it.
Hey, man, live in the moment. You live in the moment.
I mean, Cooper, you just mentioned it right there. You were a very underrated player, 5K earned when you started playing with Miro. Tell me what it's like to play with someone like him. What's he taught you about the game to get to this stage?
Miro's taught me so much. I mean, whenever we first started playing, it was my first time ever IGLing. But being with the best fragger to ever touch the game kind of comes easy, you know? It was great. Man.
Oh, Cooper can IGL.
I mean, Miro, landing Rumble Ruins unconned definitely seemed to give you guys such a big advantage. How did you guys use that for your success in all 6 games?
I mean, I wouldn't really say our drop shot was an advantage. Some games we were leaving with like no mats and everything. I say just being confident, honestly. Like, I know I'm the best in this lobby, 100%. I came into here, I was thinking, like, after last Invitational, I did bad, I was down. Like, I felt so down, but then I realized I'm like, I got not 1, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5 FNCS wins, make it 6 now. I just need to be confident. I played confident, I was just running around killing people, eliminating people, sorry. We did what we had to do, honestly. Like, that's all I can say.
How did you guys bounce back, right? So you guys got knocked into the lower bracket. For some people, they're maybe looking at anyone in that situation thinking the mentals must be rocky. You guys came in today, I just thought, man, y'all came up from the upper bracket, right? Nothing changed.
Oh.
I think through the first bracket, I came here very nervous. I mean, this being my first major LAN, I mean, this is my 3rd grand finals in general.
Wow.
I came in super shook. I feel like I was really unconfident. So going into Heat 2, I kind of just played my own game. Mero helped a lot with that the day before. He just got me locked in, got me in my game. And then finals, I just never played better in my life. It was amazing.
It's insane.
That's absolutely fantastic. I mean, you know, obviously, Miro, you're so decorated. And there's so many times where I feel like we kind of almost not discredit Cooper, but it's like we talk so much about you, and then on this stage, Cooper, dude, what in the world? There was just moments where it's just you, and you were just in your flow state, and it didn't matter, man. You were gonna go the distance, find those eliminations, the placement. Where did that come from, dog?
I don't know. I'm just great.
Guys, thank you so much. Can you just, final question, try and dig down, focus.
Yep.
How does it feel? How's it feel?
I mean, honestly, this feels so insane that I hope everybody in the world gets to experience something like this. This is insane. Like, I've never thought from playing video games when I was like a little kid to just sitting on stage in front of this many people is insane. Like, I can't even imagine how many people are watching me right now. This is insane. My mom's watching back home. I love you, Mom. Love my whole family. This is insane.
Cooper?
Absolutely insane.
Feels great.
It feels great. For the fans out there, what will you tell
Miro
them?
δεν είναι NPC ρε μαγατήλες.
Keep moving.
Yeah, I know,
Life's gonna knock
Miro.
you guys down so many times, even outside of playing video games, and it's just about getting back up. If you stay down, you're gonna stay down. Like, that's how it works. You gotta get up and keep moving. That's my best advice.
Cooper, you want to say anything, man? FNCS Global Champion?
I mean, coming from me especially, just chase your dreams, man. I played this game for 3 years, having little to no earnings, and I'm on the main stage now, being great. Feels good.
Let's go. Royal Arena, make some noise. Look at these teams. The fans behind you. Let them know. Before we get ready to say goodbye, let's toss it up to the casters to get their closing thoughts on the competition.
Miro's come such a long way, so has Cooper. Yeah, man, it's such a heartwarming, conversation to unfold there, especially with the way Cooper says, hey, put in the practice, keep going at it, and next thing you know, you could be there. Because once that was Miro too, and now look at how far he's come.
Beyond earned bragging rights for the both of them, and Miro especially adding yet another FNCS champion accolade to his count. 6 is insane. The fact that you have made it that far is ridiculous, and Cooper, really looking forward to seeing just how many more you might be able to add on to that, because at this rate, it seems as though the sky's a ceiling for you, man.
Yeah, definitely. For the millions at home too, follow our champions online. We definitely see the stocks going up, so you guys deserve all of your support and everything that you've earned so far. But from us here at the desk, myself, Monster D-Face, the best taco, Jacob PR, who of course had the opportunity to cast all these games, we thank you guys from us up here. We're gonna send it on down to Zeke to close this out.
Man, emotions are running high. It's hard not to get emotional. I want to get you guys closing thoughts.
I mean, the day as a whole was crazy. The weekend as a whole was incredible. And I mean, we got here, right? We got here from a whole year worth of Fortnite competitive action. I want to say a big thank you to the players, of course, that have put on such an incredible show throughout the entire weekend. The fans that have turned up here, not just today, from yesterday, the day before as well, from all of the times that we got to meet everyone, and everyone's been so lovely. Honestly, every single person I've got to speak to has been absolutely incredible. And to all the people watching at home as well, this is what Fortnite is about. These are the stories that this game can create. It is magical, and I wouldn't change anything for the world.
It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of the talent that we've had here, and you guys especially as well. I've been loving being on the desk with you all, and like you, to just reiterate, all of the fans, all of the players to showcase what Fortnite has to offer. Our amazing production team as well. This has been such an experience, and one that I will never forget. And Zeke, I thank you for, being the captain of the ship.
Being goofball supreme. That is what my job is. To everyone, thank you guys so much. From the talent crew, from Vivid, from Levin2K, from Frankie Ward, from these two, your casters, the production crew, from Epic, to the fans, to the players. This is all possible because of you guys, your passion, your love for the game. It's hard not to get emotional, but man, as Minnie said, this is what this is all about. So we just thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you for your love of Fortnite. We cannot wait to see you all for 2024. So until then, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on the back bus.
Keep yourself safe! Keep yourself safe! Κάμπε, κάνε stream ρε μάλαγα. Τελείωνε. Bro, δεν έχει announcement. Δεν έχει announcement, bro. We out, we out. We out. No, we out, we out. We out. Can't do that shit anymore. I'm good. We out of this shit, man. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Shout out, no stream. Μάγκες. Πάτε κάντε follow το πουτανάζιο. Το γκάμπετζι στο kick. Στο kick λέω, άμα. Στο Twitch. Θα ανοίξει stream. Αν δεν ανοίξει stream είναι πουτάνας γιος. Να του γράφετε ότι είναι πουτάνας γιος αν δεν ανοίξει stream, εντάξει. Λοιπόν, μάγκες, μπείτε, περιμένετε εκεί πέρα. Θα ανοίξει stream σίγουρα, είμαι σίγουρος. Μπείτε τώρα. Λοιπόν, τώρα σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για το υπέροχο streamάκι. Thank you so fucking much for the fucking stream. You already know what's up, baby. Και να τα πούμε εμείς Σύντομα. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, μαγκές. Ελπίζω να είχατε ένα υπέροχο τρίμερο. Bye bye.
Να τους.
Και εγώ